Will I end up as a hero or a demon king? Volume 3 by Naito. Translated by Nike's Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 58. A Sudden Visit. Dong. I couldn't go yesterday, so I have to go to the Lulub Forest today. The call of the goddesses ended before noon yesterday, and I wondered if yesterday's events were the biggest turning point in my otherworldly life. I couldn't calm down when I thought about it and spent a lazy afternoon doing nothing but fishing. Even when I'm just sitting around fishing, I can't think straight. I can say that was one of the benefits of fishing. Of course, I didn't catch any fish. Maybe I don't have a good sense of fishing. Well, I stood up, rubbed my sleepy eyes, and suddenly noticed a foot at the edge of my vision. My sleepiness quickly faded, and my eyes widened. As I look up, bang, bang. Whoa. I'm sorry. I didn't think that wall banging existed in this world. Of course, if I screamed early in the morning, my neighbor would be angry. The walls seem thin, but that's not the point. What's this? What the hell is going on? Why is Ria-sama here? Yes, for some reason, Ria-sama was sitting on a provided chair. It's been glowing since this morning. It gives off a mysterious aura. Because I made a split entity with Loki as my mark. Huh? Oh, no. Even if you answer me so calmly. Or rather, did you always know where I was? You always used divine communication from the same place. I thought this was your home. Seriously. Can you find the whereabouts of the person you're talking to using divine communication? Don't tell me you've been watching me all this time? I can't do that. I just know where you are. How did you get in? It was locked, wasn't it? I didn't unlock the door because I brought my split entity right into this room. But I could have if I wanted to. What's with you, a goddess, trespassing and all that? I mean, why do you have to bring the split entity into my room? I thought we talked about this yesterday, using the split entity to search for the transmigrator. Ria-sama, why do you have to put the split entity in my room? If you want to look for transmigrators, there are plenty of places to look, like the city, right? Loki is the first transmigrator among them. And if the remains were found in the Palmyra forest, it would be more efficient to search Loki's surroundings. That's what Rist said. I see. I can't say anything when she says that. As expected from Rist-sama. Then have the other goddesses already gone to look for it? No, I was convinced by the momentum, but I'm still worried. So, for now, only one person can send the split entity down to the lower world. That way, if Felsa-sama finds out, we'll have the excuse that the person in charge was directly monitoring the suspicious Loki. I see. I feel like I'm being treated too harshly. Is it just my imagination? So you are in charge of finding the transmigrators, is that right? I will be the first. We'll take turns, so I think I'll be in charge in about a week. Come to think of it, Farrell-sama said she was looking forward to it, and the others were very motivated. So maybe they all wanted to go down to the lower world where they were in charge. I think Felin-sama said that the divine realm is boring. I understand. I'm going to have breakfast at the inn for now. What do you want to do? I mean, I don't know if you can eat since you're not a guest at the inn. Don't worry. I don't need to eat. As expected from a god, it might be bad if you go out through the inn. So if you go out, please go out well hidden, okay? I can't be responsible for anything that happens. I understand. What the hell is this in the morning? If I say it's my fault, it might be my fault, but to wake up and find a person sitting in my room is really too much of a horror story. I'm really glad that I noticed it in the morning. Still, how will Ria-sama spend a week? Does she know that she'll be staying in an inn? And what about money? She said she doesn't need to eat. And don't tell me she doesn't need to sleep either. When I think about it, I feel that the goddess ecology is quite a mystery. Section. Why are you still here? Because I was waiting for Loki. After breakfast, I went back to my room, and Ria-sama was still sitting in the chair. She's cute with her bare feet dangling around. Her face is ultra cute, and if she said, "I've been waiting for you in this situation," I would be thrilled, but I won't be fooled. You're looking for transmigrators, right? Yes. Shouldn't you get going? I'm going with Loki. What does that mean? Why am I going with her? Did I say yesterday that I was going to explore with them? No, I didn't say that. There's no way I would have let go of the hunt and done that. Yeah, I mean, I definitely did not say that. Wait, I have plans too, you know? I want to go to the Lulub forest today, which I didn't get to yesterday. So I'll go with you. Huh? Oh, man. It seems like we're having a conversation, but we're actually having trouble keeping up. Even though I don't have hearing loss, I feel like my hearing is getting worse. If I keep doing this, I'm going to keep saying, what? I don't really understand the towns and villages of the lower world. So I'm going to follow Loki and see if there are any transmigrators around. I see. So what are you going to do at the end of the day? Question mark. I mean, what are you going to do at the end of the day, Ria-sama? I'm coming back here with you. Oh, I've certainly wished for that. The women I've had a lot of contact with in this world are Amanda-san, estimated to be about 40 years old, the landlady of the inn, estimated to be about 50, the lady in the guild dining room, estimated to be about 50, and Sister Mary's son in the church, estimated to be about 50. All of them are older than my former age, that is, all of them are aunts. They are way beyond my strike zone. There is even Mei-chan, 10 years old, but she is also far below the strike zone in the opposite sense, so I have only seen her as a child. I thought this was my destiny. After my transference. For some reason, I was shunned by young girls of the right age, so in a way, I could say I was cursed. So when I found out that Dogeza, the reincarnated cheat hero, was a famous harem guy, I felt a trembling desire to kill him. Hey, why are you taking all the good parts? Do you understand my situation? I wanted to scare him if I met him, but the goddess is too high a hurdle to jump out of the blue. What am I supposed to do with such a literally inhuman girl? Ria-sama, as you can see, there is only one bed in this room. I don't need to sleep. I'll be fine. Hey, what would you do in the middle of the night if you didn't sleep? I sit and wait for Loki to wake up. Ugh. That's not how it is. If that happened, I wouldn't have a shred of privacy. That's no different than monitoring me, is it? You could say that. My body flowed naturally when I heard this. This is a Dogeza that I have done a few times in the past and had to perform in front of my clients. Please give me a break. Question mark. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to do anything wrong. I'm just living hard day by day. So I have nothing to be guilty of. But still, private time is important. I'm a man, too, especially at night, before I go to bed. I don't really understand, but it's okay, right? Of course it's not okay. Oh no. No. No, no. I wonder if there is a more effective way to convince Ria-sama, who definitely doesn't understand my situation. I have some tricks that might work with other goddesses, but I'm not sure if they will work with Ria-sama. But the only way to get out of this predicament is to try. Ria-sama, do you realize how you look to other people? You are the most beautiful girl in the world. I have never seen anything like you on Earth. What do you think would happen to me if I had such a girl around me all the time? I would die in many ways. I have a modest dream of getting married and having children in the future. Please, don't make me an overly demanding, extravagant person. After I finished, I stared at Ria-sama and, oh, okay, I'll think about it. Hooray. I did it. I did it. There is no element of lying at all. Since it's quite honest, there's no problem if she reads my mind. But the way she looks down with a slight blush on her face is also too precious. When I think about it, wouldn't it make me very happy to be with her all the time? Then, another desire leaks out of the cracks. Chapter 59, Accompanying. Well then, let's go. Ria-sama, can't you make shoes or something like that appear here? If I had the materials, I could make them with my skills, but I don't have them, so I can't. You really made the split entity without thinking, didn't you? In the end, after the discussion that followed, she agreed to accompany me for just one day today to find out what the monster's skills are like. We agreed to do an examination of me separately from the search for the transmigrators to see if anything unusual would happen if I acquired it again. I have nothing special to hide, so there is nothing wrong with being told that it is an investigation. I also confirmed the power of the split entity since we were going to defeat the monsters. and I was told that the number of the split entity is divided by the ability of the main body. It is said that the goddesses always have some of their own bodies in the divine realm for prayer, for the oracle when choosing a job, and so on. Even so, they are much stronger than humans, so there is no need to worry about Ryo-sama on the hunting grounds. That's because she has all the skills that humans have. The bonus status alone would have been a huge skill value. Even if her ability is only a fraction of her original level, she is definitely much stronger than me, and it is no wonder that she cannot be defeated by an E-rank monster. And even if something were to happen to her, it would only be a split entity created with her skills, so there would be absolutely no damage to her main body. If anything, the disadvantage of creating a split entity is that it weakens the main body, so as long as she remains in the safety of the divine realm, Ryo-sama will be invincible. I don't know if there are any people who can use this skill, but if they can, it's certainly an excellent skill. The only drawback is that the purpose of creating a split entity is to automatically use the designated skill, and only one skill from the main body's skills can be set in the split entity. Since the assigned skill was God's Eye, which is necessary for this purpose, she could not rely on any other skill, and I told her beforehand that she would not participate in the battle aspect just to watch. As expected, it would be too much of a cheat to say that the goddess can use all available skills. I was not looking for that much, and since I had planned to do the last attack myself from the beginning, it would not have been a problem at all if she had not participated in the battle. And as a simple question, if she doesn't have different language comprehension, can she understand my language? I wondered. When I asked her about it, she told me that the goddess had been endowed with many language skills from the beginning and that she had no problem conversing in the languages of Felsa-sama's world, even without any skills. It's a level of intelligence that ordinary people can't understand, but as long as I can communicate with her, it's fine with me, so I don't mind. This way, there is no problem with her accompanying me to the hunting grounds. Yes, there is no problem after arriving at Lulub Forest. First of all, how will she get to Lulub Forest without shoes? This is a big problem for me right now. I'm not sure what time the shoe store opens. I'm thinking 8 a.m., which is about the same time the other stores open. If that's the case, it seems like it would be okay if we go now, but Ryo-sama, is it possible to withdraw the split entity once and send it out again later? If I can determine Loki's location with the oracle in between, it's possible, but I want to see what happens along the way, so that's not an option. But just getting out of this inn will be a hardship, you know? Ryo-sama didn't pay for it. Loki will do his best there. It's a hell of a lot of work to leave it to someone else. But even if I think about it here, it won't help me. Normally, I would have left this city for the hunting grounds by now, and I don't want to waste any more time. I understand. Anyway, I'll pay the landlady for both of us today. Let's go, shall we? Saying that, I squat down, ? You can't walk barefoot, can you? I'll carry you on my back to the shoe store, so please hop on my back quickly for now. I got it. I'm already squatting, so I don't know what face Ryo-sama is making. After a short pause, I make my way to the landlady's place, not letting my dirty mind get the better of me despite the weight on my back, the long, thin black hair tickling my cheeks, and the indescribably sweet smell wafting through my nostrils. I have never felt more resentful of the leather armor between me and Ryo-sama than I do today. I'm sorry, landlady. For some reason, this girl had to stay in the room yesterday as well. I'll pay for both of us, so please forgive me. You're doing it too, little boy. I see. Next time, tell me in advance. I didn't do anything. The sheets are clean. I know I'm making a terrible excuse, but I won't be misunderstood. If this continues, I will be considered an erotic child, and since I haven't really done anything wrong, I will make sure to correct it. By the way, Ryo-sama is so light. Is the weight of the split entity also being split? Just by looking at her, I'd say she's in the 3rd year of middle school or something like that. She's about the same height as me, or I'm just a little taller than her. probably not even 150 centimeters. Even if she had bought shoes, what would be the excuse for a girl wearing only a white one-piece dress and carrying no weapons if I met someone in the Lulub forest or the hunting grounds? With this thought in mind, I went to the shoe store with Ryo-sama holding me tightly around my neck, feeling a little irritated. Ryo-sama, are you sure you were okay with the sandals? You're going to walk to the Lulub forest like this, you know? It's okay. I'll take off my shoes if it comes to that. What's the point of buying them if you can just take them off? Now, we are out of the city of Bizet and heading north towards the Lulub forest. Of course, my style is the same even when the goddess is present, so I always jog with an oversized basket on my back. When I went to the guild with Ryo-sama, I was afraid that there would be a big commotion, so while she was choosing her shoes in the shoe shop, I took my basket and confirmed my request, and then I immediately joined her, and we set off. Ryo-sama has been jogging with me for a while, but I was a little nervous because the shoes she bought were sandals, but as expected, I couldn't say that the sturdy hunter boots would look good with a one-piece dress. If you asked me what would look better on her, I would have to say sandals. I will probably never forget the look on the shoemaker's old man's face as he watched this exchange with a grin on his face for the next 5 years or so. Oh, by the way, Ryo-sama. What? Are you sure that the goddesses, including Ryo-sama, are not recognizable by your face? Of course. It would be a big deal if the goddesses descended to the lower world. Even if it was a split entity, if it was discovered, there might be an uproar, and the question of who I was with would be raised 9 times out of 10. That is all right. The people I met in person were over 10,000 years ago, so no one would know. I see. Oh, is he the person who fell out of the interdimensional space you mentioned? Yes. That was the last time. Did you know this person because he stopped by the church? Yes. If he comes near the church, or rather, the sacred object, then we can identify people individually, so if there's an outsider at that time, we'll be able to notice the discomfort. So that's why the first time I went to the church, I just felt like I was being called to do something. I ended up thinking it was all in my head and just walked away. Was someone calling to me the first time I stopped by the church? That was Alicia. She was making a big fuss about the fact that I might not be from this world, and she was trying to keep Loki from leaving. So that's what was going on. I thought I was imagining things and left. It can't be helped. If you leave the statue, which is a sacred object, our power will be weakened. So, is the statue of God a sacred object? That means the blackboard is also a sacred object. Still, when I think that there have been statues of gods and churches for more than 10,000 years and that civilization has continued much as it is today, I realize that the stagnation of this world is tremendous. What would the earth be like? Would it be the age of cavemen? Well, if the statues of the gods are made like that, even if they are sacred objects, people will probably think Ryo-sama is just a super cute girl when they see you. Please don't reveal this to the public by yourself. There will definitely be trouble after that. That's okay. After that, I continued to talk with Ryo-sama during the 3-hour one-way trip. The information received from this split entity is transmitted to the main body in real time. When the information is transmitted to the main body, it is shared with the goddesses as it is. The goddesses will respond to the reincarnation, but Alicia-sama is in charge of all direct correspondence. The god's eye must see the object with its own eyes, so the range of its reach depends on its eyesight. The goddesses read minds as a matter of course, literally using the mind-reading skill. Of course, Ryo-sama has no money in this world and is penniless. The divine realm is divided into separate administrative worlds, so there are only 6 goddesses living in the place I saw. It took 2 minutes to use divine communication and 10 to 20 minutes to call the souls to the divine realm through the church. When you think about it, it was the first time I had ever talked to the goddesses for that long. However, the words never stopped flowing as the topics naturally came up one after the other. I slowed down from my usual jogging pace so as not to interfere too much with my breathing. Before noon, however, I finally arrived at my first visit to the Lulub forest. Chapter 60, Troublesome Hunting Ground. At first glance, The forest does not look much different from the great Palmyra forest. Standing at the entrance of the forest, I asked Ryo-sama, who had led me here. Ryo-sama, are you sure this is the Lulub forest? No problem. The names of countries and cities change so often that I can't remember them, but the names of places don't change so easily, so I won't make a mistake. That's exactly the kind of statement that the goddess who has been observing the world would make. Many countries have been destroyed, and new countries have been built on top of them. She has witnessed the rise and fall of each of those times. The time she has spent with me now is probably not even a momentary memory for the goddess, but as a man, I still have to protect the minimum I need to protect. She is much stronger than I am, and she is also a split entity, but I guess that is what a gentleman is supposed to do. Well then, Ryo-sama, I will start hunting immediately, so please follow me. This is my first time hunting here, so I don't know how it will go, but if there are any monsters that come close to Ryo-sama, I will try to defeat them with priority. I understand. Ah, you also want to see the monster's special skill, right? Yes, I want to find out what kind of skills you have. Then I'll use rush aggressively. But just to confirm, is it true that God's Eye also shows the skills of monsters? Probably. I don't know, because only Firel has tried it. I see. Well, it's good that you know. But please tell me if the monster has a skill that Ryo-sama doesn't know about. I'll let you know after I acquire that skill. I understand. After such an easy meeting, we went to the Lulub forest. As expected on the first day, there was no need to run, and my steps were slow and deliberate. For now, I'll leave the presence detection and exploration functions completely open. The question is which monsters to specify with exploration. There are 3 types of monsters in Lulub forest. Among them, I will quickly consider the most troublesome. Is it the rig spider here? The orc is so big that it would be easy to spot it without using exploration, and even if the small wolf were to attack me, I don't think it would be fatal. Then I should be most wary of the rig spider, which is the smallest in size and could wrap me in its web. Then, less than 3 minutes after entering the forest, I caught the rig spider's response with exploration. Ryo-sama, I have received the reaction of a monster called rig spider for the time being, so I am going there. Please let me know if you can confirm its ability. Roger that. As I set off, I checked the status screen for a moment. When I was only about 10 meters away, I saw the rig spider, 22% experience. Huh? I mean, wow. It looks like something a normal girl or even 90% of the people on Earth would be disgusted by. Even the big spiders you sometimes see in Japan are about 3 centimeters long. I don't really want to look at them directly, but the spider hanging just outside my field of vision is about 50 centimeters long. It's kind of black and shiny, and even now that I'm getting tougher mentally, I wouldn't go near it if I could. What's more, it's on a tree. My sword can't reach it, and it's a bit of an inconvenient place. I glanced at Ryo-sama when I blurted it out, and she nodded and answered what I was looking for. Night Vision Level 1 and Sticky Thread Level 1. Sticky Thread is a skill that even we don't have. I see. Sticky Thread, huh? From the looks of it, it is definitely a skill. Even if I were to acquire such a skill, how would I be able to use it? Will I be able to shoot strings out of my mouth? Just thinking about it makes me sick. But if it is level 1, I have to defeat 5 monsters. So, for now, I'll just concentrate on the monster in front of me. Anyway, it's the first time I've seen it, and even though I think I can defeat it by releasing wind magic towards the main body, I approach it with my magic power conserved. PSSSHHHH. It spits out a string when I get within 5 meters of it, but the speed of the spurt isn't that great. So if I don't let my guard down, I won't get eaten first. The problem is after that. Rig spiders are hanging by a thread from a branch about 5 meters high. Even though it's slightly lower than the branch, I can't reach it at all. Even if I extend my sword, I wonder if it will come down after it spits out the string. PSSHH. PSSHJ. It just keeps spitting out strings and won't come down. It's a good tactic if you want to mass-produce strings, but it's just annoying when you want to take it down quickly. I can understand why Zinkan wanted a bow. Maybe he had heard from a senior hunter that he needed a means of long-range attack. Isn't it inevitable if that's the case? If I'm going to defeat a number of them, I'd like to conserve my magic power, so I'll keep my magic power consumption to about 2 or 3. Oh wind, cut. For a moment, a blue-purple mist covers my hand, which is shaped like a hand sword, and soon after, an invisible blade of wind heads towards the thread that supports the rig spider. But is it not good? Even when I shake the rig spider a little harder, it doesn't reach the point of severing. Then it's a question of whether to increase the magic consumption or take other measures. But if the premise is to defeat the numbers, this is the next one. Oh fire, fly. Without pausing for a moment, this time, I turned my hand into the shape of a gun and shot out a small fireball that consumed much less magic power. If it's sticky and has high physical durability, I thought it might have the property of being easily flammable. Wow, I guess I was right. The prediction came true, and the strings holding up the rig spider broke, causing it to fall to the ground. In this case, it was just a target. To avoid the proof of subjugation, I plunged my sword into its belly and finally killed the first one. As soon as the first one was killed, I began to dismantle it, slightly opening my status screen to check only the experience bar. 23%. If the increase is about 1% per body, the experience value is quite tasty. How much more than in the Rocker Plains? While I was thinking about this, Ria-sama called out to me, "How are you doing? Do you think you can make it?" "I have no problem beating them. It's just that I have to shoot magic once to bring it down to a position where I can reach it with my sword. Why not just hit it directly on the body? If I do that, it will consume a lot of magic power, and I can't handle the number of shots. It's hard to do with so little magic." "Please don't compare me to the goddess. I do this in my own weak way. Think about efficiency later." When I interject, Ria-sama giggles. "Oh, I think that might be the first time I've ever seen you laugh!" Hurry up and show me something called rush. Haha. I can't do it against the spider. I'll do it when the orcs come out. Just wait and see. After saying that, I finished dismantling the piece and collected the threads that were scattered around the area. For reference, it was another hassle. Even when I tried to cut them with a knife, the sticky nature of the threads made it difficult to cut them smoothly, and they also stuck to the knife, wasting a lot of time. Ugh, what a stressful monster. I managed to get as much thread as I could from the trees and the ground, and then I braced myself and went deeper into the forest to look for my next target. Strange, isn't it? I was going to say that she looks cuter with a smile on her face, but then I suddenly felt embarrassed. Am I okay? As I thought this, I was inwardly relieved that I was lucky that it was the split entity that could not read my thoughts. Chapter 61. I feel the defense benefit. Loki. They have 2 skills, level 2 rush and level 1 bite. Both are for monsters only. Oh, I understand. In front of me, there were 2 small wolves about 3 feet long. One of them had already been slashed in the head and was lying at my feet. Just when I thought I had detected movement within a 15-meter radius, which is the current range of the presence detection, it all happened so fast from there. I think it was originally fast and probably used rush as well. When I detected their presence, they were right in front of me before I had time to get ready, so I got impatient and accidentally swung my sword at the small wolf's head. Well, unlike the poison mouse of the Rocker Plains, this is not a monster that should be defeated with its face as unscathed as possible, so there should be no problem. It looks about the size of a big brown dog, but it growls and is scary, and its fangs are pretty awesome. So, if they were moving in a group at that speed, and if I had come here at level 5 or so, I would definitely have died because I couldn't keep up with their movements. But now that I'm moving from one hunting ground to another with an emphasis on skill, it's not a problem. The rush is indeed a bit frantic and fast, but even so, I know the characteristic of only being able to go straight. If I rip its belly open while shifting to the side. See, it's all done in one hit. What does that mean? At the same time, my stance is oh no, I can't avoid it. Thud. The small wolf and I stare at each other. I think we were thinking the same thing. Huh? Because it didn't hurt. I was a little shocked when it hit me, but it was only a step back, and I was able to stay on my feet without any problem. I can say that there was almost no pain from the impact. This is probably due to the increased poison resistance. My defense alone is excellent. Then, the small wolf, suddenly coming to its senses, turns around and changes its target. Oh no! It changed its target to Ryusama. I tried to run to catch up with it, but from the first movement, its movement speed was completely unmatched. Ryusama. It went that way. Damn. I can't get there in time. Rush. My vision drifted, and the distance between me and the small wolf decreased, but I still couldn't catch up. One more time. Rush. Then I quickly plunged my sword into the small wolf's butt, which I finally caught, and managed to finish my first battle with the small wolf with almost no damage. Phew. I damaged its tail, but that's the proof of subjugation. So it's okay? You didn't have to worry about that monster coming at me. Was that Rush? Oh yeah, that's right. I used it without thinking. You're suddenly fast, you know? At my current level, it's about twice as fast as normal. The effect is limited to a distance of about 5 meters. Did you use it twice? Yes. The second time, I activated it by chanting in my head. I see. While talking about such things, I immediately started to dismantle it, and while doing so, I checked my status screen. Different frames, and the type that doesn't even show up until you can get to it. I thought that bite was 60% and sticky thread was 20% for rig spider, but it seems that the skills that are not shown in the skill tree do not show the progress of the skill before it is acquired. I guess this means that since Rush has a percentage listed, it is possible to know the details after it is acquired. Ryusama. If I defeat 2 more of those small wolves, I should be able to acquire the bite skill. Probably. Until I get it, I won't know what's going on. The details will only be known after I acquire it, right? Bite? Does that mean Loki bites the enemy? No, I don't know. Like the sticky thread before? It's a mystery whether I can use it once I've acquired it. Is there a pattern where it can't be obtained? If it's Rush, whether it's a monster or a human. If it can rush, it's Rush. I don't know if it's a Japanese word, but if you're asking whether it can be done or not, I would say it's a behavior that most organisms can do. On the other hand, bite well, most creatures with mouths and teeth can do that, but definitely not sticky thread. It is not something that can be done if there is no organ in the body to produce the threads. So what would happen if that were the case? Can such an organ be created in the body by acquiring it? I don't think so. But if I continue to acquire monster-specific skills, I won't become more and more inhuman, will I? It's alright, isn't it? I've never thought about this before, so I'm suddenly worried. But let's not tell Ryusama right now. If you don't know which way it's going to go, you have to try it and see what happens. If you don't try it and freak out, you'll never be able to hunt properly on most hunting grounds in the future. I can't stand being stuck on the rocker plains for the rest of my life. If the threads become splittable, I'll talk to the goddesses about it. So I made up my mind and got tired of skinning the little wolves. I tried a bit, gave up the hunt, and went further in. Then, after about 20 minutes, Bite LV1 has been acquired. Ooh, Ryusama. I acquired Bite as expected. I've safely taken the Bite skill after defeating a rig spider and 2 more small wolves that have appeared since then. I'm going to check the details on the status screen, so please wait a moment. Yes, it looks like it can be used normally, but there's no practicality at all, isn't there? The details are as follows. Bite LV1 adds 120% ability value correction to the act of biting for 1 second at will. Magic power consumption 3. Well, it seems to use 3 magic power and makes the bite a bit stronger. Can you use that? It seems to work, but I doubt I'll ever use it. The bonus stat is strength, so that's excellent. Ryusama has an indescribable look on her face, but it's the same for me, a skill that is no use. But that's okay, it's better to have it than not to have it. And if it raises my status a little, that's no bad thing. That's the way it should be, right? Ryusama. My teeth haven't suddenly become sharp or anything, right? You seem fine. Good. If my teeth suddenly started to look like beasts, My life in the other world would have been bleak. I can't let my guard down yet, but for now, let's just assume that there are a few advantages but no disadvantages. Let us go on. We haven't defeated the orcs yet, and the time limit is about 1500 hours. Section. The two of us wandered through the forest. After killing another rig spider, I saw a sight I didn't really want to see. We found the orcs, but is it a party of 4? A party fighting orcs in a location outside of my presence detection range. If that were all, there would be no problem, but there are 2 orcs facing them, and although the party fought with them briefly, they seem to be on the run. Well, what should we do? According to the rules Amanda-san taught me earlier, you are not allowed to intercept a monster that someone else is fighting. She said that unnecessary extra help could get me into trouble. This is the same in the games I got into. This is known as sideswiping, and is considered such an abominable breach of etiquette that in some games, it is even posted on a certain message board, as it usually results in a dispute over experience and loot. As for the party in question, it is difficult to judge the situation. If you say they are fighting while pulling, they are fighting. If you say they are having trouble scattering, they seem to be doing so. Normally, I would have called them and asked them to confirm their intentions, but looking behind me, I see the presence of Ryusama with a calm face. If I were on my own, I wouldn't be able to act like this, and I'd be stuck in the middle. I wonder if Ryusama sensed such feelings. You don't have to worry about me, you know? No, still, it's not normal for a girl to be in the forest. I think it's better if people don't see you too much. So what are you going to do? I'm thinking about it now, but Ryusama, from your point of view, what do you think? Do they run away? I don't know, but those 4 are not strong. They don't have much skill. Even Ryusama can't see people's levels and ability stats. If all she could see were their skills, it would be natural for her to be ambiguous in her judgment. Besides, from Ryusama's point of view, every human being is weak. Is that really not much of a clue? So, shall I make her hide temporarily? Ryusama, it would be bad for my sleep if I just pass by and find out later that everyone is dead. So I'll talk to them first. Yes. So, Ryusama, why don't you hide in a tree or something? Even if it's just to hide. Your white clothes are very conspicuous. You want me to climb? I'll push Ryusama up. It'll be fine. After guiding Ryusama to a relatively straight tree in front of us, I began to prepare a stone pillar next to it. Now I'm going to make a stone pillar at Ryusama's feet. I'm going to carry Ryusama up on it, so please be careful not to fall off by putting your hand on the tree or something, okay? That's an interesting way to use it. Let's go then. Generate a 5-meter high stone pillar. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ryusama, now you can just relax and hold on to some branches over there. Oh no, not that I was aiming. I didn't want to, but I had forgotten that Ryusama was wearing a one-piece or a skirt. When I looked up at her from below, I could see it. I see. This is also white. It was God who showed me this, but I dare say thank you, God, for my good fortune. Ouch. While the party was having such a life and death struggle a little further on, happiness was filling my brain, and then suddenly, I felt pain. What is it? A branch has fallen on me. I looked up again and saw Ryusama holding the hem of her dress and staring at me, her face bright red. I'll kill you later. Jawa. The forest was filled with screams that looked like a monster attack at first glance but were actually something else entirely. Chapter 62, Participation in the War. Even goddesses have a sense of shame. This is a wonderful discovery. Thinking of such a helpless thing, I ran after the party, which moved away from me a little. The party is still stuck with 2 orcs, and the well-built man with the axe is acting as their leader, trying to keep them at bay, while the one with the staff and the porter with the basket on his back are moving between them, and the one with the spear is moving at a short run towards the exit of the forest. Is it possible that the man with the spear is running away at the moment he is confronted by the orcs? If so, sorry. I'm here to help you if you're in trouble. What do you want me to do? Then the axe man notices me and shouts loudly. He must be in a hurry! Exclamation mark. Is that true? That would be a great help. Can you take care of one for me? I understand. To be honest, this is my first battle with orcs. Even though I said I understood, I'm not sure I can even hold one. But when the small wolf hit me with its body, I thought, is this the end of it? Orcs with green figures are big, but the closer you get to them, the more intimidating they are. Still, I had a strange feeling of security that I would probably be alright. I think I underestimated the orcs even before the fight when I thought I'd move away from the party so that the experience wouldn't flow into theirs. In its hand was a log that looked as big as my thigh. As I approached, the orcs seemed to notice, and one of them swung the log at me. Small wolves are much faster. I can afford to dodge them. With that in mind, I dive under the log and slash the arm that was swinging at me. But, of course, it is not a fatal wound, as the position to the neck is high. Should I slash its legs and bring it to its knees first? With that in mind, I was just about to slash at it, shifting my view to its legs, when my presence detection picked up a strange movement. Huh? Why is the other one on me, too? Ugh. My vision spins. When I thought I saw the sky, I saw dirt and realized I was rolling on the ground when I hit a tree and stopped moving. I wasn't moving much, but I was breathing hard. Of course. Shit. Why are they both coming at me? Looking at where they would have been earlier, the party of 4 was nowhere to be seen. Seriously, I saved them and they just pushed them right at me. The orcs' attack earlier, I was also in attack mode, and when I realized I couldn't avoid it, I used my arm to protect myself. I quickly checked the condition of my arm. I knew it. If I take a real hit, I'll be blown away, but there's not much damage. So it's all thanks to the poison resistance. If that's the case, it won't be hard to defeat it. You guys need to prepare yourselves, okay? I won't die even if I get hit 100 times, okay? After making such a fearless declaration, I slashed at the 2 orcs. Section. Ryusama, I'm sorry about before. I'm done now. It's fine. I still feel a bit grumpy, but it was an unavoidable event, so there's nothing I can do about it. With the stone pillar I had made as a landmark, I returned to the tree where Ryusama was hiding and thought about how to get her down. If you come down, I will hold the stone pillar while, Björn. No problem. Oh, I see. I'm slightly intimidated by the goddess's physical abilities, but I continue the conversation. Well, I'll leave the orcs where they are for now, so I'll go back and start dismantling them. Okay, more importantly, have you been all right? You got blown up so many times. Oh, I think I've got a pretty good defense, so I'll be fine. I never thought they'd shove both of them into me, though. I was watching the part where the party escaped too? Yes, the one with the axe was worried, but the one with the spear didn't stop and kept going, and the others followed. I see. I start to dismantle it, but I can't really concentrate. The reason, of course, is the behavior of the party that just occurred. I know that I have to do something, but the work is slow. I'll talk to Ryusama if I have to. Ryusama. What? I don't want to do anything that would harm people without any reason. But if someone does something unreasonable like that, or does something that I think is different, I can't bring myself to forgive them as it is. Yes. Then it would be strange to call it retaliation. But is the idea of making them pay for their behavior strange? Not at all. I guess you're right. It's not strange at all. Ryusama is a goddess, right? Aren't you usually negative about such things? I'm the goddess of punishment and sin, remember? That's right. It is Alicia who is bothered by such things. So my retaliation is okay with you? A crime is punished by punishment. You can do whatever you want as long as it falls within the scope of that crime. Ryusama. I understand. Your likability is skyrocketing. Ryusama and I might get along well. B. But I am not aware of all the laws that humans make. So if something goes wrong, Loki is responsible for his own actions. Of course, I was afraid that I would have to put up with a lot of things because I had abilities I didn't understand, or overlook things that were harmful to me. I'm really glad you didn't say that. That's all right for now. Today, I know that the skills of the monsters don't seem to be much. And I also know that Loki doesn't have the atmosphere to do any harm himself. That's right. I'm just an ordinary person living a small life. Fufu, I don't think an ordinary person would be well after being beaten by an orc. That may be true, but just lewd. There's no denying that. GGHH. It was an accident, but I won't dare deny it. After that, I made my way to the exit of the forest, saying it was time to go back while defeating the monsters I had glimpsed on the way. As it turned out, orcs have no monster-specific skills, and the only skill they had was the level 2 skill stick cart. Needless to say, I was disappointed because I hadn't planned on using stick cart, and when I went hunting for the rig spider while Ryusama was around, I found that I could successfully acquire it but that I couldn't use the sticky thread skill. Even after acquiring it, the letters remained dark and unusable, even though I had the skill level and status bonus. On the other hand, this seems to have eliminated the possibility of me gradually becoming a monster, so in a way, I can rest easy. There are skills that can be acquired but not used. This is the first time I've heard this information. That's right. If it is a skill that can be learned by humans, there is no such thing as not being able to use it even though it has been acquired. That's a relief. I was wondering what I could do if Loki ever started using Dragon's Breath or something like that. That's awfully tempting. I want to spit the breath out. It'll make your mouth all gooey, won't it? Probably. I can't dream. Ryusama. This will not be a typical party. The goddess is with me, and first of all, she is a split entity, and she has not participated in any battles. I can say that it was more like a party when I accompanied Zinc-kun and the others. Then what is this? We went to a forest where monsters appeared. I just defeated the monsters there and quietly did the dismantling work that would horrify Earthlings. But I guess you could say this is the first date I've been on in a long time. With that in mind, we spent the next 3 hours after leaving the forest chatting quietly as we made our way towards the city. It was an unexpectedly pleasant time, and I didn't even notice that I'd forgotten my usual jog. Chapter 63, A Determined Man. We parted ways just as we entered the north entrance of Bizut. What will you do now? When I asked Ryusama about her plans, she said that for the time being, she would walk around the city looking for transmigrants, and when she saw no movement of people, she would withdraw the split entity once. Starting tomorrow, she said she would be observing Bizut for about a week, so she asked me if she could use me as a contact person to withdraw her split entity at night and bring it out in the morning. So I told her my plans. Ryusama, I don't know how long it will be after tomorrow, but I will continue to stay in the Lulub forest where we went today. So I won't be in the city. Why? It doesn't look like what people are doing, does it? I went there today and found out that place is far away, and the materials are big and time-consuming, so it's not very financially efficient. So I'm going to put money aside at this point and stay there until I graduate from the Lulub forest. I see. I understand. While saying this, Ryusama looks down for some reason. Strange feeling of guilt, but it can't be helped. It's no use commuting from Bizut to this place every day. Right. Shoes. Maybe shoes bought here can't be taken back to the divine realm? Yes. If that's the case, then the shoes will be left at the place where she split her body. It's not a very expensive pair of shoes, but even I feel like I bought them. So I understand. Then let's say I keep renting that room. Then you can leave the shoes in the room when you withdraw, and take them out when you come back, so there will be no problem, right? I'll just tell the landlady that I'm only staying until today, but after that, the girl will stay, and as long as I pay her all the money, it should be fine. Loki's not staying there, so how can you afford to pay for it? Fufafu. I'm quite rich despite what I look like, although I don't really know how much money I have. What's that? I really think Ryusama looks even cuter when she smiles like that. If that's the case, let's not be so conscious and say it properly. Even though she is a goddess, she might notice something. Ryusama, it's even more beautiful when you smile, you know? I think you should refrain from smiling in the city, though, because men will go crazy if you do. I'll leave my shoes in your room later. I look vaguely at Ryusama as she runs away. Today was fun. but each rig spider is about 1%. On the other hand, the 2 orcs I killed while Ryosama was hiding in the tree increased my experience by 5%. So there is a high possibility that even the goddess is sucking up experience. If I hunt the rig spider alone tomorrow, I'm pretty sure I'll have the answer, but that's the only thing I'm a little disappointed about. I thought there might be a party that I wouldn't call a party. But if you ask me which is better than the obsession with power, the obsession with power still wins. It's like a disease. Phew. Today is today, and tomorrow is tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm going to get serious. So I went to the Hunters Guild to cash in my materials section. I never thought I'd see such a normal amount of material in Loki's basket. There were some circumstances. Besides, today is my first day at Lulub. You didn't go yesterday? Well, I didn't see you yesterday. Why yesterday? A lot of things happened. I was fishing in the Seal River. Phew, ha ha ha. I see, that's okay. Loki spends so much time hunting every day that it worries me. You'll die young if you don't get some rest, you know? Roddy-san is here every day too. Besides, I've had enough rest, so I'll start taking it seriously tomorrow. Oh? I'm looking forward to that, I said and asked him to check the materials. As he said, there were indeed some today, and it looked easy. While I was watching the scene, Roddy-san picked up the orc meat and took it to the side of the dismantling area. There was a large fishhook-like object hanging there, and after he hooked the meat in, he fumbled with it behind him. Is that a scale or something? Yes. The price of the meat is determined by the part of the meat, the weight, and the rank of the material. For a horned rabbit or something like that, it's about the same price per body. But for an orc, it's not so easy to make such a rough estimate. This is also true with horned rabbits. Even if the amount of meat is slightly different, the difference is only a few hundred Bs at most. I have never seen a child horned rabbit, but when they grow up, they are all about the same size, so there is not much difference. But with orcs, it depends on how much the hunter is willing to cut up and bring back. In this world, it might be possible for a hunter to know the weight of an orc by holding it in his hand, but the price is determined by weighing the orc. Alright, we're done. 2 orcs, both of material rank B, meat quality extra fine, both weighing 11 kilograms. There are also 2 magic stones and 2 pieces of subjugation proof. Then there are 5 rig spiders and 8 small wolves. That leaves 1 kilogram of rig spider's thread. I had no idea how much it would cost. No problem. But unlike before, I have no idea what the price is. That's not clear to me either. That's the receptionist's job. Ask Commander. Right. It can't be helped. I don't need the money, but I'll exchange it today. And if Ryosama and the other goddesses come down in the future, I'll need some money in case something happens to them. I was thinking of leaving it all with Amanda-san, but if that is the case, I can leave the money with Ryosama for now. If someone tries to steal it, Ryosama will be able to fight them off quickly, right? Oh, yes, that's right. I'll have to let Roddy-san know. Roddy-san, I'm going to take it seriously tomorrow and stay in the Lulub forest, so I don't think I'll see you here for the time being. If anyone wants to use the basket, you can lend it to them. Huh? Wait. What do you mean? As I said, I will be living in the Lulub forest for the time being. So I'm not going back to the city. Is that what you really mean? This is not normal. Hey, are you listening to me? If I don't go home soon, I don't know when Ryosama will come back to my room at the inn. It's okay, I'll do my best. After saying that, the next step was to go to the reception. I passed the wooden plank to Amanda-san's place, and next to the counter is a man who gets down on his knees as soon as he sees me. Yes, the Axeman I saw today was rubbing his forehead on the floor. Chapter 64, Business Discussion. I'm really sorry. A loud apology echoed through the guild. Seeing this, the hunters near the reception desk, which was bustling with redemption, distribution, and food, pushed aside to see what was going on. Please raise your head. No, I can't just raise it to force a monster on someone who took the trouble to come and help us. I'm really sorry. I'm in trouble. This person's sincerity is already well understood. So, I'm not going to do anything about it, and since I was able to return home mostly unscathed in the first place, I didn't suffer any real damage. Perhaps my previous incident with Adint made him even more upset. I understand. I forgive you for today's incident. As you can see, I am safe. The man finally looks up. I really appreciate your kindness, but if there's anything I can do, anything at all, after all you did for me, you can tell me anything. Oh, I guess you could say he's a righteous man or something. When I think of it, I think Kriya-sama also said that the Axeman was the only one who worried about me when they ran away. But even if he told me to say something, I looked at Amanda-san, and she explained the situation to me while she sighed. Alba came to tell me what happened today. He told me that he pushed the monster onto the boy who came to help him and ran away. When I told him that you hadn't come back yet, he said that he would wait for you all the way back here. Oh, really? But thank goodness, Loki-kun is the only boy who is alone. And even though I thought you were probably okay, everyone in the guild was worried about you, you know? I looked at the office side and saw Piro-san, who knew about my situation, and other people I had never spoken to before but whose faces I knew. So, while bowing to everyone, I lightly confirmed the situation for the time being. By the way, I think you were in a party of 4 back then, but where are the other 3? Then, both Alba-san and Amanda-san looked at me with bitterness. I'm sorry, but as soon as they found out that you were the one who got into trouble with Adint and the others, they fled this town. This is my fault. I told them that if they tried something against Loki-kun, they wouldn't get away with it so easily. Okay, I can't blame Amanda-san. If they had dithered and dodged without such an apology, I would have seriously considered making them pay some kind of bill. I understand the situation. I received your apology, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. Just be careful next time. Huh? No, but only those who were saved survived, and in the worst case, you could have been the only one to die. Well, that could have happened under certain circumstances, but I'm alive. As you can see. Are you hurt or something? I'm fine, thank you. You're fighting 2 orcs by yourself? What's going on? No real damage was done, and Alba-san seems to be sorry for what you did. If I see the 3 who escaped, I'll beat them up. But I have no intention of doing anything to Alba-san. But then my feeling is, does this guy really feel guilty? Well, it's true that if I had been a little weaker, I who came to help would have died horribly, and those who were saved would have run back home. If I had been in the opposite position, yes, if I felt guilty, I wouldn't be able to sleep well right now. Then maybe it would be easier for Alba-san's heart to lighten if I made a simple request. Huh? Loki-kun, are you okay? He is a hunter who hunts in the Lulub forest. At the moment, his party is disbanded, and he is probably alone. His age is about 30s, and he seems to be used to being a hunter. But with 2 orcs, he is able to fight. Wait, Loki-kun, are you listening? Oh, I was just thinking, you seem to get lost in your thoughts sometimes. Ha ha ha. I often do that when I'm thinking. So, Alba-san. What is it? It's not because of what happened today, but because I think it could be a win-win situation for both of us. So why don't we have a little chat? With that, I offered to have a business discussion with him. Huh? I urge Alba-san, who doesn't quite understand my question, and lead him to an empty table. Let's sit there for now. Oh, auntie, I'll have the iced version of the fruit water, please. Would you like something to drink, Alba-san? No, I'll pass. If you get thirsty, please let me know. I'll buy you a drink. He has a confused look on his face, but depending on the content, it could be a win-win situation for Alba-san. I hope he will forgive me if I ask some rude questions. Well then, I'm going to ask you a few questions. I won't ask you anything too difficult, so please feel free to answer them. After saying that, I confirm whether what I have in mind is feasible or not. Are you from this city, Alba-san? Yes, but how long have you been a hunter? Since I turned 10. So you have been a hunter for a long time. Are you at Ranky now? Yes. 3 members of your party fled the city, which means you are all alone now, right, Alba-san? That's right. What are your plans for the future? I haven't decided yet if I will join some of the parties that are hunting in Lulub, or if I will go to Palmyra where I can earn some money on my own. I see. So that means there are some parties you can approach. If you've been a hunter for a long time, you'll have a certain number of acquaintances. By the way, how well do you think you could defeat the Lulub monster by yourself? Alba? By myself? Yes. For example, you can't defeat an orc, but you can defeat 2 small wolves or something like that. Well, if it's an orc, I'm not sure if I can defeat one or not, but with small wolves and rig spiders, one-on-one is no problem, but I'm not so sure about several at the same time. I see. What about the other people in your party you want to talk to? What do you mean? Are they all about the same in terms of ability? Are they able to defeat one orc alone? Or are they not too strong to fight several orcs at the same time? In Blizzard, there is one party that is strong, but the rest are all similar in ability to the one I just mentioned. The only strong party is probably the only one that uses the oversized basket that Roddy-san mentioned. So, in terms of a day's income in Lulub, it would be about 200,000 to 300,000 for the party. Right. No, 300,000 is impossible. The party I was in was the same, but after hunting an orc, we would pack up as much meat as we could and head back to the city. Even if there is material for other monsters, it is often a little more than 200,000 a day. And you would divide that among the party members? Yes, that's right. I understand, thank you. I'm sorry for asking so many details. No, I'm not talking about the skills I possess, and that's fine, but did you get anything out of it? Yes. I think I got everything. Now that I've heard that much, everything is fine. The rest depends on whether the conditions are right and whether he is willing to do it or not. Well, even if Alba-san is not on board, there is no problem. That was the original plan, so what I am going to do now is just an addition. I will make you a proposal. Of course, you can reject it, so please just listen to what I have to say. So I told him the plan I had in mind. Chapter 65, Transportation Systems. I explained to Alba-san what I was going to do tomorrow and what I had scratched out from this plan. From tomorrow, I will shut myself away in the Lulub forest. During that time, I will not even bother with the monster's materials and throw them away on the spot. He can collect the discarded materials as he pleases, but he must give me 30% of the reward. As long as he keeps a regular distance behind me, he can follow me as far as he wants to collect the materials. However, if he encounters a monster, he will have to deal with it and defend himself. This is just an outline, but when Alba-san heard this story, he rolled his eyes. Whoa, wait a minute. Excuse me, is there any benefit to you, Loki? There is. Isn't there? The Lulub forest is quite far, and it's not easy to get there and back in a day, so I thought it would be more efficient if you carried the load while I concentrated on defeating the monsters. It would certainly make sense if you said so, but you would still have to defeat a considerable number of monsters, wouldn't you? Is that okay? I'll hunt 50 or 100 monsters a day. Huh? I still don't know what happens in the Lulub forest. In the Rocker Plains, I hunted about 100 monsters a day, so I think I can do that in the Lulub forest as well. Why, you mean I can just go along and collect materials from the monsters you kill? Is it really okay to have such a good deal? It's not without risk, you know. A certain distance, so that the benefits of the goddess prayers are not dispersed. Yes. I'll ask you to move at least far enough away that I can barely see you. In order to make it difficult for Alba-san to get entangled with monsters, I intend to hunt monsters with the image of crushing the surroundings, but it will be impossible to eliminate all emissions as expected. It is necessary for you to assume that you may be involved with monsters to some extent. I've hunted in that area before. If that's the case, the problem is the people. That's right. It would have been better if the whole of Alba-san's party had reflected on the matter and stayed behind, but if it was just you, the basket would fill up quickly and it would be dangerous. So I just checked if it was possible to invite another party. I see. So that's how it is. Hey, that story. Would you mind letting us in on it? Turning towards the voice, I saw a man in his 30s. the same age as Alba-san, with a stubbled beard, standing there. When I turned my eyes to Alba-san, he nodded deeply, indicating that he knew him. My name is Miza. Like Alba, I'm the leader of a party that hunts in Lulub. Can we join the conversation? My name is Loki. Are you all E-rank hunters? All the members of my party are E-rank. I heard something that sounded interesting. If we leave Loki at a certain distance, we can gather all the materials we want, and we will give you 30% of the reward. If we're attacked by monsters, we'll deal with them ourselves. With these conditions, we won't have any problems, right? Oh, is that so? By the way, is this one of the parties that Alba-san wanted to approach? Yes, that's right. I've known him for a long time. He was the first person I wanted to approach. I see. Then, I can judge that he has at least some credibility. The way they talk and the way they look is something you have to ignore when you're dealing with hunters. That's all right then. On the contrary, thank you for calling me. With that, I ask Miza-san to sit down in an empty chair. How many people are in your party? We're a party of 5. In that case, the reward for a day's hunting is about 40,000 to 50,000 beak per person. Is that about right? Yes, there's a chance it could be more than that, you know. Considering the 30% you give me, you can probably get at least 70,000 beak per person, and probably more. Seriously? Can you afford it? The rewards would be so great. It's simple. With Alba-san and Miza-san's party of 5, there are 6 people in total. It would be easy to fill the baskets of all of them, wouldn't it? If I kill 6 orcs, that's enough to fill them. Of course, I'll be hunting more than that, so you can be as selective or mix in other materials as you like. So my request is that everyone carries a large basket on their back. If necessary, I can lend you a specially made basket, which is my own, but even bigger. And when the basket is full, I want everyone to leave at the same time. I think it would be easier to defend yourselves that way, and if you want to prevent people from fighting over the materials, you could divide the rewards equally among those who participate. Right, if those who have filled the positions start to leave, it's going to get harder and harder for those who are left. I agree with the idea of equal pay. It would save a lot of unnecessary bickering and make work more efficient. While someone is dismantling, one of you should accompany the others, or something like that, so that everyone can do it together. All right, we'll think of something. Besides, since I'll probably start hunting in the morning, I won't even know you've arrived. That will be the main problem with this operation. So anything that can make a loud noise would be welcome. Is there such a thing? The only thing I can think of is a musical instrument. How about a finger whistle? That's the only thing I can think of that makes a decent sound. Then let's try the finger whistle. If I can hear it, I will go in the direction of the sound while killing the monsters. Of course, if there are any monster corpses scattered around in the meantime, you can have them dismantled as you go. Oh, I see. Well, is there anything else you need? Oh, I think it would be better if I appointed you as temporary leader, Alba-san. Me? Yes. If I could get Alba-san to be present at the handover of the materials and hand over the wooden planks to Amanda-san. Amanda-san, I'll pay the gratuity. Can you help us? I heard you. Again, I don't understand. Well, okay, it's 30%, right? I'll add it to Loki-kun's deposit. Is that okay with you? It would be great if you could also keep track of the daily amounts for each of them. Haha. That's exciting, isn't it? I know. No one would even think of throwing away material. It's unheard of. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? I plan to hunt every day, so if you want to take a day off, just tell me the day before and I'll probably be deep in the Lulub forest. I have to earn when I can. The rest depends on the results. I'm not in a position to say I want to take a break. If it's just me, I'll use the opportunity to take a break. But as long as there's someone who wants to go, I'll go with them. Shall we go together tomorrow? We can meet at the guild after the morning bell. Okay, all right. So, the 3 of us shook hands and decided to create an environment that could be described as a variant of the sub-character transport system that I had previously envisioned on the Rocker Plains. Chapter 66, Special Training. About an hour after the evening bell. After successfully concluding the business negotiations, I slipped into a store that was about to close, bought more salt, and hurried to the inn. It was still dinner time, and many people were still coming and going. I think Ria-sama is probably still wandering around the city, but since there is no set time, I have to return to the inn with plenty of time to spare. I don't have too many complaints about this other world where civilization has lagged behind, but the only inconvenience I feel is that I can't clearly tell others what time it is. I know I'm leaving it up to others, but I wish someone would spread the use of clocks around this world. And then about the bath. I don't want to say every day, but I would like to take a bath or shower at least once every 2 or 3 days. With these thoughts in mind, I arrived at the inn. Just to be sure, I looked around the ground floor, which also serves as the dining room. That's quick. She's already here. For some reason, Ria-sama was sitting on a chair at the counter, her legs swinging. Hey boy, the little girl is waiting for you. Loki, you're late. Even Ria-sama, who doesn't eat, had to wait for me here. And the fact that the counter is hard to see for other customers is also a good job. For some reason, there was even a glass of drink in front of Ria-sama's table, which is to be expected from the proprietress who runs the business alone. She is a person who can do her job well. No, it's still time for the people in the world to be active, you know. Have you finished your inspection yet? I have time, so I'll take it easy. I see. I'm not sure if she's motivated or not, but I guess the sense of time is different between the goddess, who is immortal, and an ordinary mortal like me. It's probably pointless to go into it, so I'll leave the search for the transmigrants alone. Would you like to eat now, boy? That's right. How about you, Ria? I couldn't help but stop speaking at that point. Isn't it bad to call her Ria-sama in public? Even if they don't know her face, as expected of a god in this world whose statue is in a church, at least her name should be well known. What should I do? What are you going to do? Do you want to go back to the room first? This is what immediately came out. I call her you. I know it's very rude because it sounds like a newly married housewife, but it's better than being exposed. Maybe she noticed my concern, but she didn't mention it. I'll try it too. Huh? Yes. Sorry, proprietress-san. Is it possible to add one more person's portion? It's okay, because I made it with a little extra. I'll prepare one for the little girl as well, so just wait a little while. The proprietress went into the back kitchen, so I took the opportunity to check. Ria-sama, even though I'm the one who asked, are you able to eat? It's not that I can't eat, it's just that I don't have to. That's fine, but I just had some water and it was fine. So the food down there is probably okay. What do you mean by probably? Well, if she leaves some, I'll eat Ria-sama's portion for her. I'm used to eating for 2 at the dinner combo between the curry place and the inn. And it's not good to call you Ria-sama in public, is it? There must be a lot of kids who take goddesses' names, so it's not a problem. I see. But, I don't think it's a good idea to use Sama. That's also true. I think only the daughters of royalty and nobility would be called Sama. I feel like she could be the daughter of a very rich person, but that's what her employees and those who take care of her would call her, and it doesn't feel right for me, a hunter, to call her with Sama. Which means no way? So it's okay to call me just Ria. Seriously? Calling Ria-sama by just her name, huh? I feel my heartbeat increasing strangely. Maybe this is it. It's because I'm about to violate the taboo of calling the goddess without honorifics. I've called the goddess trash before, but when I think about it calmly, I know it's not right to call a god without honorifics. I am sure that I am not nervous about calling Ria-sama just Ria. For some reason, I am pressured by Ria-sama, who is staring at me, and I am enveloped in an atmosphere where it is necessary to say it. Suyuha-ah, Ria. Here we go. Nice timing, proprietress-san. Let's get some air. It was us who were whispering to each other here. Thank you. For now, let's eat before it gets cold, shall we? Okay. The taste of today's meal wasn't very good, but Ria-sama, who I looked at from the side, looked satisfied with her meal, so I agreed with myself that it was okay. Section. Ria. One more time. Ria. I can't hear you. Ria. After returning to the room, for some reason, the practice of calling Ria-sama's name began. I was half forced to start because I didn't want anyone to find out because of me. But wait a minute, please. Starting tomorrow, I'm going on an expedition to Lulub. I won't be back in Bizet and won't see Ria-sama for a while. By the time I return, she will probably have passed the baton to another goddess. So, what is the point of this practice? When is the right time to use it? I wonder. More clearly, Ria. I have become an obedient person who obeys when I am told. And I find myself surprisingly comfortable in this situation. It's okay, Ria. Ria. I'm used to it. I don't have to add Sama to your name anymore. Okay, then I forgive you. Was this a situation that needed forgiveness? I'm not sure. But if Ria-sama is satisfied, that's all that matters now. So, Arya here? Question mark. Is it the money of this world or of this country? If it is in another country, it would be in a different currency. I'll give it to you anyway. On the table was a leather bag filled with the money of the kingdom of Largraith, about 1 million beak. After the business meeting, I was about to leave when Amanda-san gave me a strong push, and I received about 200,000 beak for the day. That was all I had at that time, including the money I had spent. You're not planning on using it, are you? I found out that Ria's split entity can also eat, and you seem to enjoy your meal. Besides, the goddesses will continue to take turns dropping off the split entity in the lower world, right? So please give it to them as it is when the passing takes place. If something happens and you don't have the money, it would be a problem. Okay, thank you. No. Just don't waste it on something you don't understand, okay? I'm leaving Bizet tomorrow for the time being. Like I said, I can't just replenish it when you tell me you've run out. Don't worry. If that happens, I'll send a split entity to the Lulub forest, so there won't be a problem. No, I don't have any money even if you show up in the Lulub forest. The small talk, which included such jokes, continued into the night, and then we talked for a while. In the end, she said, well, good luck, and Ria's split entity disappeared, leaving behind a dense blue-violet mist and a pair of neatly matching sandals. Chapter 67, Route Development. In the dismantling area of the Hunters Guild, it was a strange scene there in the morning. All right, Ince. You're in charge of Loki's oversized basket. Oh, I'll take it to the limit. Lloyd's Mars. You have to go as far as you think you can go. All right. I never thought I'd be carrying a basket myself. Me and Zasa will carry the basket to the limit of its capacity. Show us your pride in your melee skills, okay? It is natural. I won't lose to Lloyd's and Mars. Mizuru's party seems to have no problem with that. Then, Loki, please. I understand. After being called that way, Loki introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Mizuru-san's party. My name is Loki, and I'm the one who came up with this plan. I know this was a sudden announcement, but it's a mutually beneficial plan, so let's all do our best within reason. Oh, there will be plenty of time to discuss other details on the way, so let's discuss what's on your mind as we go. Then let's get going. 6 people with baskets on their backs and a boy in close combat gear walked out of the back gate on the dismantling site side. There is usually one basket carrier in a party. This is common knowledge among hunters, and the answer is the same no matter who you ask. The head of the dismantling site, Roddy-san, of course, and the hunters who had just come to pick up their baskets looked at this unusual scene with a "what's going on?" section. Is that what this is about? You haven't even decided where you're going to be based in Lulub? Yes, that's right. Yesterday was the first time. Well, that's why we can be flexible now. We were just checking the structure inside the Lulub forest. Today is good. Since we start at the same time, there won't be any problems, and everyone's baskets will be full. However, if we fail to meet tomorrow, this plan will also be abandoned. If I set up a base deep in the Lulub, it would be difficult for me to return to the entrance where they would enter, and this plan would not work. On the other hand, if I set up a base that is too shallow in the forest to give priority to joining the others, other parties would also move in, so it would be easy to exhaust the monsters in the area. I don't even know if I have the place to set up a base. Since I was the one who hunted 2 hares, I guess I'll have to make some compromises with my base. From the entrance to the forest we usually enter, there's a cliff about 2 hours away, right? Yes, there is. We rarely go that far, but I think that's where Feather and the others would have turned. Feather? Yes. They're the biggest turners in Bizet. Now that I think about it, did Loki already make more than them? Oh, they use oversized baskets. A party that makes about 400,000 beak a day at Lulub. They are very selective with their cuts, so it's not surprising if it's a little more than that. Well, at least you all will definitely exceed that 400,000 today, so I don't think you need to worry about the money. Hey, can we really make that much money? Yeah. I don't really believe it. I mean, the leader said it would be okay, so I followed him. But, can you really do it? It is okay. I think each person will get at least 150,000 beak. If you consider 6 people as one party, that means at least 900,000 beak. Oh, that's a crazy amount of money. Why are you talking so normally with that amount? With 150,000 beak, you could easily live for half a month. I'm just curious, Loki. How much money have you ever made in a day? I only have experience in the Palmyra Great Forest and the Rocker Plain. I think it was about 800,000 beak in the Rocker Plain. Money will follow you if you are efficient and overhunt your enemies. So that's not the problem right now. I think everybody's attention is focused on money. The problem is not money. What is worse is that Feather-san and his party might be hunting in the same area. Is that so? They might take the monsters I killed first, you know? The number of monsters will also decrease if the hunting grounds are occupied. By the way, is the party entering the Lulub forest from the same place? Yes, that's right. Everyone has always taken this road into Lulub, at least since my father's time, I think. I see. The forest seems to be quite big, but it's the same way. Well, is it any wonder? Yesterday, I went to Lulub, relying on the information that it was northwest of Bizet, and I went along the road that I had already taken with Ryusama. Without thinking about it, the entrance can naturally be determined as the closest and safest way from Bizet, avoiding the crowds. Another route, but if I can't get there, there's no point. Then, I suddenly remembered the Seal River, which runs through the Lulub forest. The Seal River runs through the Lulub forest, right? Yes, that's right. It flows through Palmyra, past Bizet, and into the Lulub forest. Have you ever hunted at the entrance to the Lulub forest where the river enters? I've never heard of anyone entering the Lulub from the river. Have you? That's right. I've never hunted there either. Is that because it's far from Bizet? Because no one hunts there? All I can say is I have no idea. That's right. I've never even thought of going through there. I see. If you follow the river to the Lulub forest, you have absolutely no reason to get lost. And if there are no people around, isn't it the best place to hunt? I thought so. But I guess it doesn't work that way. While I was thinking that, Mars-san, who had been quiet on the way, opened his mouth. Travel time isn't that different. When I was a kid, my grandfather and I went there on a fishing trip. It's just that people have been telling me not to go there for a long time because it's dangerous. There are stories that there are many monsters around the river. Oh, yes. There are stories like that. Is that why no one goes there? That's right. If there's no one to go to, we can't expect any help if something goes wrong in the first place. Hey, let's calm down and think about this. There are a lot of monsters around the river. I experienced that in Palmyra, so it is understandable that it is dangerous and forgotten because no one goes there. And if no one goes there, I can hunt as much as I want. It would be a great pleasure for me and would contribute a lot to the collection of materials for the 6 of them. As for the crucial trip, it's about as far as Mars-san and his grandfather could go when he was a kid. You won't know until you go, but it's about 2 hours from the town of Bizet to the Sail River. There is a high probability that the grassland along the way is still there. Also, there is a possibility of finding a cave near the river that would be ideal for a base, and it would be easy to secure water, so I could save my skill points for acquiring water magic for the time being. It would be too good to be true. But the question is whether the safety of 6 people can be guaranteed. No matter how many monsters I could kill on my own, I would feel responsible if I found out that they had been exterminated. If I hunt the surrounding area in the manner of fixed-point hunting, there seems to be no problem at all. Yuck, what should I do? The words that came out of my troubled mind were a question to the six of them. Everyone, are you ready for an adventure for a great reward? Chapter 68, What is a Hunter? We've arrived. Yeah, looks pretty normal to me. I mean, it's a little quieter than usual, don't you think? All right, I'm ready. Me too. The seven of us looked at the forest where the Seal River enters. Looking at the sun, it must be about 11 o'clock. It took us about 4 hours altogether because we had to make a sudden change of direction. Still, we arrived at a place that could be described as a hidden gem at best or a monster's lair at worst. The surrounding area was grassland, just like on the way to the fishing spot, and the scenery was almost the same as if you had entered the Great Forest of Palmyra before. After all, the 6 people who accepted my suggestion were hunters, for better or worse. No, that's not right. I should call them inhabitants of this world. Death is a familiar thing. It is natural to take a certain amount of risk to make money, and when they weighed the two, a lot of money and the possibility of death, they chose a lot of money. That's what they thought, although one person is a little doubtful. Well, he followed us anyway. Then, let's just do what needs to be done. I'm going to hunt monsters and make money while trying to keep the 6 who followed me from dying as much as possible. That means I have to be even more determined than I was with Zinkan and the others. Let's get started, shall we? Today, I'll start from the river about 500 meters to the east. I'll move around and destroy the monsters in that area as I go. We'll go in about an hour later, is that right? Yes, there's no clock, so I think it's approximate, but that should be about right. Please don't get too far away from the river. I can only measure the distance by feel, so I think it would be better to have some safety margin of distance, like 300 meters or so. Understood. If anything happens, I think it will be easy to escape to the safe zone where we are now. So today, the first day, we will concentrate on the shallow part of the forest as much as possible. Once everyone's baskets are filled, Mizaru-san. Yes, please blow your finger whistles as loud as you can. This will signal the end of the hunt for me. So I will return here for the day. If you happen to be surrounded by monsters and there is nothing you can do, please blow your finger whistle twice. I can't guarantee that I will get to you in time, but I will come to your rescue. Leave it to me. I'll make it a priority to get out of the forest if I feel we're in trouble. That's the best. Phew. I'll be on my way. With cheers of encouragement flying from behind me, I make my way into the Lulub forest. I start with the river area. I don't think there will be any orcs leaking out, so I'll target small wolves and rig spiders and switch to exploration to create and then expand the monster-free zone. No reaction. As soon as I enter, then maybe it's a little deeper. With that in mind, about 100 meters from the forest entrance, the presence changed drastically. Wow. 3 orcs in sight, rig spiders 5 in a 30-meter radius, and the small wolves. How many are there? Exploration doesn't have the ability to give you a specific number. It's just a sense of knowing that they're in that place or that area. So if there are too many of them, it's impossible to get individual responses. Well, that's okay. The small wolves are coming from the other side anyway, right? They are already running toward me. So, while making sure to stay out of range of the rig spiders, I should just crush any of them that come near me. With that decision, I took a step, and then another, deeper into the forest. 4 small wolves leap from the front. The first of them uses rush, and I swing my sword sideways. Immediately, I slashed at the small wolves that were also using rush, then ripped the belly of one of the next 2 as they moved. Ouch! Another one bites my arm, but thanks to my defense, its teeth are only slightly sunk in. That only hurts a little. I hit the small wolf that thought it was biting me in the head with the hilt of my sword, kicked it as it rolled to the ground, and prepared for the 3 orcs and 5 small wolves approaching, as well as the several small wolves I could see behind them. Ha 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 ha. This is awesome. It's like a feeding frenzy with no time to rest. Come on. Come at me. A blue-violet mist covers my toes. Boom. Oh earth, rise high. Rumble. rumble, rumble. With a mound of earth appearing in front of me at the same time as my footsteps, I create a wall between the two orcs swinging at me at the same time, and the two small wolves using Russian kick up from the side of the mound of earth, slicing the orcs' heads open. Shit, was it muscle strength or swordsmanship? I was unable to cut off the orc's head, but I managed to thrust my sword into its neck from behind as it crouched on its knees, and while dodging the attack of another orc wielding a thick wooden trunk that could be considered a club, I slashed at its thigh, forcing it to its knees. At that moment, a small wolf jumped at me from behind the orc, and I quickly stabbed the knife in my left hand into its eyeball. NGGH. I felt an impact on my side and was blown away slightly, but the pain was not that strong. Without even looking at the cause, I stared at the small wolves that were jumping at me one after another, slashing at them with a short sword in my right hand and the knife in my left hand. You have acquired Bite LV2. Huff ha. Before I can defeat the orcs, the next group of small wolves will be here. While stomping on the fallen small wolves, I plunged my knife into the neck of the orc that had just attacked me and stabbed the sword into the belly of the third orc that was swinging its club in front of me. But the club did not stop swinging. Thud. Gah. I feel a strong blow to my head, my vision flickers, and I feel a slight pain in my shoulder, arm, and leg. This is annoying. Oh wind, cut all around me. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The bluish-purple mist quickly turned into an invisible wind cutter, slicing through the body of the small wolf that bit me. You have acquired Rush LV4. The orc in front of me, who was stabbed in the stomach with a sword, also suffered countless wounds, but since I was crouching, my attack did not reach the upper half of its body. However, due to the pain, its face is gradually drooping. Then, I pull the knife that is still stuck in its neck out of my left hand and immediately plunge it deep into the orc's throat. Ha ha. With this, the orc is dead, right? You have acquired Stick Art LV2. Huff huff ha. Finally, things have calmed down. The bodies of nearly 20 monsters were lying around. I have never experienced such a series of battles. Exhaustion is the perfect word for me right now. And even though the upper part of my field of vision was filled with skill acquisition announcements, I didn't have the time to take a leisurely look at them. But even now that I've calmed down a bit, I don't have time to worry about such things. Soon, they will rush into the forest in search of materials. If possible, I need to leave as much of a monster-free zone as possible. As expected, it was untouched. The area near the river is dangerous. I must control the use of magic power. While muttering this out of breath, I walked towards the rig spiders, where there was still a sign of them. Chapter 69, Incomprehensible Scenes. Is it almost an hour? This is the third time I've heard it. I guess everyone is tired of hearing it. No one even says the words "not yet." We just wait while Loki hunts. I didn't think it would take this long. So I'm thinking about a lot of unnecessary things. Monsters gather at the water's edge. That's an old saying. Some people used this information and preferred to go to the water's edge in the Great Palmyra Forest. But in Lulub Forest, where the strongest monsters appear in the Bizet region, no one thought to go all the way to the water's edge. Surrounded by orcs, there was an air of death in the air. There were no suicidal people around me or in my father's generation who would choose to go to such a place with such a high concentration of monsters. It was no wonder that no one but Mars knew about this place. Alone in the midst of all this, I know that the records of the amount of materials are kept within the guild. I've heard a lot of rumors mixed with envy, especially from the younger people. However, no one here has ever seen him actually fight. He was obviously a boy, or at least young enough to be my child. Was it right to let such a child go in alone? I had let him die once, and to let him die again would have been a mistake. But I couldn't say anything when I felt this strange confidence. After all, I had no right to veto Loki's proposal. The sun is right above us. It's time for the long-awaited hour, Mizaru said, and we all stood up. I'm only the temporary leader. They will probably feel more comfortable with the instructions of their original leader, Mizaru. But I'll do what I have to do. I don't want anyone to die, and I don't want to die yet. Let's go then. As planned, Miseru and Ants will carry the basket first. The rear guard will switch to carrying the baskets when the magic power gets low. If we succeed in filling it, we'll go back and change baskets. For the past hour, we had been making various arrangements, partly because we were running out of time. It's not that I don't trust Loki, but we don't know how many monsters are still on the road. So we decided to leave 3 of the 6 baskets here. It's a place where no one comes. There would be no problem if we left the baskets here, and if we thought that the 3 of us could move freely without the baskets, we came to the conclusion that this would have many advantages. At first, Ants, who was originally in charge of carrying the baskets, was the mainstay of the team, and the melee team carried the baskets. When the magic power becomes doubtful, the rear guard takes over the basket, and the melee team becomes the main escort. Today is the first day. For now, we will see how things go. Let's see what's going on in the forest. Leader, don't let your guard down, okay? It might be overrun with monsters. You're still thinking in the wrong direction, you know that? Mars, it's more fun to dream, isn't it? Do you know how many hunters die because of those dreams? Well, as soon as he realizes it's just a nightmare, he'll be long gone. Then the boy won't be saved. It can't be helped. This is what Loki himself suggested. A hunter is always ready to die, but there's no monster, not even a body. Is there? That's because we're still at the entrance to the forest, right? It is true that it is just a forest with nothing to see, but that is probably because it is too close to the entrance. We can either continue along the river or leave the river and enter the forest. However, it would be easier to mark the spot and escape if something happened along the river, since the direction is easily determined. In that case, well, let's go a little further for now. If we don't find anything, we'll leave the river and go into the forest. Oh, that may not be necessary. I smell blood. Are you sure? The leader has a good nose. As always, Miseru quickly licks his fingertips and checks the direction of the wind. No doubt about it. Straight ahead. I'm sure the smell of blood comes from there. I hope it's not Loki's blood. Hey, Alba, you shouldn't say that, man. We can't make any money if Loki is dead. What do you think? Huh? What is that? A pile? Huh? Ah, this is even worse than expected. No wonder Miseru was surprised. At first, I also wondered why there was a mound of earth in such a place, but when I approached the small mound of earth, I found about 7 or 8 monster corpses lying around it. All of them are small wolves. Is it possible for such a number to attack all at once? Usually, there are only 4 or 5 of them. I wonder if there would be so many of them near the water. There doesn't seem to be any sign of the monsters, but Zasa, just go ahead and check the back of the mound. Okay. All right. There are too many of them, so I need you two, Zasa and Mars, as escorts for now. The rest of you will start dismantling. Just as they were getting ready, a voice called out to them. Hey, wait a minute. What is it? Is it a monster? No, that's not it. It doesn't sound like Zasa was looking at Loki's corpse or something, right? Even Miseru, who had noticed Zasa's unusual behavior and approached him, was speechless. No way. Is Loki dead? Q ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I think we might have hit the jackpot with that guy. We got such a terrible guy. What are you talking about? As I approached the small mountain, I saw the bodies of small wolves, which seemed to be more than the number I had seen earlier. There were even 3 dead orcs lying around. Chapter 70, In Search of Further Ideals. Ha ha. Oh firefly. A rig spider falls. Its dangling threads melted, but its body is cut in half without even touching the ground. I know. Swinging my sword horizontally backward, I slash at a small wolf that is aiming at my back while stabbing the other small wolf in the neck from the side with the knife I hold in my opposite hand. Huff, huff. Make a hole. I made a small hole in the foot of the orc that was aiming at me from behind the small wolf. As it rolled over, I sliced through the remaining 3 small wolves without worrying about any damage, and as soon as I was done, I thrust my sword into the neck of the orc that was trying to get up and confront the one remaining orc. If it's only one, I can save my magic power. With that in mind, I dodged the swinging club and thrust my sword into the orc's foot. and as its face fell, I plunged the knife in my left hand into its throat. The orc lay sputtering and convulsing, blood spurting out. But just to be sure, I stabbed it again deep in the neck with the short sword. I looked around, but there was no sign of any orcs. Even with presence detection, there was no sign of any monsters within 15 meters of me. Explore small wolves. None. Explore egg spiders. 2 of them. These guys are next. After confirming the enemy's location and surroundings, I was about to head to the next target. Peep. There was an unfamiliar sound in the forest. Although I immediately recognized it as the signal of the finger whistle that I had discussed with Misaru-san, I was naturally nervous. It must have been less than 2 hours since I started hunting. Even the monster blank area has not reached its maximum extent yet. Would it ring the second time? But my fears were unfounded, and I was relieved that the whistle only sounded once. Phew. I think I'll go back and take a break. Just to be sure, I rummaged throughout my leather bag, pulled out my watch, and checked the direction. I went south through the blank space I had already made, and after about 100 meters, I could see the grassy field outside. NGGHH. I'm so tired. After being so tense for so long, I felt a tremendous sense of relief when I reached the safe zone. As I looked around, straining my shoulders and hips, I could see that I had left the forest about 300 meters from the river. Hey, Loki. Over here. Everyone is waving at me. Yeah, they're okay, they're all alive, and it doesn't look like they were mortally wounded when they waved at me. Was everyone hurt? Oh, no one was hurt. I mean, there was never a single battle with monsters. But are you okay? Eh? What does Misaru-san's question mean? I tilted my head. For some reason, the closer I get, the more I see everyone's face twitch slightly, and the only woman, Royce-san, looks at me and backs away. You look fine, but you're covered in blood. You know? Did you get hurt somewhere? Alba-san told me, and when I looked at my body again, I saw that my arms, legs, and leather armor were stained reddish-black with an enormous amount of blood. Oh, this is the returned blood. I was always in the heat of battle and didn't have time to worry about it. Ha ha ha. I'm going to wash in the river anyway. I don't care if the guy backs away from me, but it will be a big blow to my heart if Royce-san, who seems to be in her 20s, backs away from me. I made it a priority to wash my whole body before checking the material section. It was beautiful weather that could be described as midsummer. I was soaking wet, but with this sunshine and temperature, my clothes and hair would soon be dry. It's great to be covered in river water. After taking off my leather armor, I rejoined the group. Even from a distance, I can see that each basket is filled to the brim with material. I'm glad to see that your baskets are well filled. Oh, I still can't believe Loki did this all by himself. From now on, I think I'll call the boy Loki Dono. No, I don't know what that means. To tell you the truth, I thought 150,000 per person was crazy, you know? But this could be more than 150,000. I'm beyond grateful. Yeah, it's true. I can't imagine how much it will be, so I'm looking forward to it. To be honest, I don't know how much it will be either, even though I've seen what's in the basket. But this, I sometimes wonder. Did you skin the small wolf? That's right. That one will sell, too. I know that. But, when I looked through the gaps in other people's baskets, I found that the baskets of Mars-san and Royce-san, who were in the rear guard, were full of small wolf belts. The baskets of Alba-san, Misaru-san, and Zasa-san, who were in the front, contained about half orc meat and half small wolf belts. Prince-san, who was originally in charge of carrying the luggage, there was a relatively large amount of orc meat, but instead of carefully selecting the meat, they just took what they could get and stuffed it in. Where did you gather your materials, by the way? We went about 100 meters into the forest along the river. There were 3 orcs and a lot of small wolves lying around, so we worked there and threw them in. I see. And you didn't find anything else? Eh? You didn't bury the baskets there, did you? What do you mean? This is a pattern I've done. Well, it can be said that the more you force yourself to expand the field of travel, the more risky it becomes. Basically, Self-defense is self-responsibility, so I don't force them to do it. But they are here with the purpose of making a lot of money. So let's just give them the right information. Then, let them make the decision. It's a simple story. Why don't you be selective about the materials you take? I've heard that orc meat sells for the highest price. I know that. But are there so many other orcs lying around? I don't know how many orcs I've killed, but I think I've killed at least 20 orcs alone. Huh? The place where you all gathered your materials is where I first encountered the monsters. I think it's about 50 meters from there. I moved to the area where I had just come out while I was destroying the monsters in the area. Ah, what do you mean? Leader, what Loki-kun is saying is that if we go to the forest in the east where we collected the materials, there are orcs lying around along with small wolves and rig spiders, right? That's what I'm saying. Your baskets are 5 large baskets and 1 extra large basket of mine. In terms of capacity, even if you carefully select only the parts of the back that can be sold at the highest prices, the large basket should hold 4 or 5 orcs. If it were an extra large basket, it would be more. So almost all of the 5 large baskets you just brought should be filled with big orc pieces. Then you can fill the extra large baskets with small but valuable magic stones and fill the remaining space with other materials and stuff. That means, the meat material was about 60,000 for B rank, so the orc meat alone would be about 1.2 million beak. And if you include the magic stone, other materials, and the proof of subjugation, it would be more than 1.5 million beak, wouldn't it? Gulp. The only thing is, the more you move, the more risk you take, and the meat is probably heavier than the skin. So I'll leave it up to you guys to decide what you want to do. But, well, I think you all came here for the big money, so I told you just in case. I think Loki-kun has more potential to be a leader than you, don't you? Ah, sure. It's hard for me to deny it. Loki-kun, do you have a girlfriend? I think I'll call you God Loki instead of Loki Dono from now on. God. I guess they are not very good at math. Everybody says whatever they want with a twinkle in their eye, but I don't want them to get the wrong idea, so I'm going to make sure I nail them. It's only 30% of the total, right? So even if 1.5 million beak is the total amount, your reward will be about 1.05 million beak. From there, it will be divided into 6 equal parts, so each person will get about 170,000 or 180,000 beak. And since you all carry and redeem the money for me, that means I get about 450,000 beak. Right? It's a win-win situation, right? We haven't even fought a battle, you know? And we're getting this kind of reward. Is this a dream? It's nice to dream and chase dreams, isn't it? You know that, Mars? Yes, I knew it. A hunter must chase his dreams. I was wrong. After all, they are inhabitants of this world. They don't think much of the risks involved and are willing to act if they see a benefit. I won't say anything if that's the case, or rather, I'll ask them to move so I can get a better margin of safety because I don't want them to get carried away and die. I'll be able to concentrate on the hunt with peace of mind. By the way, it took about 2 hours to get this result. This means that even if you focus on cash efficiency, your baskets will be filled to a certain extent in that amount of time. And since I plan to hunt all day while the sun is still out, you know what I mean? I don't know. 2 round trips. You don't mean 2 round trips. That means we'll have to move even after dark, don't you think? It's probably not impossible if they create a special unit of transporters, but it will be a lot of hard work. I think it would be pretty hard considering the time it would take to get here. But if you wanted to, you could make 2 round trips. But personally, I think it would be good if you could get more people. People? You mean hunters? I mean that. There are other parties that hunt in Lulub, aren't there? Why don't you invite them? I think it would be easier to deal with any unforeseen circumstances if you are more organized. I agree. If there are 3 parties and 15 hunters gathered together, we can crush them with our numbers, even if we are surrounded by several orcs. The density of the monsters increases rapidly from about 100 meters in front of the forest, but if I continue to hunt, the density will naturally decrease, so you will have to go deeper into the forest as well. At that time, with the current 6 of us, Is there a possibility that we won't be able to react if something happens? I completely understand what you are saying, Loki-kun. More people will not change our rewards, and we will gain more security. Then it will be a decision to take the initiative. That's right. Why don't you talk to some people you know? It will do the trick if you show them the amount of material you have. I'm sure they'll all drool over it and follow us. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm not returning to Bazut, so I'll leave the rest to you. I'll continue to expand the area of the day's extermination. As you can imagine, orc meat is probably not good at this temperature. But magic stones and proof of subjugation won't matter even if it's been a day. Yes, Loki won't come back tomorrow to check the materials? It depends on the situation. If I see someone, I'll call him. It would be a good to exchange information, such as which areas have been eradicated and where to work next. So, for now, we should assume that you will gradually advance to the east side of the river, within a width of 500 meters, right? Yes, that's right. I cannot say how far I will go at this point. So if I have to tell you, I will come to the exit of the forest. Even if I am satisfied with this place, I will have to call you. I understand. I hope you can hold on as long as you can. Ha ha ha. I'd like it to end when you get tired of us being here, you know? Well, that's only possible with Loki's help, so that's not a problem. We'll make a lot of money during that time. That's right. Until then, we will work without a break. After the discussion was over, I put on my leather armor again while watching the 6 of them go back to the forest to carefully select materials. This will certainly increase their income. Well then, I guess I'll continue my overhunting and look for a place to sleep in the meantime. Chapter 71, Forest Base. It was dusk, and the sun was setting. I looked at the cliffs leading to the riverbank, dragging my tired body. It looks like I could find a place to sleep. If I go a little deeper, I might find an environment I like. But, no, I don't want to walk anymore. The cliffs are not more than 5 meters high. They only exist on one side of the river, and it looks as if the uplifted ground has somehow been carved away by the river current. It should be less than 1 kilometer from the entrance to the forest, so the location is favorable for carrying out the plan. However, the walls were not made of rock but of earth, which was my only concern. It was not so easy to find a comfortable cave like the one where I spent the night in the great forest of Palmyra. However, with my legs and hands shaking slightly from battle after battle, I could not muster the energy to search for a better environment. Considering the figure of the orc, I thought that if I drilled a hole about 3 meters away, I should be okay. With that in mind, I started preparing to make my home in the river. Create a stone pillar, 3 meters high. Rumble, rumble, rumble. I have been doing this exclusively since I learned on the rocker plane that if I build a stone pillar on my buttocks while sitting on it instead of on my feet, it will carry me up more stably. Now that I was almost 3 meters high while sitting on the stone pillar, I started to drill a hole while staring at a part of the cliff. Make a big hole. Well, it's a little narrow and distorted. The result is a hole about 1 meter high and 2 meters deep. It is possible to sleep in it, but it is a little uncomfortable to make a fire and have a meal, and most of all, I am very worried about the uneven, bare ground. Anyway, the status screen shows that I have 29 magic powers left. Even though I have the sword in my hand, I'd like to modify it a bit more, but I don't have much magic power left. At this rate, I'm going to go into unconscious mode here. Unlike the rocker plains, the Lulub forest is a movement hunt where light magic is always cast. Even if there were automatic recovery, it would be a good compensation for the pace of use, and the situation was far from full recovery. It can't be helped. I'll hold out for now and do the expansion work after the magic power recovers. With that in mind, while calculating the remaining magic power, I made this first. Create a flat stone. My voice leaks out when I see it shaped exactly as I imagined. As expected of spirits, they must have a firm grasp on the image I have in mind. On a rather large stone chopping board in front of me, I place a piece of orc meat of the highest quality, which I have been carrying on my shoulder for some time, and then put it down. I had brought the equivalent of 1 body, which is about 10 kilograms, so no matter how I think about it, it is not an amount that can be eaten by just one person. Nevertheless, it was my first talk meat, my first otherworldly barbecue. I was so excited that I greedily brought home a large portion of meat, thinking that I would have plenty left over anyway. I got the salt out of the leather pouch, and the knife to cut the meat was ready. If I heat the knife over a fire before using it, there should be no problem with hygiene, even though it is for disassembly. If anything goes wrong, poison resistance will surely take care of it. And then, trees, branches, burning things. I hurriedly slid down the stone pillar I had just built before nightfall, gathered branches from the surrounding area, and threw them mercilessly into the hole I had made for my sleeping place. The branches fell into the river from above, but I didn't care about the details because there were branches everywhere. I also throw some larger rocks into the hole and look around carefully to make sure I don't have to go down again. While I'm thinking about it, a small wolf attacks me, and I kill it as if it were a nuisance. I look at its corpse a bit. Actually, at this temperature, I don't need fur when I sleep, do I? It would definitely smell strange if I suddenly peeled it off and used it, wouldn't it? If possible, I would like to have a mattress and a blanket, but I don't think I can live a hermit's life if I start asking for things like that. I put the problem aside and return to the hole with a branch in each hand. No, my feet stop before I get back. I look up at the stone pillar I made standing in front of me. It brought back unpleasant memories of the rocker plane in the past when all I could do was lift the basket and couldn't take it. Phew. Calm down, me. It's okay. It's not time to rush yet. A quick glance at the status screen shows that my remaining magic power is 15. If I use level 2 earth magic, the worst that can happen is that I will lose consciousness. This is no time to be happy about making a cutting board. What to do, what to do, what to do. Come to think of it, I hadn't really checked what happens to the magic power consumption when making a stone pillar of a certain height. The main reason is that I didn't have much trouble with magic power in the rocker planes. The maximum magic power consumption is 9 at level 1, so coma can be avoided for sure, but only a stone pillar about 50 centimeters high. There is no way to jump onto a 3-meter high stone pillar from there. Then why not wait for me to recover? When the magic power recovers to 20, a 1.5-meter stone pillar can be created, so if I can reach that height, I can go back first. But the sun has already gone down. Soon, there will only be moonlight. Can I fight the monsters with this? I'm sure I won't die from a surprise attack, but I have a feeling it would be much harder to take them down. I didn't think that making a cutting board would be so important, and my thoughts were swirling around in a situation that could be called a predicament. But in the midst of all this, I suddenly realized something. Come to think of it, I had forgotten that I got another skill from the rig spider called night vision, which I had hidden because of sticky thread, a skill that is useless even if acquired. Where is it? I used to explore to look for signs of monsters, and once I knew it was safe, I checked the status screen. I then searched for night vision and read the detailed description. Night vision LV2, can slightly ensure vision in the dark. Magic consumption 0. As expected, but the description is very short. Thinking about it, I decided to try it as soon as possible, as long as it was a type that did not consume magic power. Night vision. Then, although only slightly, I felt as if the amount of light had increased, and the contrast was a bit clearer. The dark areas in the shadows are dark as they are, and the moonlit areas seem a bit brighter. In any case, there's no way I'm going to do something fatal like fall unconscious in a place like this, so I'll just wait for my magic to reach 20 while using night vision. Oh, and while I'm at it, I might try to measure the time it takes for my magic to recover. With that in mind, I took my watch out of my leather bag and noticed that the hands, which I knew from experience were a bit difficult to see in this darkness, were a bit easier to see. I should be ready for battle at any moment. I quickly stood up so that I could swing my sword, and while I leaned against the stone pillar, I checked the status screen while being careful with presence detection. As soon as the remaining magic power went up to 16, I checked my watch and turned my eyes back to the status screen. While doing so, I looked at my current status. Name, Loki, Yuto Mamiya, salesman. Level, 13. Skill points remaining, 66. Magic power, 1698, plus 18, plus 50 additional with the grant of increased magic power only when holding a sword. Strength, 47, plus 20, intelligence, 48, plus 11, defense, 46, plus 112, magic defense, 46, plus 9, agility, 46, plus 23, technique, 45, plus 12, luck, 51, plus 7. Blessings, none. Title, none. Acquired skills, combat and tactical system skills. Stick art LV3, swordsmanship LV3, dagger technique LV1, provocation LV1, frenzy LV1. Magic skills, fire magic LV2, earth magic LV3, wind magic LV4. Job system skills, gathering LV1, hunting LV2, dismantling LV2. Daily life system skills, different language comprehension LV3, presence detection LV3, vision enlargement LV1, farsightedness LV1, exploration LV1, arithmetic LV1, memorization LV1, swiftness LV1, night vision LV2. Pure passive system skills, poison resistance LV7, increased automatic magic recovery LV1, increased maximum magic power LV1, other/special, oracle LV1, divine communication LV2, other/monster rush LV4, sticky thread LV2, bite LV3. I left my notebook at the inn, so I don't know the details, but still, the skills of Lulub's monsters have increased across the board. Well, that's true. There are so many monsters out there. If I continue to hunt them, the skill level will increase by itself. Unfortunately, there are no monsters with exceptionally high-level skills like the poison mouse of Rocker Plain. None of them are super useful skills that I would use all the time. So, the goal of the Lulub Forest might be judged more by how far I raise my own level than by skill level. After a day of hunting today, my level has already increased by 2. This is clearly the kind of increase I would expect if I were at a lower level than is appropriate here. At what point does the level increase stop? If I use the Rocker Plain standard, there will come a time when my level will stop increasing even if I continue to hunt a full day for about half a month. So I will graduate from this place when my experience level drops below 20% or even 10% per day. So, I'll leave it at that level as a guideline for now. However, when the number of skills acquired increases to a certain extent, it is quite difficult to tell which skill level has increased. Especially during the melee, there is no time to check the announcements. So other than the skills that can be increased even if I remain silent, the only thing I can remember is that my swordsmanship skill has increased, right? That is all I remember. If the skill level had increased when I checked the status screen, it would be convenient to have the word new attached to the side of the screen. Well, Acorn's amazingness is probably just beginning, so I guess it's no use asking for the impossible. While I was thinking about it, my magic power changed to 17, so I immediately closed the status screen and checked my watch hands. Well, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I thought that the result was very mediocre, but since the level 1 increase automatic recovery of magic power and the grant of leather armor were also involved, I agreed that such a mediocre result was normal. Then it would take another 8 minutes or so. I'm glad to know that it will only take this long, but I'm hungry. As I muttered this, I looked up at the moon, which was shining a faint light. I don't think I can use divine communication today. I don't know if the goddesses can hear me or not, but I will apologize. Chapter 72, Wild Idea. One whoops. Oh no, what time is it? I quickly grabbed the clock under the dirt pillow and checked the time. What? It's only a little after 6 o'clock. It surprises me. When I'm in the town of Bizet, the church rings its bell at 6 in the morning, and for many of the townspeople, it's their wake-up call. I used to wake up to the sound of that bell, but of course, there was no one to ring the bell in the Lulub Forest. In fact, there are no bells at all. I regretted that I had taken on a terrible responsibility in exchange for the money, thinking that if I overslept, I would put Albasan and the others in danger as they entered the forest with great enthusiasm. This watch doesn't have an alarm function, does it? I looked at the watch from different angles with faint hope but soon realized that there was no such convenient function, so I started to prepare breakfast while muttering to myself that if I didn't go to bed early and wake up early, it would lead directly to someone's death. They will probably arrive around 9 or 10 o'clock, no matter how early. So, after an hour or so of relaxing over breakfast, the hunt would begin. After gathering the rest of the branches I had brought yesterday, I threw them into the fire pit I had built at the entrance of the cave and lit it with a fingertip match. I added some salt to the orc meat, extra fine, that I had cooked last night and reheated it. It was summertime, but since it had been cooked once, it should be good for half a day, right? It is a very appropriate man's dish. While it's being heated up, I continue with my plan to rebuild the hole in the wall, thinking that my magic power will recover to some extent by the time I go hunting. By the way, before I went to bed last night, I had already made some progress on the expansion. The space in the cave, which felt too narrow, was widened by about a meter in the back, and the uneven floor was leveled. Apparently, when a hole is made with earth magic, the earth that was there is more likely to be compacted than to disappear. As proof, when I touch the surface of the wall, the ground is so hard that it does not seem to collapse easily, so when I make a hole, I can kill two birds with one stone by hardening the ground around it. On the other hand, my lower back and buttocks hurt when I slept. I could think about putting down leaves or small wolf skins or something like that later. What else should I do? The current cave is about 1 meter high and 3 meters deep. This is still enough to spend time in, but it's a bit tasteless. Should I build a storage room? With that in mind, I continued to expand it. But it would be dangerous to dig any deeper. I had not yet ventured to the other side of the river, so I had no idea what the terrain was like on the other side of that cliff. It would be pointless to dig a hole and walk through it, so I made the hole in the shape of a T. I widened the back of the hole with the idea of extending it to the left and right. This would not be a problem as the cliff was long enough to follow the river. Make a hole. Make a hole. Rumble, 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 rumble. I guess this is for safety. I can lie down while I watch the entrance, and since there is no height in this cave, large orcs should not be able to get in the back so easily. I think I will use the other hole for equipment storage. I'll also make this one. Make a smaller hole. Rumble. The hole in the wall is about 30 centimeters wide and deep. I will put salt, tonic pills, soap, and other small things in this hole and use it as a shelf. It's a little oval, so it's hard to put things on it, but there's nothing I can do about it. If I were to order it to be square, it would be in the realm of earth magic level 3, so I can't spend that much magic in the morning on a mere shelf. I failed with yesterday's cutting board, and then I thought of the toilet, but there are no toilets in the hunting grounds. My life in the other world is more about doing my business in the wilderness at the moment, so there's a river right in front of me, so I'll keep releasing it into nature. That should be good for this world. Then the only thing left would be a bath. That is the most wanted, and the most difficult wish right now. I looked around, but first of all, it would be impractical to build it here by any stretch of the imagination. First of all, how would you get water from the river to this hole in the ground at a height of 3 meters? That would be the question. The only way is outside, in an open-air bath. Thinking about it, the only thing that comes to mind is that thing, the Goman bath. Or maybe not exactly that, but a drum bath or some kind of bath where a person can fit all the way in, and a fire is lit from underneath. There are things everywhere that can be burned, and if only I could create the iron, which is the key. With that in mind, I immediately set to work. Create iron, but no luck. The blue-purple mist did not appear, and I knew it was a failure. I could think of several reasons why stone could be created with earth magic but not iron, but I was not sure. Iron is supposed to be iron ore, so is it the amount in the ground? Or is it the level of earth magic? There is also the possibility that it is beyond the scope of what earth magic can compensate for in the first place. Without knowing the reason, it is impossible to solve the problem by shaking skill points. If that is the case, what other methods are there? As is my habit, I think deeply. The problem is whether it's possible to use the water from the river, heat it properly, and create an environment where monsters can't enter. If I acquire water magic, the bar for making a bath will be lowered, but I don't want to spend the points to acquire it when I've already secured the water, and I don't know how much magic power it will take to produce the water needed for a bath. In the current situation, acquiring water magic would not be an option. If that were the case, should I build a stone wall by the river so that even monsters can't get into it with earth magic? No, that won't work. Once it is built, the water cannot be drained, and if there is a gap, the water cannot be heated. Most of all, it would be inefficient to use stone pillars to get in and out of the bathtub naked every time. Eventually, the closed bathhouse would be filled with stone pillars to get out. So what if I draw the water from the river into the inside of the cliff where I drilled the hole? If I connect the base and the bathhouse by digging a hole and filling the river entrance with soil, I should be able to block the water from entering and exiting the bathhouse. With soil, it would be easy to retreat, but then the baths would just be muddy, and if I blocked it with stones, it would only be for one time. If I'm going to go in there, I want to go in there to clean my body, so why not open it up and build it outside in the grassland area? That would make it safe, and since no one would be around, there would be no need to cover the bathhouse every time, right? But in terms of distance, it's almost a kilometer or too far to the baths. Besides, if I run into monsters on the way, I will end up sweating even after I get out of the bath, and that is too subtle. So I might compromise and take a bath in the water since it's summer. No, silly, then I should just jump into the river right now. Oh, with the sticky threads of the rig spider. I can't even notice what I can notice in a situation where my brain is covered in a bath. It was only half an hour later that I noticed that the orc meat I was barbecuing had turned black. Chapter 73, Descent Reservation. Loki-kun. Are you alive? It's been 4 days since I heard that you went into the forest, but you haven't used divine communication at all, so I contacted you. If you're still alive, please use it as soon as possible. I couldn't help but mutter. I knew that they would use the oracle sooner or later. That's why I wanted to finish it before they contacted me. 4 days already, huh? Yes. I skipped divine communication for the last 4 days. The reason is that I've been using my magic power even before I reached 60. It's not that I got tired of talking to the goddesses, it's just a matter of my nature that once I start a task, I can't get rid of it until I finish it. I'm almost done. I use Explore to find various monsters, and when I find that they are not within 30 meters of me, I activate the status screen. My remaining magic power is 34. So, if I can accumulate magic power for another hour or so, I will be able to use divine communication for a while. An hour later, it would be around 2100 hours. I guess it can't be helped. I can't let them worry about me, so I'll give up today's work. After a quick glance at the work in progress in front of me, I return to the base hole section. Divine communication. Hello, this is Loki. I apologize for the delay in contacting you. Loki, you're alive. Thank goodness. I was worried that something had happened to you. You know? I told you, right? He's not the kind of guy who dies that easily. What are you talking about? You've been chanting like a Buddhist monk every day that you haven't heard from him. You've been so busy. Even Rist said she was going to bring down the split entity in the Lulub forest. Hey, stop. This is going the same way as the first time. That's right. I'm sorry. Okay. I will speak on their behalf today. You must be Feril-sama. Nice to meet you. It feels like Alicia-sama's words are all overlapping. I wonder if I should push her in? I am aware that she is the leader of the goddesses, but I can't help but feel that she is being treated poorly. So, Loki-kun, I heard you were in the Lulub forest. Were you really that busy? Well, partly because I was busy defeating monsters, but also because I wanted to take a bath for a while. A bath? But you went all the way to Lulabu Forest? It's even more because it's in Lulab Forest. I get a lot of blood back every day, and I'm sweaty from running around all day, so it's pretty tiring. I see. That's something to look forward to. Yes, I wanted to get in as soon as possible, so I used a lot of magic every night. If you have a purpose, it can't be helped. Oh, by the way, can I ask you a question? It's okay, I really wanted to create iron, but I couldn't. Is it possible to create iron using earth magic? That would be impossible. If you want to separate the metal from the material, it should be alchemy, right? It should be ferronorists who are familiar with that area though. I see, so it was alchemy. That's why I can't do it. I don't have that skill. Thank you for your help. Thank you. Don't worry about it. By the way, is Loki still in the Lulab Forest? I think so. Since my level still seems to be rising, I think I'll probably stay for another half month or so. That's good. What do you mean? Next time, I will bring the split entity down to the lower world. Even after hearing the answer, the question is, what do you mean? The goddess is bringing down the split entity to find a transmigrator, right? Then she said that I should stay in the Lulab Forest. Don't tell me she means it's better because she can use Ria-sama's split entity as a reference point and doesn't have to meet with me at all? As expected, I'd be shocked if she said that. He said he'd be shocked if we didn't meet. Loki-kun, you're so cute. No, isn't it? I'm going to drop off my split entity in the Lulab Forest, so I'm looking forward to it. Huh? Not in a city, but in Lulab. There are no people here, It's only for one day, just like Ria. I'm also in charge of studying the ecology of monsters. I see. Since she put it that way, I guess I have to agree with her. It is true that it was Feral-sama who said that the rush skill was only for monsters, and although she seems to be relaxed, she might actually be the one who knows the most about it. So I'm looking forward to it. The bath, huh? She was different. She was just a bath lover. I think it will be about 3 days before I come to the lower world, so please finish it by then, okay? Why yes, I'll do my best. Is it good? When it's finished, everyone can come in, but as it is, there's nothing to cover. Well, it's not a place for people to come in, and even Alba-san and the others who might come near my base go back to Bizet to cash in their materials by the evening or so. No one will see them then. I'm there, but I'm right in front of my base, and I think I'm close. Feral, Loki's a pervert, so be careful. Eh? Ria was listening too. Wait, what do you mean, Ria? It's Ria. Loki-kun, you just called her by her name. Loki. Even if it is Loki, that's really disrespectful. I would like to hear the details of the situation from both sides regarding this matter, and also about the pervert matter. What can I say? No way a goddess and another worlder. Hello? Somehow, I always felt sorry for Alicia-sama, but today was even worse. But that doesn't matter now. I wonder if the other goddesses will kill me for calling her like that. Ria-sama even went out of her way to make me practice, and I was only halfway through the calling instruction. I didn't want to call her like that myself. I used both the oracle and divine communication, and the only way to get in touch with them from the goddesses would be to descend the split entity with me as the point of contact. They're not going to suddenly appear right next to me and interrogate me, are they? I was so worried that I could hardly sleep that day. Chapter 74, Large Family. The 5th day of my life as a shut-in the Lulab Forest dawned overnight without anyone's split entity coming down. Although I was scared last night after the divine communication, I made it to the morning without incident. The fact that nothing happened probably means that Ryu explained the situation well. She is not a very good talker and sometimes misses the point of a conversation. There's no point in worrying about it now, and I'll just keep working hard to defeat the monsters. I was a little worried about where to attack today. At the end of the 4th day, I could say that I had almost completely cleared out about 500 meters east of the Sail River, from the forest entrance to the base where I am now. So, should I go deeper or start on the west side of the river? There are advantages and disadvantages to both attacks. If I continue to attack the east side of the river, the first thing I can say is that it will be easier for me to move around. That would be the biggest advantage. I want to defeat the monsters in this area as soon as possible to make the baths. So if I continue to destroy the east side and the area around the base, it will be easier to prepare for the baths before Fertility arrives. Then what are the disadvantages? That would mean that it is not me but Alba-san and the others. The deeper I go, the farther it is from the safe grassland, and there is a possibility that monsters will cross the river and enter the eastern side of the camp. In that case, the longer I leave the west side of the Sail River unattended, the more likely it is that there will be a large number of monsters roaming around, even though I thought I had eliminated them. Even if I clean up the entrance to Rocker Plain, some monsters will move in from somewhere else the next day, so it is better to assume that the monsters have a fairly wide area of activity. How many people are gathering materials right now? I have not seen them since then, so I am not sure if Alba-san and the others can defend themselves, which is a disadvantage of attacking the east side as it is. And if I attack the west side, the disadvantages I just mentioned will turn directly into advantages. If the west side of the Sail River is also eliminated, the number of monsters crossing the river will be drastically reduced, so Alba-san and the others will be able to collect materials in a more stable way, and they will be able to collect materials in a position closer to the safe zone. However, it is too far from the base for me. Still, it is only about 1 kilometer from the base, so it does not count as far, but still, in terms of efficiency, it is undeniable that there will be a slight drop, and most importantly, the safety measures for the baths will be delayed. The other thing is that I am worried about my lack of knowledge about the territory. Amanda-san once told me that the Sail River divides the territory. In other words, my current base is actually built on a mud wall across the river, so it is a separate territory from Bizut. Now, I can rest easy because I know that in a place like this, where there are no people at all, there is no possibility of any problems, but I am not sure if there will be any problems if I go around hunting monsters from other territories. That's what I don't understand. To be honest, everyone, including me, Alba-san, and the others, are hunters. I believe that since hunters do not belong to a country, there will be no problems most of the time when we are in a territory that belongs to a country. On the contrary, if the number of monsters is greatly reduced, they might even be grateful. However, if there is trouble, it will be annoying and may cause trouble not only for me but also for Alba-san and the others. This is the disadvantage of hunting the west side of the river from the forest entrance. Maybe it's time to have a meeting and discuss this with them. I'm the one who made the plan to get people involved. Then I have to decide on future plans with everyone. So, I decided to go to the forest entrance around 11 o'clock and start today's hunt section. I've never seen these people before. There are 9 people, huh? As I ran toward the exit of the forest in the area where the extermination had already been completed, I immediately saw a group of people I did not know dismantling in the distance. Seeing that they were all carrying baskets on their backs, it was obvious that they were a party that Alba-san, Mizuharu-san, and the others must have recruited. It couldn't be more obvious, and I couldn't help but laugh. Although it doesn't look like there are any other people around. Oh well. So, I approached them and called out to them, "Excuse me, are you the ones invited by Alba-san and Mizuharu-san?" The group was startled for a moment, but their expressions softened as soon as they saw me. "Oh, yes. Are you Loki?" "Yes, I am. I came here today to see how things are going in the areas that have already been eradicated." "Are Alba-san and Mizuharu-san here?" "We're divided into 4 units now. Alba and Mizuharu should go north on the easternmost side to get the materials." "4 units?" "I'm the one who told them to invite more people, but I think the scope is getting much bigger. Maybe the people in front of me now are 1 unit." "So that means is it more than 30 people?" Hey, is the material I've taken down enough? By the way, are you making a decent profit?" "Oh, it's great." When they first tasked me, I thought they were joking, but I really appreciate it. It kind of tickles me when adults bow to me in front of me when they say that. "Well, It would be a problem if they were complaining that they weren't making as much money as they thought they were, and when they seem to be making money, I'm relieved. That's good to hear. I'm going to consult with Alba-san and the others, so be sure to check in with them later about the results of our discussion. After saying that, I left the place and headed east along the river. I used to explore to check the monster situation. As I moved along, I think I hit a few monsters in a 30-meter radius around me. Obviously, there are fewer than the first time, but there are still monsters coming from the west, north, and east. And I'm sure it's because of the large number of monster corpses lying around. I'll kill the monsters and leave them there, and the corpses will also be left there after the materials are collected. I've seen the sight of poison mice cannibalizing each other, so it could be that the monsters come for the monster meat. Otherwise, what are all those monsters eating? The question arises. However, this does not mean that it is practical to remove the corpses of the monsters. 1 or 2 bodies might be enough, but the scattered corpses number in the hundreds, so the only way to proceed with gathering materials is to take this situation into account. As I continued east, with another unit gathering materials along the way, I saw a group of 10 people engaged in a battle with monsters. There are several familiar faces among them. It seems clear that this is the unit in charge of the easternmost side. "Hello, are you okay?" Without even turning around, Alba-san and Mizuharu-san, who are in the middle of a battle, reply, perhaps recognizing me from my voice. "Loki, huh? It's a hassle, but it's okay." It would be great if you could cover for us." "What is it?" I poked my head inward, but when I looked at the monsters they were fighting, I saw an orc and 4 small wolves. In addition, a rig spider was floating in the air, and a hunter was wrapped in a caterpillar-like coil on the ground, perhaps having fallen prey to the sticky thread. Wow, is this what it looks like when you get caught by a rig spider? But I wouldn't want to see a sticky man. I shake my head as my true feelings come out as quickly as they come in. 9 hunters fighting, huh? I'm sure they could defeat the monsters, but I guess it's just as annoying as the word implies. If that's the case, I'll just cover them for now. If not, then I cannot consult with them as much as possible. As I ran towards the monsters engaged in battle, I suddenly remembered that I had a skill for times like this. I'm sure I've acquired it, right? Let's see. Provocation. I still don't know why, but somehow, I learned this skill on the Rocker Plains. It should still be level 1, but I thought it would be easier if I could attract monsters with it, so I cast my first provocation skill with the orc in mind. Then, for some reason, boo, the small wolves are following me too. I thought I was only calling the orc, but 3 small wolves that were next to it followed me as a set. Also, the orc's eyes seem more bloodshot and deadly than usual. What? Is it angry? Is it furious? Is provocation an area skill? Does it have the ability to not only narrow the field of vision but also make the target angry? I don't really know the answer to this question because I've been slacking off. I had never even seen a detailed explanation until now, which was that if I worked alone, all the monsters would come to me regardless of provocation, so I would never use it. Well, okay. Whether it's 1 or 4, it doesn't make much difference now. I immediately switched to a style that emphasizes the number of hands, with a short sword in my right hand and a knife in my left, and intercept the small wolves that reach me first. Hoi, hoi, hoi. Engaging the small wolves near the river would result in a wave of unparalleled attacks. I cut down about 3 of them like it was a piece of cake, and finally, while dodging the club of a slowly running orc, I jumped on the orc's knees and flashed my sword at his neck. Slash. Since yesterday, I've finally been able to cut off the heads of the orcs in a stable manner. While thinking this, I checked the rest of the monsters, and it seemed that they had finished this one as well, and everyone was staring at me with dumbfounded looks on their faces. This is the first time I've seen Loki in battle, and you're amazing. Yeah. All I can say is awesome. I wonder what's going on there, that you can handle 4 of them all by yourself and be so relaxed. That's impressive, but is it some kind of skill that made the monsters go towards Loki-kun? There's no point in worrying about the details. The world he lives in is different from ours, as I thought, Loki is a god. Awkward. I don't want to show off, but if I was asked to cover and monsters came by, the right thing to do would be to take them out as soon as possible. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Ha. But wouldn't it be better to help the person being wrapped in the threads as soon as possible? Ah, how terribly awful that they forgot, I muttered to myself as I looked at the man who was having the tangled threads cut by all hands while keeping a wary eye on the surroundings. Chapter 75, A Little Longing and Reality. And I see. Should I continue to the east of the river, or should I try to reach the west of the river? After the string man was safely released, I immediately told Alba-san and Mizuharu-san that I was wondering which way to attack. I then asked them how the material recovery was going and what the current situation was. Of course, I had no intention of getting in the way, so I let them continue with their work. I followed Alba-san and the others as a sort of escort and listened to what they had to say. By the way, how is the gathering of materials going? That's not a problem. The orc flesh is a bit spoiled, but there are still small items like magic stones and part of the subjugation lying around. Yes, that's true. It's just the freshness of the orc meat. Well, we've been carefully selecting only those that are likely to be of material rank C or higher for the past few days, so there's nothing for you to worry about. Loki. That means there are a lot more people, but that means everyone gets their fair share, right? Yeah, that's the thing. That's what Alba-san started talking about, and what he said was oblique to me. As the first person I met had said, there were currently 4 units in the material gathering team. 8 parties that had been hunting in Lulub Forest were participating in this material gathering, which seemed to be all the E-rank hunters in Bazit Base, except for Feather's party, which was considered to be the strongest by far. They were all assigned to a unit about 100 meters apart, and they walked about 50 meters to the east and west, respectively, heading north while gathering materials. Each unit marked its starting point and temporary retreat point with some kind of weapon or magic. When they resumed the next day, they would check the markings, and as they checked the deterioration of the orc flesh, they would decide whether or not to accelerate their progress. I was frankly impressed when I heard that. I thought it was very efficient and to my liking. Since Mars-san looked so smug when I showed such reaction, he might have been the one who came up with the idea. He seemed the most cautious and wise, but then there are some things that worry me. Do you think it will be safe to split up the units? There was some monster reaction before I got here. This is the place. No matter how much emphasis is placed on efficiency, it is meaningless if people die because of it. No, I know it still makes sense to the inhabitants of this world, but as a planner, I am not comfortable with it. It's all right, you know. For now, the westernmost unit and the eastern one have more men. The first unit has 9 men in preparation for the monsters coming across the river, the second unit has 6 men in a party, the third unit also has 6 men, and the fourth unit here has 10 men in preparation for the monsters coming from the east. So far, there have been some injuries but no deaths. We are prepared for anything. Yes, the way Mars came up with it is working well. Everyone goes to and from the city and exchanges money at the same time, so no one cheats. I see. You have thought this through. That's great. I think Mars-san is getting carried away at this point, but if he's thinking that far ahead, it's not my scene to complain about. In fact, after 5 days, there have been no deaths, so that must mean it is stable. So, the question is, what should I do about the hunting ground problem I mentioned at the beginning? First, let's check to be sure. If I did the same thing on the west side of the river, would there be a problem with the other side of the river being in a different territory? I don't see any. What are you worried about? Whether it's another territory or another country, defeating monsters is an act that is appreciated everywhere, right? I see. I knew that it was an unnecessary worry. Then, the rest depends on how comfortable they are with it. Then let me ask you frankly, which would be easier, to continue east of the river or to cross the river and do the same on the west side? That's fine with me. Whichever is more convenient for Loki. If I were to speak personally, I would prefer the west side, as crossing such a shallow river is no problem for me. But, well, I make a lot of money here, so I'll leave it to Loki. okay? Although they say they will leave it up to me, I think they really want to be on the west side of the river, considering the existence of a safe zone and the risk of going deep into the forest. Albasan didn't say that, but I think he was thinking the same thing, judging by the look on his face when Mizuharu-san told him that he wanted to go to the west side of the river. It is a bit far for me, and in a way, both the distance and the situation of the bath are my selfishness. So let's move according to their wishes, right? I'm making money thanks to their cooperation. I understand. Then, starting tomorrow, I will do the same thing on the west side of the river. I'll start first thing in the morning and destroy the west side of the river up to about 500 meters from the river. If that's okay with Loki, I'd appreciate it. But, is it okay with you? No problem. If it's obviously inconvenient for me, I won't even suggest it. I'm glad to hear that. The deeper you go into the forest, the more afraid you get. Mars. Hey, I'm not freaked out. I just get a little nervous when I go deeper into the forest. That's the same thing. I'm still fine, but you're freaked out. Shall we call you the god of scaredy cat? Parties are nice, but I can't. It's because I did it alone that I'm able to drink here. I can't forget that. Well then, please tell everyone on your way home today that I'm going to continue hunting monsters further north, just in case. Oh, I understand. I'll tell them it's on the west side of the river starting tomorrow. Make sure you kill them all, at the same pace. It should take about 4 days to clear the west side of the river to where we are now. In that time, I doubt I'll make it to the level cap yet. Then maybe I'll go back to the north approach on the east side of the river next time, or, depending on the number of monsters, do I try another 500 meters east of the forest entrance? With these thoughts in mind, I started hunting for monsters near the base. Chapter 76, Men's Wild Bath. Fufafu. Finally, it's finally done. A mysterious stone lay in the middle of the river. Staring at it, I roared alone in the forest. It was my 6th day of hiding in the Lulub forest. It was already dark, and I worked silently, using my night vision to make baths every day, including today, after the hunt was over, and the monsters attacked me regardless of my situation. So it was hard to keep a low profile. But, anyway, there is a bath of my own making in front of me. I want to tell someone about this excitement, but there is no one around. So, I'll tell the story alone. It's the second night of my shut-in life. I was looking for a way to make a bath, but I could not come up with a clear answer, so I gathered branches for the fire and thought about what I could do to make a better idea. When I returned to the cave, I casually used magic to see if there was a way to get a foothold on the 1.5-meter-long stone pillar. The only reason was that it was hard to climb a stone pillar as tall as I was after a long and tiring day of hunting. Make a dent. I had already experienced that I could not erase the stones on the rocker plane. So maybe I could at least make a dent. Wouldn't it be nice if I could? That was the extent of my wishful thinking in this experiment. The result was a nice dent. It is not clear whether it was scraped or compressed. If it follows the same logic as soil, I think it is probably the latter. I used Earth Magic Level 1. Moreover, since I used it somewhat spontaneously, very little magic power was put into it. Even so, a 1-centimeter dent was made in part of the stone pillar, and by repeating the process several times, it became possible to at least hold on to it with 1 foot. This was the first step in deciding on the concept of making a bath. The third night of my stay, I started by making a huge stone. I say huge, but that's just what I said when I cast the spell. Make a huge square stone. This word was transmitted to the spirit, and I was able to use my level 3 earth magic, which is the limit of magic power. The result of using 29 magic powers was a cube-shaped stone block about 2 meters on each side. It suddenly appeared in the middle of the river. Then, on the same day, the stone block was sunk to the bottom of the river using earth magic, and the height of the stone block was increased by about 1 meter. In other words, it was half buried in the riverbed. As a result, a stone block about 1 meter high and 2 meters long and wide was sitting in the river at a depth of about 50 centimeters. With this size, it would not be washed away even if the river speeded up due to rain. I also felt that the riverbank around my base looked cleaner, but that may have been my imagination. The night of the 4th day of my secluded life, I sat on a block of stone and dug hard. Of course, this is not something you can do with a sword or a knife. If I did that, I would not be able to use it for hunting, so I dug on and on with magic. To be precise, the stone may have been compacted, but unlike soil, you can't tell the difference by touching it, so I'll use the expression digging here. Of course, unlike soil, the amount that can be dug at one time is not large. No wonder, since the hardness of the soil is different. As the work progressed slowly, I tried various things during the process, which I should say was because of the slow progress. Make a hole. Even with this, I could dig stones according to the amount of magic power. However, chip off the stone, gouge out the stone. The spirit did not respond to such words that indicated the disappearance or separation of the stone. The criteria for judgment are vague and difficult, but even if compression can be done, disappearance is a different area of magic. Assuming that it would be spatial magic that I was looking for, I continued my work, silently searching for a more magically efficient method of digging. In the end, I was called by Fertility and had to use divine communication, so I had to stop my work. The night of the 5th day of living in seclusion, I continued digging for the stone chunks, determined to make up for last night's work. I used the magic power I had regained in the morning to do some digging before I went hunting. By the 5th day, the monster hunting had become more stable, and my level had increased, so the amount of magic power remaining in the evening increased day by day. I deliberately suppressed the amount of magic power because I wanted to continue the work of making a bath, and from the 5th day on, the final goal of modeling. In other words, I began to think about the shape of the bath. It was a large stone, 2 meters square. It is possible to make a circular bath like those found in resorts or a rectangular bath like those found in ordinary Japanese homes. It is also 2 meters high, so I could even make a standing bath if I wanted to. However, I chose the most popular and familiar rectangular bath. It was the safest choice, but that was not the main reason. While making the tub, I also thought about how to heat the water. How would I heat the water? With this stone block and the location, it would be impossible to heat the water from below. So there was only one way: where to burn the stones. If I burned the stones at the bottom or by the river, there was the problem of how to carry the stones to the bath, and I was not sure I could solve that problem. This way, I could just poke the burned stone with something and drop it directly into the bathtub. In other words, half of the 2 meter square stone was for the bath, and half was for making a fire to burn the stone. Today is the 6th day. The bath was finished in the morning, and the final adjustments were made a few hours later. The first thing I tried was the plug that goes in when you make a hole in the bath. If I had messed up here, all the work I had done so far could have been lost, so I was very careful and experimented first with a stone shaped like a plate that I found lying around. The materials for the plug were the skin of the small wolf I had found today and the sticky threads I had the rig spider release. I used the sticky threads because they are strange, sticky material, and I thought they would seal the gap if I covered them with more. I cut a small piece of small wolf skin, rolled it up, covered it with sticky threads, stuffed it into a stone with a pre-drill hole, and poured water over it. Then, I made sure that the water pooled at the top but did not drip out of the gap between the plugs. There was no sign of the sticky threads dissolving in the water. Even when the water was changed to hot water, which could be called the right temperature, there was no change in the sticky threads. This was a success, or rather, a great success. The plug can be easily removed by pressing a little harder, so I think the functionality of the plug is quite good. It may be a little sticky, but that's to be expected, and if this experiment is successful, it will be no problem to make a small hole in the main body of the tub. I drilled a hole in the inside of the tub on the upstream side of the river and another hole at the bottom on the opposite side, thus securing the entrance and exit of the water. The sight of water entering the bath immediately made me shiver. Having made it this far, there was only one thing left to do. After hastily gathering the branches and placing them in the space next to the bath, I ignite them with fire magic and throw the stones into the space. I don't know how many stones I'll need, so if I burn more, it won't be a problem. The spot is about 50 centimeters above the surface of the water, and the current of the river is calm, so there is no need to worry about being covered by water. All I have to do is wait and wait for the stones to burn. I suppressed my feelings of anxiety and began to undress at a leisurely pace. Section. Holding only my sword, I stared at the bathtub, naked. So long. I didn't think it would take that long for the stone to burn. For more than an hour, I waited naked without eating. During that time, a monster came to check my bath. So of course, I defeated it. For some reason, the orc was scared to death when he saw me. But there was no way I was going to put my clothes back on now. Only a few more steps. So I grabbed my sword and waited. I threw 3 of the stones that had finally turned red earlier into the bathtub, and the water swayed vigorously. But, will it be all right? Was it too much for me to throw them in? Let's see. Is it warm? But it's not too hot to put in. Let's put more stones in and see how it goes, and enjoy the lukewarm water first. If it's too hot, I'll soon be overtired. But I'm glad I made the bath bigger. This bath is as big as I am. If I put the stones in the corner, I won't get burned by touching them. Splash, splash, sizzle, sizzle. Well, let's go. It's been a super long time since I had a bath. Let's do it. Splash. Oh no. This is too weird. I had no idea a bath could be so good. I looked up at the sky and saw the stars shining brightly, unobstructed by trees and grass because I was in the middle of the river. I looked ahead and saw a campfire burning rocks. The water flowing 360 degrees around me was as if I were soaking in the middle of the river. I felt that the view of the open-air bath overlooking the ocean was spectacular. Normally, if there were an outdoor bath on a river, it would be by the river. No one would be stupid enough to build a bathhouse in the middle of a river. There can. Then, let's take the next step. I took half of my body out of the bath, which was just the right amount of hot water, and found a homemade cutting board next to the fire. I put the chopping board on the fire while looking at the orc meat, extra fine, on it. The meat was freshly plucked because it came to me while I was waiting naked. It was definitely A-grade meat. I had already cooked it a little earlier, so now was the perfect time to put the finishing touches on it. The best meat in the best setting. I'm sure I'm the only one who enjoys this luxury. Phew. Ha 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 ha. It's a wonderful other world. With magic, even amateurs can do it. I'm sure the people who have the cheating skills are enjoying their lives, but I'm enjoying mine even more. This ability that I don't understand may be a cheat, but if I don't work hard, it won't grow at all. That's why I keep trying. I think it's better to work hard and experience hardship so that I can enjoy the fun and joy of life even more. Takuya, the hero who is strong from the beginning and is probably taking luxurious baths with a woman in his castle, has never experienced the thrill of taking a bath with a sword in his hand, has he? HMPH. Giga. Well, is it time to burn? Yeah, that's good. Now all I need is a sprinkle of salt and oh, it's really good. It would have been great if there was beer here, but that's about it. I'll save it for future enjoyment. As expected, I don't know what would happen if I drank with this body. Well, I guess I'll just have to make the backrest a little more sloped and smooth out the bumps on the buttocks a little more. And I'd like to make elbow rests on both sides of the tub. I'll make some adjustments tomorrow while I'm taking a bath. I hope Feral Sharma will like this bath, too. Chapter 77. The seriousness of the current situation. Even though I'm getting used to it, it's still hard. The 7th day of my life as a shut-in. After eradicating the entrance area within 500 meters west of the river as planned, I walked back to the base. Normally, I would jog back, but I have more work to do today, so I'm trying to conserve my energy. Even though it was a day when the effect of the pills was at its maximum, if I overexert myself, I might have problems the next day. If I were alone, I would be used to a little more than a little recklessness, but when I work with more than 30 people, the pressure is heavy, and I have to think and act a little more carefully. Should I have dinner first, or should I just get on with it? Come to think of it, I wonder if the fish tank operation was a success? Suddenly, I remembered that before I left for the morning hunt, I had worked hard to set a trap in front of the base for the first time since the Great Forest of Palmyra. The reason was obvious. I was tired of eating orc meat every day. No matter how young I am, if I eat meat every day, I will want to eat fish as well. So, since the morning, I had been working hard to build a fish tank trap that would be difficult to escape from once the fish were in. But the problem was the number of monsters. Even if you catch a fish, it is useless if it is eaten by small wolves or orcs. So I decided that I had to do something about my problem as soon as possible. I need to do more to secure fish and take a relaxing bath. When I make or take a bath, monsters always come from the west side of the river. Well, that's to be expected. After all, I just started working on the west side of the river today, and since it is only near the entrance, it means that there are a lot of monsters around the base. So I hunt them. This is the plan from now on. It would be great if I could clear at least 50 meters to the west of the base by using the effects of the pills within a reasonable range. If I can eliminate that many monsters, I believe that the number of monsters flowing into the vicinity of the base will be greatly reduced. Phew. I took a deeper breath than usual. If I take a break, it will be too late to take a bath. I'll just burn the stones and clean up. While I'm at it, I decided to act immediately, and as soon as I arrived at the base, I started burning stones next to the baths and then immediately went hunting on the west side section, on a cliff with a gentle slope. There, I dealt with the incessant monster attacks. The sun had completely set, and while using night vision and presence detection, I used exploration for the rig spiders. Even though I had leveled night vision, I didn't think it was a skill that would lead directly to any practical use. In the first place, I had decided to move to a new hunting ground based on my own level, so I didn't check each time whether my skill level had increased or not. Still, looking around like this, I feel that the contrast is a bit clearer now than it was yesterday and yesterday than it is now. The world that was black and white at first has begun to take on a bit of color, probably due to the increase in skill level. However, my vision is still very different from what it was during the day. The frequency of attacks from monsters is inevitably higher due to the lack of a sense of distance. Or rather, there are definitely more monsters on the western side. I think this while killing the monsters that come near me. I felt the same way during the day. The number of small wolves is not so different, but the number of orcs is obviously much larger. In the worst case, 5 or more orcs would attack and blow the small wolves away with logs in their hands. Even now, with the 4 orcs swarming around me, there should be no doubt that the main habitat is on the west side of the river. Of course, there are even more small wolves trying to bite through the gaps. The ground was littered with monster corpses, and it was already difficult to find a place to move. I was aware that I had been distracted. I instinctively swung my short sword, but there was no way that the surrounding monsters would fall apart with such a random attack. After a long time, the log that the orc swung down hit me right in the head. Thanks to my excellent defense, the pain is not as strong as it could be, but I can't kill the impact. I wondered if I'd suffered some kind of concussion. I couldn't get my bearings, and my feet felt wobbly. However, when I tried to move my legs, which were barely strong enough to stand up, another powerful log hit me from above before I could do so. This is not good. I can't even stand up, and as fast as I can, I hide my head and crouch down like a turtle, but bang, bang. Still, the monsters show no mercy. The impact of the blunt attack is felt strongly through my armor. The small wolves swarm around me, biting at my tattered clothes and the skin peeking out from the bites. What a pathetic sight. Damn. These guys are really trying to kill me. Well, I'm trying to kill them too. That's right. With that in mind, instead of looking at the monsters with hostility or looking at the ground and regretting it, I opened my status screen and looked at a point. My magic power is a little over 140 with the sword equipped. I underestimated it. Yes, it's my fault for underestimating it. Conserving magic power had become a habit since I started making baths. I had thought that even if I was surrounded by several monsters, I would be able to use as little magic as possible and use it to make baths for the night, as was the norm here. However, With not much strength left in my body, I was overconfident that I could still handle more than 10 monsters. I am not strong. No, I am still weak. Weak enough to be beaten to a pulp by an E-rank monster. In that case, let's give it everything I've got. Don't make the mistake of timing when it comes to maintaining my strength. Now is not the time. I made up my mind and attacked from all directions, shouting so that even the biting monsters could hear me. Kill all the monsters around me with countless wind blades. At that moment, a huge tornado was created around me. It was the first time I used level 4 wind magic. I don't know what will happen when I use it, but I felt strangely relieved. Part of it was because the monsters had stopped attacking. Even without looking up, I could hear countless sounds of something breaking along with the groans of the monsters around me. As I stared at the ground, a dark red liquid gushed out and crawled towards me. A moment of silence. Is everything okay? I looked up and saw a large number of shredded monster pieces scattered around me. There are no surviving monsters as far as I can see, and even when I check with exploration, there is only the responsive rig spiders, who do not join in the melee, perhaps because they are territorial from the start. Level 4, and it has become like this? I sat there muttering to myself. It was obvious that in this hunting ground, even when surrounded by monsters, it was powerful enough to defeat them with a single shot. However, I immediately forbade the use of level 4 wind magic unless the situation was very bad. With my current magic power, even if I were at full strength, 3 shots would be the limit. The magic consumption is too high for my natural recovery to keep up. Besides, looking at this mess, it is unlikely that I will be able to recover the materials properly. There may be a few magic stones left, but it is doubtful that I will be able to recover even the proof of subjugation. It is easy to imagine that Albasan and the others are shocked and depressed. While I was thinking about this in this bloody place, I suddenly felt a noisy sensation in my head. It's viral. I think it's time to bring down my split entity. Is everything okay? I knew it was the Oracle, but this situation is not good. I can't let Fertility come out in a situation where there are pieces of flesh scattered in a sea of blood. If she appeared in such a place, it would be like summoning a devil. Ugh. It's a good thing I left some magic power left. It would have been bad if I couldn't use divine communication. With this thought in my mind, I lifted my heavy back and hurried back to the base with all my remaining strength. Chapter 78, Goddess of Life. Standing on the riverbank near the base, I stared at the dense blue-violet fog swirling in front of me. The sight of that fog gave me goosebumps, and I naturally rubbed my arms. I thought that when Rhea's split entity disappeared, but I somehow know that it's a tremendous amount of magic. If I couldn't use magic, I wouldn't have thought anything special. However, due to the magic I have released so far and the level 4 wind magic I have just activated, the density of the fog makes it hard to tell how much magic it has. I've come to understand it as a rule of thumb, if only a little, and the fog in front of me now is completely unknown. It's so thick that I'm afraid I'll disappear just by touching it. It was just frightening. This is the word that best fits the situation. And then, just as I thought the fog had concentrated into a single point, the next moment, there was the fluffy, brown-haired Fertility standing there, wearing a white one-piece dress, just as before. It's been a long time, Fertility. Yes, it's been a long time. I wanted to meet you so much. I quickly stopped Fertility, who wanted to hug me for some reason. I'm really overjoyed, but this is not a good time. Wait a minute, Fertility. As you can see, I was hunting until just now, so I'm covered in blood. I can tell just by looking at you. But I don't mind, you know. No, I heard from Rhea-sama that the goddess's clothes are very expensive. You don't have to worry about the split entity's clothes. The moment I tried to call only Rhea, I felt a suspicious glint in the eyes of the mild-mannered Fertility, and I broke out in a cold sweat. But since she stayed for the time being, I asked her a simple question that only occurred to me after all this time. By the way, why at night? Is it possible that you don't know what time it is here in the Divine Realm? I know, but you see, I thought I could talk to Loki-kun a lot more at night. I see. It's true that I'm busy hunting during the day, Although I talked to Ria sometimes, it was mostly about hunting and monsters. It was completely different when we moved, but here, it's almost like there's no time to travel to the hunting grounds, and if I'm going to take a bath, I think it's better to do it at night. During the day you'd be able to see it, wouldn't you? Oh, you're right. Yes, I was completely convinced. If she says it's a measure against my perversion, I can't say anything else. So, since it's no good standing around talking like this, I'm going to take Fertility to my base for the time being. If I stood behind her, the incident with the panty on the stone pillar would happen again. So I climbed up first and led the way, just as an example, and guided Fertility while leading by my hand. I see, it's very thick. I don't want to wash my hands for a while. Wow. This is not very typical for humans, is it? Ha ha ha. Well, it's just a temporary measure to hunt more efficiently. As long as I can sleep with some security, that's all that matters. I have the impression that the people of Earth are knowledgeable but weak. Loki-kun, you are strong and resilient, aren't you? Fertility rolls her eyes when she sees my base. But probably everyone would think so. I've added some shelves and other human-like touches, but the floor is just covered with leaves. You could say it's not much different from the Huli Mole in Palmyra. Oh, by the way, Fertility, you took over the task, didn't you? I already gave the money to Ria-sama. I haven't heard anything, huh? That's not good. Has Ria-sama gone back yet? I don't know. I don't think she returned her split entity while I was here. But money, huh? Money as well as a place to stay. You are going to look for the transmigrants tomorrow, aren't you, Fertility? Yes, but I will check the inner part of the Palmyra Great Forest, you know? Huh? Aren't you going to check inside the city of Bizet? Apparently, there are no transmigrants in the city where Loki-kun was based, so I think I'll just look around in the Palmyra Great Forest for now. List said there's a good chance I'll meet someone there. And now List-sama again? It's okay because what she says makes sense, but it's like she's the commander of the goddesses. Now that I think about it, I feel like there was a person who ended up being a pitiful child despite being in such a position. I wonder who that person is. By the way, you can bring out the split entity without having me as the key point, right? Yes, it's easiest to use divine communication or the oracle to bring it out next to Loki-kun, but I can also bring it out at a place where I've been before or a place I've gone from there. What about bringing out Ria-sama's split entity at a place or Ria-sama's shoes? If it's Ria's split entity, I can easily find the location by using telepathy, but shoes? Huh? There seems to be a strange pause, and for some reason, it's strange that only shoes isn't spaced out. I know it's a little late for this, but when I looked closely at Fertility, she was barefoot, too. I didn't notice it because of the darkness. I must have done something wrong. Why, you see, I bought a pair of shoes for Ria-sama, but she said she couldn't take them to the divine realm, so she should have taken them off at the inn and then brought the split entity back. Haha. I see. By the way, I'm barefoot, too, you know. Oh no. I bought one for Ria-sama, so Fertility probably wants me to buy one for her, too. And if I don't buy it, I can predict that her mood will be bad. But I'm not planning on going back to Bizet just yet. As expected, I can't go all the way back just to buy shoes. It's not just my problem. The lives of more than 30 people are at stake. Strangely, my body flowed naturally again. I didn't expect to kneel down at such a high speed, but I guess it can't be helped since both of them are goddesses. I'm sorry, but since I'm not planning to go back to the city yet, I can't buy shoes for Fertility. So I gave Ria-sama some money for such a situation. It seems that she can eat if she wants to, so I hope she can spend it well so that it doesn't run out. However, Ria-sama is not in my special bath, so it is only Fertility. Only you can take my special bath. With these words, she turns her gaze to the entrance of the cave and the bath she can see behind it. The stone fire was still burning, and even the naked eye could clearly see the entire bath. I see. I'm special too, aren't I? Of course. Of course. Would you like to enter as soon as possible? With a broad smile on her face, Fertility nodded her head. Chapter 79. Hope. Snap. I'm staring into the fire, grilling 3 fish I caught in the trap and a small shrimp I picked up while I was at it. After all, it's the goddess bathing. I was torn between turning off the fire that was the source of the light lest it be reflected in my troubled eyes, but then I mentioned that it would be great to have a meal while bathing, and that's when Fertility took a bite out of my words. And then I couldn't put out the fire, could I? I can't let her eat raw, you know, and I can't let a goddess do that kind of work. I'm a servant. It is a strange thing that I believe in my heart that it is perfectly natural for me to prepare the food while escorting the goddess. This is a wonderful view. Are there baths like this on Earth? No, I don't think anyone would build one in the middle of the river. Though there are hot springs that use natural water heated by geothermal heat along the riverbank. The exploration, which allowed me to check a larger area, also showed no sign of monsters. Today was worth the effort. But I can't let my guard down. Of course, I'm also activating night vision and presence detection. It would be a catastrophe if something happened to Fertility. Of course. Phew, the bath is right behind me. To be more precise, I'm stuck to the fire in the corner of the stone block, so if I turn my eyes to the side to the limit of my range of motion, I can catch a glimpse of Fertility's legs. Strange, isn't it? I have just confirmed with my own eyes that she is barefoot, but just the fact that she is in the bath makes her feet a million times more erotic. Splash. Oh, she poured the warm water over her shoulders. It's not like I'm meticulously checking the goddess bath. My presence detection, which is used to detect the presence of the monsters, only tells me the movements of the goddess. It's an irresistible force because I can't narrow down the target. This is nice hot water. Is such a way of heating water also knowledge of the Earth? I wonder. In today's Earth, most of the work is done automatically, so you could say it is Earth knowledge, but I think it is a very old way of heating water. Okay, the fish is getting nice and cooked. Now all I have to do is sprinkle some salt on it, and I don't know if the goddess will like this meal, which can't be called cooking, but the only ingredients I have at the moment are fish or orc meat. As expected, Fertility's little mouth would not be able to take a bite of the orc meat. Now the fish is cooked. I only sprinkled salt on it, so it might be a bit subtle, but there you go. Well, thank you very much. I stretched my arms out behind me, and Fertility caught the fish stuck in the branch. I'll have one as well. I'm hungry, no matter how nervous I am. Come to think of it, this bath is pretty big. Munch, munch. It is. Isn't it? When I used earth magic to convey the word huge, I ended up with such a big stone. I see. But even so, there's no need to make the bathtub this big, right? It's probably bigger than Loki can. Munch, munch. Sure, if you put it that way. Don't tell me, you made it on the assumption that you would go in with me? Phew. What a rude thing to say, Fertility. Even though I'm a man who doesn't reject lewdness, I'm not that bold. If I just happened to make it the size of the stone. Yes, it ended up being that size when I made it to fit. Why did I make it to fit the size of the stone? The bigger the bath, the more places to dig and the more magic power to use. And yet, while I was going through extra hardship in the battle, I had saved my magic power and poured it into making the bath. Now that it has been mentioned, it is certainly true. Even the half-sized bath is enough for me. It's just something I'll use while I'm here, not something I'll take home and use for the rest of my life. I don't think When I heard Fertility say, "I'm looking forward to the bath," I wondered if I wanted to go in with her in my heart. But when I think about it, it seems like I've been digging with all my heart since I heard those words. My mind, which had completely stopped moving while clutching the fish I was about to eat, was probably visible through my mind, even though it was a split entity that didn't have mind-reading abilities. I don't mind, you know. What was that? I can't see it, but I feel like the atmosphere has changed. I felt a slightly enchanting atmosphere from the motherly goddess who combines gentleness and serenity. Is it really okay? I'm not the kind of guy who would have chickened out here, you know? I'm not going to do something so wasteful as to make up some incomprehensible excuse and run away. Are you sure? If you say that, I'll really go in there. Of course, the bathtub was made and prepared by Loki-kun. You said earlier that you were covered in blood. And you really want to get in as soon as possible, don't you? If she said that much, there would be no need to stop. Turning around, I quickly removed my leather armor and took off my clothes. Gulp. My throat trembles. This is the most selfish body of the goddess. Thank God. Then I will take a grateful look at it. Whoosh. Huh? Ara. Your body is toned, maybe because you contribute to the world every day. You're still wearing your clothes, aren't you? No one said I took off my clothes. You shouldn't take a bath with your clothes on. Section. After the bathing time was over, I relaxed with Fertility in the hole in the base. When Fertility withdrew her split entity and reappeared, her wet skin and clothes were back to normal. I am once again very much aware that this is a useful skill because it dries completely. Of course. I secretly clicked my tongue. Well, it was a pity that I couldn't see the goddess' large breasts, but I still think that the time we spent together eating fish, soaking in the same hot water, and talking about the earth and this world was an incredibly precious experience. It must have been an enviable experience for the believers of this world. And as she came back, she seemed to confirm the handover. It is all right now. I've memorized the location of the room where Loki-kun was staying, so I'll go there tomorrow and take action. That's good to hear. Does that mean the shoes and money were left in a room? I think so. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm only going to buy shoes with that money. I don't know how much money Ria-sama, spent, but if you need anything else, you can buy it as usual, except for shoes, right? Anyway, this is the end of the handover. I paid the innkeeper quite a bit of money for the room, partly because I didn't know his schedule, so there shouldn't be any problem getting a room, at least until I return from the Lulub forest. The only difficulty is that there will be more women's shoes in the room. Fufu, thank you very much. And, is it okay if you call Ria as usual? I heard she made you practice with her. Is that so? When I forget, I tend to call her by her name, but is it really okay? We talked about it for a while, but Loki-kun isn't a member of this world, right? I guess that's true, but what does that have to do with anything? If you're a member of the people of this world, there are things to consider, but if you're not, don't you think it's strange to force you to respect us? I wonder about that. Well, it is certainly natural for me as a Japanese to think of the emperor as a great man, and if I were to meet him face to face, I would undoubtedly be in awe and tremble with worry. In a more practical sense, the president of the company I worked for is probably the most important person I feel close to, but what if it was someone from a different country? Of course, they are a great person, but when a king you have no contact with or benefit from tells you, I am a great person, you might just think, oh, I see. At best, you just read the atmosphere and go along with your surroundings, but there is another world. If it were a great person from another world. While I tilted my head and groaned, Fertility continued to speak. We don't want that for Loki-kun either, you know. Only Rigel seems to have some resistance because of her personality. I have more questions because I'm struggling with this. What does that mean? Let's see. The existence that can talk to us is extremely rare, and Loki-kun is the only one who can talk to us in a natural way. If I remember correctly, the only people who can talk to the goddesses are the original shrine maidens, right? That's right. The current and previous girls weren't bad, but they were all too uptight. I see. I'm beginning to get the hang of this. It would be embarrassing if I'm wrong. Ria said that the 6 goddesses live in that space where my soul is being transported to, right? That's right. How much interaction do you have with the other gods and goddesses? I've only heard a little bit about what kind of gods are there, and I've never talked to any of them directly except for Fertility. Just the thought of it made my skin crawl, and I was speechless. A world with only 6 people. Although they are able to monitor the lower world, they are forbidden to touch people directly except in special circumstances, and they have almost no contact with humans except for successive generations of shrine maidens. I knew that much, but I had no idea that there was no contact at all with the gods who administer other worlds. How many years have they spent in such a period of time? No. How many years have they spent not at this level? Since monsters must have been born first, and the split entity must have been sent down to see if humans could live there. At least Fertility has been observing this world since the time when there were no humans. It is truly an unimaginably long time that the six of them have spent together, bound by the ability of immortality. Besides, the goddesses have their own feelings. They were angry when I shouted curses at them, happy when I bought them shoes or prepared a bath for them, and perhaps a little pity when they heard how I came to be in this world. I think Ryu enjoyed watching me try to focus on efficiency despite my weaknesses. Her appearance is no different from other humans, and I don't know the difference. It's just hell. Even I, who have been shut in for a long time and cut off from human interaction, can say with certainty that I would go mad in such an environment. If I had been drawn to such a fate, I would have wished with all my heart that I could at least kill my feelings or at least erase them. Maybe it was because I imagined myself in the position of the goddess. The words came out naturally. You've been working hard all this time, haven't you? It was strange. My first encounter with them was very disturbing, but after that, I felt that the goddess's favor towards me was unnaturally high. Rhea was still suspicious of me, but that was because I was from another world. I had assumed that because I was someone with advanced knowledge of Earth and mysterious abilities that gave me knowledge of this world that even the goddesses didn't know, I was useful to them, for better or worse. But I see. So that's what this is about. Was it because I was a transmigrant? It is because I have no preconceived notions about the goddesses, which can be called the common sense of this world. Then it may be rude, but I'll say it anyway. If it was my misunderstanding, I should apologize with all my might. With that in mind, I opened my mouth. Do you want a friend? Then, after a pause, yes, Fertility replied with a smile that couldn't have been more sincere, even though her cheeks were wet with tears. Chapter 80, Friend. What is a friend? I've never really thought about it before, and I've never asked someone face to face if we're friends or if we're still friends. In the beginning, I hardly had any friends. Thinking back to my childhood as a young elementary school student, I realized that that's how we both felt about each other. There was no need to be conscious of it. I guess that's what friends are. So, what makes you call someone your friend? After thinking about it for a while, I realized that it is being able to talk naturally and without restraint. That is all I can think of. Even though I was forced to get used to it when I started working, I've always been terrible at socializing. No wonder I don't understand it when I think about it. Even so, even though I have little experience, I feel a little uncomfortable with the current situation. Hey, Thurl. First of all, I call people by their first names and get rid of the honorifics. That is the first step to being friends. At first, I thought Thurl was angry, but it seems that deep down, she was jealous of Rhea being called by her first name, so we were able to come to a smooth agreement. Then, taking it a step further, Thurl suggested that honorifics weren't necessary either, and I readily agreed, thinking that if we were friends, that was the way it should be. But for some reason, Thurl's tone remained the same, and when she said that she couldn't change it now, I had no choice but to accept it. Unfortunately, it's been a long time, literally. So far, so good. Is this what friends do? But as far as I'm concerned, I don't think it's right. Even though I know it's wrong, I have no qualms about refusing, so I don't know how to deal with it. It's okay. I'm doing it because I want to. So if you're my friend, please accept it. Frill's voice is so happy. I'm sure she's having fun right now. I'd like to see her face if I could, but unfortunately I can't. All I can see are two big melons. I had never imagined a situation like this. Tomorrow will be another day of hunting, and since I've already done 2 rounds today, even if Frill came, my sleepiness was at its maximum. So I told her it was time to go to bed. I thought telling her that would make her stop her split personality, but when she saw the stone pillow in my hand, she seemed to realize something and tapped her own thighs. I couldn't resist her charm. My head was sucked in. The back of my head was enveloped in a sensation that was too different from the stone pillow, and a calm, flower-like fragrance that I had never smelled before gave me a strange sense of peace. What's more, when I opened my eyes, a huge cosmos spread out in front of me. It was so comfortable that I seriously wondered if I was in heaven. Well, at least in the world I came from, a lap pillow is something that lovers do together, you know? It's okay, isn't it? It's my way of thanking you for the bath, she said, stroking my head. I wonder when the last time that happened was. I remember when I was in elementary school. I won a prize for a picture I drew in art class, and my teacher patted me on the head and said, "Well done." Oh, Kasahara-san did the same thing when I got a big contract, but that time, he didn't pat me on the head, he just rubbed it roughly. Oh well. Even though I want to experience that feeling of comfort for just a moment, my eyes naturally start to close. I don't want to think about anything. I'll just be honest and let myself be pampered. We understand each other, and can move. I thought I heard Frill mumbling something, but I didn't answer and fell asleep. Section. Huh? I wake up in the morning and look around. Has Frill left already? I looked at the clock and saw that it was 7:30. Was it the pillow that made me feel so good? Or was I just more tired than usual? Either way, I feel like I slept for a long time and really well. It's supposed to be a refreshing morning, but what is this fuzzy feeling? I wish she would have at least said something. I can't help but grumble to myself, but since I woke up later than usual, I didn't have much time to relax, so I started preparing breakfast. However, as I was happily walking towards the entrance of the cave, I noticed a delicious, savory smell, as if someone was grilling fish. I couldn't help but think, did I turn off the fire properly yesterday? When I looked outside, and there I saw Frill doing something in the room next to the bath. Frill. I had already assumed that she had gone back, so I was overjoyed to see her unexpectedly close by, thinking to myself that she looked like a maiden. I rushed over to her and immediately understood what she was doing. "Good morning, Loki-kun. It looks like you slept well." "Breakfast is ready." "Gosh, what is this?" "She's not acting like a friend but like a wife." "A wife, a wife." "Whatever you call it, she's practically like a wife." I was about to burst into tears with emotion, but before I could, a question came to my mind. Frill is grilling fish in front of me. Yesterday, I explained the fish trap in the fish tank to her, and she saw me take fish out of it. So it's understandable that she would imitate me and take fish out of it. Even though it's a split entity, the goddess's physical abilities must be incredible. But what about the fire? How did she light the fire? Did the goddesses use primitive methods to make fire by rubbing sticks together? Oh, I'm grateful, but did I leave the fire on? No, I thought I wanted fire, so I went back and summoned a split being that could use fire magic. Oh, I see. I'm just copying what you're doing. But is this about right? As she said that, I looked at the fish. The skin was crispy, and it looked delicious, just like I had cooked it. Or maybe it's a little overcooked, but I'm sure I'll eat it all, just because Frill took the trouble to make it for me. Is there enough for Frill too? It was fine. There were two, so I caught them. Just as I thought. Wait, I'll get some salt. I quickly ran back to the cave to get some salt and sprinkle some on Frill's portion as well. Eating fish while standing in a line and sticking our feet in the river. My otherworldly happy life is starting to scare me. Then, while I was eating and checking the monsters with exploration, I found an orc. It's very close, so it could be attracted by the smell and come over. Or it could pass by without noticing. Distance is such a tricky thing. I wonder if I should go back and get my sword. Speaking of which, were you okay with the monsters when you were cooking? I was sleeping so hard I didn't even notice. It was fine, wasn't it? I took care of the one that attacked. Huh? Oh, I see. Well, I knew you'd be fine because you're a goddess. As I said that, I looked in the direction Frill was looking and saw that the ground was scorched black. Did you use fire magic to defeat it? Yes. I was careful not to burn down the forest. I see. But there are no monster corpses, are there? It's all burned up, you know? I see, I see. This isn't the same as my puny magic. Still, I didn't think it would be like this. It wasn't the time to say, "That's amazing," while dismembering a monster. The gap between what I look like and what she does is so huge that I don't even want to go into it. So let's change the subject. Speaking of which, Frill is an expert on monsters, right? That was something that bothered me a bit. If she was the only one among the goddesses who could see the monster's skills, then I might be able to get information about useful monster-specific skills. However, I'm interested, but not at all. The response I received was unexpected. Wait, You looked at the monster's skills when you were looking for a place for humans to live, right? That's right, but I only looked at a few kinds. I didn't want to get into trouble, so I quickly left when I saw that the areas where the monsters were concentrated were more or less fixed. So I thought that maybe Felsa-sama had created them that way from the beginning. I see, and her embarrassed expression is also very cute, but that's not it. It's crowded. Well, now that she mentions it, it might be true. There are probably various factors involved, such as the food issue, but in both Palmyra and Lulub, monsters are only found in the forest, and you almost never see them in the grasslands. The only pattern I've seen is them chasing humans, and I think in the Rocker Plains, they only come close because food is produced nearby. This feels like a game where the hunting grounds and the monsters that appear are set. This is easier for me to accept, so I'm grateful. So I guess you used Divine Eye to look at the monsters in Lulub yesterday, and today you're going to look at the monsters in Palmyra while searching for the Transmigrator, right? That's right, but I didn't look into the Lulub forest yesterday, you know? Huh? Is that so? I see. Since you can only bring one skill with you as a split entity, you can't see far with long sight or secure your field of vision with night vision, right? No monsters came near here last night. No, I didn't use Divine Eyes last night, so even if monsters had come, I wouldn't have been able to see them anyway. Ferrell looks disappointed. But wait a minute. What kind of skill did she bring yesterday? Depending on the content, my heart might die. Is everything okay? Ferrell-san, I'm going to ask you a personal question, but what skill did you use yesterday? That's a secret, you know. Wait. If that was mind reading, then I was thinking about some pretty embarrassing things, wasn't I? Like huge breasts in the bathroom, huge breasts in wet clothes, huge breasts from a low angle while being leaned on someone's lap. I thought things like, my happiness has broken through the heavens and reached the cosmos. And if anyone saw me thinking that, it would be a fatal blow that would make me unable to live any longer. I looked at Frill fearfully, with my head in my hands, and she answered me kindly, you really like breasts, don't you? It's over. At this very moment, I feel like hundreds of strands of my hair have been blown away by the wind. I'm done for. It was stupid of me to let my guard down, thinking it was just a split entity. I'm so embarrassed that I want to dig a hole and crawl in. And now, one last tip for you. Burnt out Loki-kun. Huh? The skill is not mind reading, you know? Huh? Well, see you later. I could only watch as Ferrell laughed and turned into a thick mist of magical energy. I wonder what kind of skill she had brought with her after all. Chapter 81, Unwanted Holiday. The 11th day of my secluded life. I took a bath in the middle of the day and looked at the gently meandering landscape of the river. Today is a holiday. I will also meet someone here. At this point, on the 10th day, the collection of materials on the west side had extended to the vicinity of my base, so I wondered if I should move further inland next time, or should I move away from the river and hunt around the east side, concentrating on an area about 500 meters to 1 kilometer away. I went to see Alba-san and Mizuharu-san to discuss this, but as soon as I found them, they started crying for some reason. No matter how much money they could make, they had never worked so hard for so many days in a row. So they asked if they could have a day off. What a bunch of spineless people. Personally, I think that if they're going to make money, they should wait at least a month before complaining, but it seems that the other party members who joined on the second day were also exhausted, and it seems that the decision was unanimous when the people who met me spoke on their behalf. The frequency of orc appearances is increasing on the west side of the river, and if you choose carefully, the weight is expected to be quite heavy. In this case, I can't say anything. It's a job with a high risk of being killed by monsters if you make a mistake, rather than a desk job where your safety is guaranteed. Even though the main job is collecting materials, there are also quite a few fights with the monsters that pass by, and I've seen people get hurt when that happens, as well as people who were turned into caterpillars by the sticky thread. When both your mind and body are exhausted, the chances of dying increase, so I agree that it is inevitable. I was the one who said from the beginning that they could take a break if they wanted to. But then I would have to ask myself, what am I going to do? I could hunt alone, but that would mean that the orc meat in that area would definitely go bad and be wasted. I've already done that around the base, so it probably wouldn't be a good idea to go hunting alone. But going deep into the forest is also a hassle, to be honest. I'm exhausted every day, so I'd rather hunt efficiently in a place that's close by. Then I thought, why not? I thought I'd take the opportunity to rest while everyone else was resting, so I ended up taking a bath in the middle of the day. By the way, the people I was waiting for were Alba-san and the others. I don't know how many people are coming, but I casually asked them, since you're going to take a break anyway, do you want to take a bath? When I said this, all the members of the 4th unit, including Alba-san, looked at me as if they had just been hit by a pea shooter, but I had made my own bath. The base itself is about 1 kilometer along the river from the entrance to the forest. I've cleared the surrounding monsters to a certain extent, so it's relatively safe, and when they take a bath, I'll be resting too, so I'll be their bodyguard. Of course, when I told them that it was a free bath, the color in everyone's eyes suddenly changed. Well, if the Billy-corn doesn't have a bath or shower, then I doubt every household has one, and I don't even know if there are any houses in Bizet with baths. Some people probably know they exist but have never used one in their lives. Since there was such a big fuss about taking a bath, I told them it would be free, but they would have to bring their own soap. I told them that if they brought pots and vegetables, they could take a bath while eating since there was a little fish and a lot of orc meat. Needless to say, everyone's eyes lit up. They didn't look like people who were very tired and wanted to rest. And now, an armed group is coming at me from behind. For some reason, I'm a little worried about the fact that some of them are carrying baskets on their backs, as usual. Or rather, I think there are clearly more than 30 of them. While I was thinking that things were going to be more difficult than I expected, I spotted a woman in the distance, so I quickly got out of the tub and got dressed again. Section. So, this is a bath. Wow. This is amazing. Building it in the middle of a river is just crazy. It's much bigger than I thought it would be. I wonder if 3 or 4 people could fit in here at the same time? While everyone was expressing their impressions, I stood by the bathtub, dazed. From a distance, I recognized Mizuharu-san and Royce-san from the party, but why were there several other women? If it's a place where men usually go, don't they usually refrain from going out of embarrassment? Or could it be that I was imagining that even places like modern bathhouses and spas have separate bathrooms for men and women? But everyone seemed completely unconcerned, even though there was only one bath. I really don't understand the morals and sense of shame of people in this world. What's more, Loki, you've done something amazing. I'm here. I'm looking forward to my first bath. Why is there even Zinkan, Mei-chan, and Pot-kun? This is the Lulub Forest, you know? This is a more dangerous place than the Rocker Plains. Mei-chan, you shouldn't be here. This is a dangerous place, you know? Are you sure you're okay? Even Loki-kun took a bath in this dangerous place in the middle of the day. Mizuharu-san invited me to take a bath for free. The number of monsters has been greatly reduced, and there are surprisingly many guards as well. That's right. That's why I came. There are indeed a surprising number of guards. Of course, there are. Almost all of the E-rank hunters who have been gathering materials here have come, so I'm sure the escort request is for a surprisingly large group of escorts. And the other unknown people, probably their wives or girlfriends. There don't seem to be any children who are too young, but it seems that the people who don't look like hunters might be someone's family. There were also several hunters of rank F and below who seemed to have been invited and came without really understanding what was going on, just like Zinkan and the others. The people carrying baskets must be carrying food because things like leeks and burdock seem to be sticking out of the baskets. It's starting to look like a festival site. Oh well. In a few days, the bath will be left as it is. While it's still usable, it's better to put it to good use. I've already burned more than enough rocks, so if I use the fire, I can start cooking right away. I can see a colander and a fishing rod in Mei-chan's equipment, so I guess they'll be able to catch some fish and replenish the food supply. If I run out of meat, I'll go hunting, and with so many hunters, even if a monster attacks, I think we'll be able to handle it easily. Yeah, there's no big problem. I'm starting to feel that way. Since they've come this far, why not have some fun? And so, in a corner of the Lulub forest that had not been visited for many years, the event was to take place. Chapter 82, Festival Site. The area around my base shows a surprising amount of activity. The hunters take turns keeping watch in all directions, but down by the river, 3 pots of food are being cooked over a fire, and next to it, a huge piece of orc meat is being grilled, probably from a kill they made along the way. The people in charge of this area are either the girlfriends or wives of the hunters, and 3 male hunters are bathing in the bath, and naked male hunters are also soaking in the river water around them. The temperature is even hotter than when I first came to this world. It's a really hot day, so I can really understand why it feels good to go into the river. They've been taking turns taking a bath and then going into the river, so they're probably enjoying it like a sauna. I'm fishing with the 3 of Zinc-kun, Mei-chan, and Pot-kun. I borrowed a fishing rod from Mei-chan, who was doing something with a basket that she claimed to be good at, but as usual, I still couldn't understand what she was doing. There were several other people with fishing rods as well, and they were casting something string-like while talking to each other in a slightly distant area. How's it going since then? How's the Rocker Plains? My income has tripled, thanks to it. I was even able to buy some armor, even though it's cheap. I panicked when I got hit by an air mantis wind magic once, though. Oh, are you okay? That's right. I actually wanted to show them the power of level 1 wind magic, but I got so distracted by the fact that Zinc-kun didn't have the earth magic he should have that I forgot. It was because we were far away from each other. Like Loki-kun said, it feels like a strong wind when you're about 10 meters away, right? Yes, but it would have been dangerous if you had come any closer. Yeah, it's probably a good thing that it was Potter who was targeted. If it had been me, I would have gotten too close in a hurry. Well, I don't think it's a good thing that Potter-kun was targeted, but it's true that Potter-kun wouldn't have gone out of his way to approach it while carrying his basket. I can easily imagine that he was too afraid to move. It's a blessing in disguise. I see. So this is where we're going? I looked around, but Zinc-kun made a sour face. As I thought, it's impossible for us to make it alone. We met some monsters on the way, but I quickly realized that it would be difficult for me to kill an orc. A quick glance at his equipment shows that he still mainly uses a knife, which can be used for dismantling as well as cutting. Besides, Zinc-kun is shorter than me. In that case, he would either have to aim for the eye with his bow or inflict a series of scratches on the legs to make it lower its head in order to deal a fatal blow. Meanwhile, it's not a place where you can get away with just one monster, and if you consider the possibility that other monsters might come, yeah, as I said, it will be hard. Even if Zinc-kun survives, I can see Mei-chan and Potter-kun becoming targets. Well, I know from hunting here that the best place to make money is the Rocker Plains. In the end, it all depends on what you want to do. That's right. Our main goal is to make money, so we didn't have to discuss it much and decided that the Rocker Plains would be fine. If you keep at it, you'll eventually learn not only presence detection, but also exploration. Then hunting in the Rocker Plains will be much easier, right? That's what Meiza wanted. Exploration. Huh. I already have archery, so I think I'll try exploration next for my prayer. I might even let Meiza get it. Just as we were talking, a particularly loud voice echoed through the air. Dinner is ready. Everyone who wants to eat, come here. Oh, it's time for dinner. We can't catch anything here, so let's go eat. I'm hungry. What are they cooking? We picked up Mei-chan, who was busy scooping the fish into a colander, and went together. The others had gathered as well, but half of them were wearing only their underwear and were soaking wet. And they're all half naked and muscular. A real eyesore, as the saying goes. I get in line, and when I see the ingredients in the wooden bowl, I'm secretly overjoyed to see the soup full of the vegetables I've been craving. This is it. This is just what I need after a meal full of meat. It smells so good. Standing up, I take a sip of the soup, which tastes like consomme and salt. I know there's no such thing as consomme in this world, but the taste is close to that of non-transparent consomme, and it makes me feel warm inside. I looked around for a place to sit and saw Elba-san and Mizuharu-san talking while nibbling on some meat. I interrupted them just as they were about to start. How was the bath? Oh, Loki, it felt so good. I never thought I'd be able to take a bath. It makes me sick to think that nobles always take baths like this, but it was definitely the best. Haha, that's great. You two went back and forth between the river and the bath. When it gets hot, I go to the river, and when it starts to cool down, I go to the bath. I never thought there was a way to enjoy the world like that. If I had a house like this, I could drink alcohol while I was at it. Mizuharu-san rubs himself in the bath as if reluctant to leave. If it's just the bath, I think I could manage it if I put my mind to it, but I don't think I could manage the river as well. I don't think even the nobility would bathe like that. Oh, come to think of it, I should probably tell them. It's a double blow of sadness for Mizuharu-san, but I'll tell them here what I didn't tell them yesterday. I'll have to tell them eventually. I forgot to tell you yesterday, but I think I'll probably graduate from here in about 6 days. According to the schedule, my level is now 16, and after I reached level 16, I hunted for 2 full days, but in those 2 days, my experience level only increased by about 25%. This means that I've already exceeded the appropriate level. I'll take it up to level 17, but after that, I'll have to face the hardships that await me. Then it'll probably be time to finish things in Lullub Forest. I see. Well, it can't be helped. I was prepared for it. Yes. So it's been about half a month altogether? Well, I've earned enough anyway. Besides, I had received a warning from the guild about how long this situation would last, so it would be just about the right time. A warning? Yes, because apparently more materials than they expected are being delivered every day. They told me that if it continues like this, it will be difficult to maintain the price of purchasing materials. I see. I hadn't thought about it that deeply. I should probably consider pulling out earlier than expected, depending on the situation. So it looks like we'll be okay for another 6 days or so. That should be enough, right? Magic stones are expendable, and small wolf pelts can be quickly made into clothes and shoes. There's no way there's going to be too much material that directly affects the lives of ordinary people. So I think the guild is worried about orc meat. It's an expensive kind of meat to begin with. I heard that it's being frozen with magic tools and transported to the city of Malta, but I think they're starting to have trouble accepting it there as well. Well, it's up to the guild to decide the purchase price. Even if I ask Alba-san or Mizuharu-san, I'm afraid I'll only get guesses as an answer. This incident has taught me to be careful with food that spoils quickly in the future. But the question is, what do I do now? If the price suddenly drops, please let me know. You don't have to force yourself to go with me, and in that case, I'll consider pulling out early as well. Don't worry about it. Even if the value of the meat goes down a bit, it's definitely true that our income is much higher than what we've been earning, right? Exactly. If the demand for meat goes down, we can fill the baskets with other materials, and even if it goes down, we won't lose any money. I see. Then, as planned, it's about 6 more days. I'll be the one to call you on the last day, so let's both do our best for the remaining days. Sure. I'm looking forward to it. Hey, we still have about 6 days left, so let's not talk about such depressing things now. The main event is about to start, right? As Mizuharu-san said this, I looked at the place he was pointing to with his chin, and it seemed that everyone had finished eating for the time being. The women were gathered around the bath. Come on. It's our turn next. All the men should turn their backs. If you don't protect us properly, I don't know what will happen later. The voice of someone who seemed to be the oldest woman in the group echoed around the area and into my heart. I see. This is certainly the case. I looked at the women and saw about 10 of them. Well, apart from Mei-chan, they range from their late teens to their mid-30s. There are a lot of relatively good-looking people in this world, or maybe just in this area. So from my perspective, they're all in my strike zone. I get excited. Something is. Looking at them from the side, Mizuharu-san is already making a lewd face. And even Ilba-san, who is pretending to be a gentleman, is fidgeting with his nose twitching. Phew. The men slowly leave the bath and take their positions. Of course, Zinc-kun and Potter-kun were also kicked out of the bath with someone else. And in the midst of all this, my mind was racing, trying to figure out what position I should take and what would be the most advantageous. Is there any way to do this? I had a flash of inspiration for a solution and immediately went to talk to the leader of the women. Excuse me, my name is Loki, and I have the exploration skill. I can detect the presence of monsters within a 30-meter radius. However, since it's a peripheral detection, my safety will be compromised if I move away from the bath. But is that okay? You're Loki-kun, I see. I'm grateful that you let my husband earn money. So with that skill, does that mean it's better to stay near the bath? That's right. I'm a man too, so I won't force you. But since it was a place with a lot of monsters, it's a gamble. But since it's true, there's no problem even if someone knows my exploration skill, and even if I'm rejected, I can just escort them to a certain location. In other words, I have no disadvantages. The women pondering my proposal seemed to be waiting for someone to speak while watching the situation rather than calculating the advantages and disadvantages. And there was one girl here who couldn't read the mood very well. It would be so reassuring to have Loki-kun around. He'd protect us. Nice. Excellent work, Mei-chan. So, the current has turned? Isn't that good? He's still a child. That's right. And the fact that this boy is defeating the monster by himself means he must be the strongest, right? Wouldn't it be safer if he stayed nearby? Yeah. I heard it was Loki-kun who built this bath. That's true. Even if the men are watching the area, if they can get through somewhere, it's no good. So I guess we'll have Loki-kun stay close by. I agree. Ha 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 ha. I've won. How about that, you men standing guard around here? There's a hint of melancholy in my back. You guys won't even be able to hear the slightest sound as the women take a bath. But I'll be right next to the women's bath. Mizuharu-san glared at me with a sideways glance, biting his lower lip as if he had caught me with some evil thought. At that moment, a stone flew at Mizuharu-san with incredible force, thrown by someone. What a frightening world, to be thrown a stone for that. And the person who threw it is no ordinary person either. But now is not the time to be worrying about Mizuharu-san, who is writhing in agony from the stone that was thrown at him. I sat down in the fire pit area of the bathtub and first concentrated all my senses on my hearing. Fwap. It's started undressing time. It's also quite pleasant to imagine them taking off their clothes one by one while chatting and laughing. But is there any way to get a glimpse of them? It's still sad just listening to the sounds. I can't say I'm making the most of this opportunity. The river water is reflecting it, but it's not at an angle that could reflect a bath. Come to think of it, I seem to have acquired a skill that expands my field of vision. I thought to myself and quickly opened my status screen. Since I was just moving my viewpoint, the girls wouldn't notice. I think it's called expanded field of vision. If I can see behind me, I'll consider spending some skill points on it. As I thought this, I moved my focus to the skills screen and I froze. Huh? Why does it have the word new on it? Chapter 83, Groping for an answer. As the number of skills I have increases, it becomes harder and harder to tell what I've gained and what levels I've improved. So I just blurted out my selfish wish on the status screen, hoping that if I gained something new, it would be marked as new. I didn't think it was possible, and I didn't think Acorn would do it. But in fact, in my field of vision, stick art LV5 new, it is displayed like this. The specifications I had joked about a few days ago had been applied as is. Why was this added? My first reaction when I saw this was more of a question than a feeling of joy. It's hard to believe that Acorn, which was so reluctant to give me so many skills, would just grant my wish, but in reality, that wish was reflected. And I have no idea what caused it. What is it? Did I fulfill some kind of condition? What Acorn gave me on the surface was rejuvenation and the ability to see the status screen, but aside from that, He also gave me something hidden, which is, you can gain experience points for skills you have by killing monsters. Of course, Acorn must have had some kind of purpose in giving me this mysterious skill, but I don't know what it is. There are things that become clear when I think about it calmly, even to me, who has only been lucky so far and has not paid much attention to this phenomenon that is limited to transmigrants. If I can gain experience points for my skills by killing monsters, then of course someone like me would enjoy killing monsters. In fact, that's what I'm doing right now. Does this mean that Acorn wants me to kill a lot of monsters? If I assume that, then it seems that being able to see the status screen is related to being able to immediately see the results of my efforts. In other words, because I defeated a large number of monsters, he granted my wish with a reward. Even though I was the one who came up with the idea, I still find myself tilting my head and thinking, really? The image of the stingy Acorn I first met was so strong that it interfered with my preconceived notion that he wouldn't do anything that would benefit me. I opened my status screen again and checked my skills. Stick Heart, Night Vision, Sticky Thread, Bite, Rush. In addition to the skills that automatically increase in level when hunting with the appropriate rulebook, there are also skills like Dagger Technique, increase automatic magic recovery, and increase maximum magic. Since there are new marks next to several skills I've already acquired, I can see that the skill level will be displayed next to them as it increases. Then, I acquired skills like Cooking, Superhuman Strength, and Steel Heart. I only noticed Cooking when it was announced, but I didn't notice the others because I was in the middle of a fight. However, the fact that it says new next to the skill name indicates that it was recently acquired. Yes, but that's all there is to it. It's just that it's now easier to tell which skills have been newly acquired or upgraded by the new label, but I still have to make an effort to add the new label myself, just as I did in the past. However, just because of this additional element, it doesn't mean that I have completely changed. Then, I can somehow understand why Acorn added this new feature. Then what are the criteria for this? Should I try it? I thought to myself and muttered to myself. I want my money to be displayed. This is a feature you can almost always find in games, and it's just a convenient feature that has nothing to do with strength. Even if I only have 0 beak in my possession right now, if it shows 0, it means there has been progress. Even Acorn should be able to understand that. But nothing has changed. I closed and reopened the status screen several times, but there was no sign of any change on the screen. I wasn't too disappointed because I didn't really expect it to work, but I still didn't understand what criteria I had met. I wanted to kill a lot of monsters, and I did. So was this reward? Or rather, isn't that a skill? I couldn't help but check the displayed skills one by one. Yes, I knew it. So far, none of the displayed skills or monster skills have appeared without a skill level. All of them have a skill level of up to 10. What does that mean? And has the level increased? That seems to be the most accurate. I don't know when the level of the skill to see the status screen increased. It's possible that I didn't notice it while in combat, but considering how other skills increase, I think it's natural to assume that experience points are accumulated as I perform actions related to the skill, and eventually, the level will increase. So, it would be more natural to think that experience points would be accumulated when I'm looking at the status screen or when I'm doing some kind of operation. And even now, this skill is still shown as blank. In other words, even if the level of an invisible skill increases, there will be no announcement, or even if there is an announcement, I won't be able to see it, and there is a high possibility that I won't even know when my skill level has increased. It's probably a long way off before I can test this theory. If my money is displayed at some point, it means that the level of the ability to see the status screen has increased. Even if the money display is impossible, if I mutter various wishes at irregular intervals, there is a possibility that it will suddenly be reflected. And if nothing is added, no matter how long it takes, at that point, I'll just have to think that Acorn added this new feature on a whim. In other words, it could be said that Acorn is watching over me, or to put it more bluntly, monitoring me, though I don't know how often. Having finished the hypothesis so far and taking a deep breath, Blank. I got a shiver down my spine and couldn't help but stop breathing. The problem is, this is just a convenience function, so whether there's a skill level or not doesn't make a difference. It's just a matter of whether it's convenient or inconvenient. But the other empty skill would be rejuvenation, right? Hey, Loki-kun. What would happen if there were skill levels here, as hypothesized? Of course, I wouldn't go back to being an infant, but if I think about it normally, wouldn't it mean that the higher the skill level, the slower my own physical growth would be? And where would that lead? Could it be that I'll end up becoming immortal like the goddesses? Hey, I found myself standing next to the goddesses, imagining what it would be like to be immortal. I know there are people who want it, but for me, having eternal youth with feelings was really hell. Even if it were not in the divine realm, in this mortal world, it would not be much different. If that were to happen. But how can I use a skill like rejuvenation? This is a type of skill that is always active, right? What does that mean? Could it be? Oh no. Hey. What? It's inevitable. Why is it bubbling when I put the stone in? I just turned around because I was suddenly grabbed by the shoulder. I don't think it's my fault. If you're going to be angry with Mei-chan for asking such a stupid question. Bang. Hubbub. As expected from the hunter. I was staring at her for one reason or another when I got slapped by Roy-san, and even though it didn't hurt, the impact still knocked me off my feet, and I slid down to the river section. Well, everyone, thank you for your hard work. As everyone expressed their gratitude, I greeted the people who came today even though I had handprints on my face like autumn leaves. I wonder what kind of divine punishment I'm going to inflict on Mizuharu-san, who is smiling and holding his nose while looking at me. Loki, are you sure you don't mind if we use this bath in the future? It's fine, since it was made for temporary stays. However, it's our own responsibility, right? Yes, I can't thin out the monsters or act as a bodyguard. So if you come as a group like this time, or if you continue to use this place as a new hunting ground, please discuss it among yourselves. I have already explained how to make the plug, which seems to be a consumable item. In the end, the bathing event, which I thought would only last one day, had a bigger response than I expected, and I received a flood of requests to let people use it when it was free in the future. So I explained how to heat the water and how to make a plug that would definitely break eventually, saying that they could do whatever they wanted as long as they took responsibility for their own actions. After all, if it's made of stone, the bathtub itself won't break anytime soon. If they use this place as a new hunting ground, I think they'll be able to enjoy other options besides fishing in the river. I think it would be pretty hard to get to the bath if you left it for a long time. You will be back in Bizet soon, right? Call me when you get back. See you later. See you. I watch as everyone leaves, including Zinc-kun and the others. Back to Bizet, huh? That's right, but when I get back, I'll have to move my base. There will be no more suitable hunting grounds in this area. There's nothing I can do about it because I'm always looking for strength. In other words, this means that I'm saying goodbye to Zinc-kun and others, as well as the people from the Hunters Guild with whom I've had many conversations. Well, it's not like it's a permanent goodbye. If I want to see their faces again, I can always come back. That's all there is to it. Besides, I have teleportation skill. I'm sure of it from my conversations with the goddesses. At one point, Rigel-sama said that super long-distance teleportation is not possible for humans. In other words, it's not super long distance, it's a normal teleportation skill or magic. Besides, the rich reincarnator living in the eastern country that Yaguf-san mentioned must definitely have this teleportation skill. He's making a fortune by transporting large amounts of goods from the east to the west in one go. I don't know the exact method, but if it's possible to teleport things, it's probably possible to teleport people as well. So, what I should think about now is the rejuvenation skill that was stopped by the punch. What if its level has increased? Well, there's no point in thinking about it. If the level increases by itself, there's nothing I can do to stop it. But there's still a lot of time before it reaches the maximum level. After all, if my hypothesis is correct, It will go up to level 10. Even if 10 is the maximum for the rejuvenation skill and I'm immortalized, it would still take decades for the skill to reach level 10 through natural progression. And there's also the advantage that I might be able to maintain a young body until then. If I can find a way to break the deadlock in the meantime, that would be good, and if I think about it carefully, immortality does not mean eternal life. There is no link between immortality and rejuvenation. Even if I become immortal, I can always choose to take my own life if I get tired of living too long. There's also the possibility that I fundamentally misunderstood the rejuvenation skill because I suddenly became young again, so there's no point in thinking about it now. Then, yes, as usual, I'll just keep working towards my immediate goals. The range of things I can do and the actions I can take will expand as a result. So for now, my immediate goal is to, let's work hard to get to level 17, I said to myself and looked back. Well, I should probably wash it first. I couldn't help but mutter to myself as I looked at the bathtub, which had become full of signs of use. Chapter 84, The End of the Hermit's Lifestyle. 17th day of my reclusive life. Make it in time. Make it in time. Make it in time. I run through the lullub forest. It is around 1 p.m. on my watch. I know that Albasan and the others will be here today, but I don't know what time they usually leave or what time they will leave today. If I don't raise my level to 17 and call out to them while they're still here, they'll think there's another day tomorrow and come back again. If that happens, I'll have to stay another night. I regretted saying something unnecessary. I said that I would talk to them on the last day, so if I don't, things will continue as they are. To be honest, I've seen enough orcs, small wolves, and rig spiders. I've seen enough of them all, and I want to go to bed. And tonight, Feelinsama's split entity will descend to the lower world. Or rather, I have been asked about it for about 3 days now, but I have tried to keep them at bay by saying that it is the last stage and to wait a little longer. If I don't go home today, the split entity will descend into the cave. The current will be the same as Feelinsama's, and what Feelinsama wants to do cannot be done in the forest, so there is a possibility that she will become angry if I have to stay another night. Wow, that's good. I got a decent number. I ran in the direction of the area where there were almost 10 monsters using exploration, and then I just kept going through the group. That brings the total to over 30 monsters, including the ones I've been chasing since the beginning. Small wolves keep biting my back, but I can't be bothered with such trivialities, so I head for the point where 2 rig spiders overlap. Phew. Come on. As it comes into range, the rig spider spits out the sticky thread, and the monsters I've lured in swarmed at once. Not yet. The orcs haven't caught up yet. Ouch. Not yet. Not yet. Now. And when all the monsters are close enough, I activate it. Kill all the monsters around me with countless whirlwind blades. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. What I'm doing is a type of hunting that was popular in a game I used to be addicted to. The bait runs around, attracting the attention of the monsters and leading them to the location of the extermination squad. The idea is to launch a wide area attack and wipe them all out. The sad thing about my case is that I'm the only one doing both the baiting and the extermination, but if I moderate my speed appropriately, the monsters will follow me closely. So it becomes quite efficient if I don't worry about my magic power. I'm going back to the city soon, so there's no point in saving my magic or worrying about materials. As I watched the monsters being cut into pieces, your level has increased to 17, all right. This is the most efficient. I picked up about 3 of the magic stones left at my feet, and while wishing that everyone was still around, I immediately started running toward the entrance of the forest. Section. Thank you for your cooperation so far. I made it in time to meet the others, and we greeted each other in the grassy area at the entrance to the lullub forest. Even though we were heading towards the city, everyone's baskets are filled with a huge amount of materials, including orc meat. I can't let my stupid greeting ruin the freshness of the ingredients. Looking around, I see over 30 participants. Some of them were injured, but the plan ended without any casualties. I felt a strange sense of responsibility and was relieved to the core. The feeling is mutual. It's a little sad that it's all over today. That's right. The bonus period ends today. Yes, I know. I'll be back to my old income tomorrow, and I'm feeling down about it. That's something we knew would happen, so there's no point in complaining, right? I just hope someone comes along who can kill a bunch of monsters instead of Loki. That is impossible. Even if such a person were to appear, there's no way he'd stay in Bizut. The words of Zasu-san, the taciturn melee hunter in Mizuharu-san's party, really get to me. Once you can hunt easily, you want to find even better hunting grounds. Of course, there are probably some hunters who value stability, but there must also be a certain number of hunters who have left Bizut in search of higher income, prestige, and stimulation. Here, they stay at rank E, and at best, they are promoted to rank D. And even if they were promoted to D, they would have very little to show for it. So what are you going to do, Loki? So, I will give a quick answer to Alba-san's question. I think I'll try to get to the city of Malta next. The only highway leading out of Bizut is a trade center in the south of the kingdom of Lagrith. If I go there, I might find monsters with new skills, higher level hunting grounds, and all sorts of new discoveries about this world. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I knew it. The best hunters are the ones who leave the city, right? I can't help it. It's going to be lonely. Well, I want to do some equipment maintenance, so I think I'll stay in Bizut for a few days, you know? Well, let's go out for a drink or something. I've earned it. I'll pay for Loki's share. Yeah, I guess. It's a good thing for us that no one died. The mission was completed without a hitch, and we were able to develop a new Lulub hunting ground and build a communal bath. Leader, isn't that for everyone, you idiot? Mars and I share the income, so it's the same. Still, that's what being a leader is all about. Drinking. Is it like a party to celebrate a job well done, as they say in Japan? When you think about it, if the work we've all been doing together for half a month is a great success, it's an event that my old company would definitely have held. And it went on until the morning, with 3 or 4 rounds of drinks. I remember that around the third party, Kasahara-san started to undress, and before I knew it, I was lying in my suit in the foyer of my house. But according to the laws of this world, am I old enough to drink? The way this conversation is going, it seems like I should be. Is there an age limit for drinking alcohol? There isn't. Is there? Oh, did the country where Loki lived have something like that? Yes, you have to be 20 years old to drink alcohol. What the hell is that? You can't even have a celebratory drink at your wedding. Yeah, when I look at the mothers in this country, it seems like everyone gets married when they're young. I guess it's the same in other countries, but a lot of people get married in their late teens, right? That's right. That's why people say you're too old to get married when you're as old as Royce. I didn't say anything. Me too. Snap. It sounded exactly like the one I got a few days ago, but I'll just ignore it. But I get it. If there's no problem with drinking, it might be good for the future to try alcohol in this world at least once. There are a lot of hunters around me that I've never talked to before. It looks like everyone is watching to see if it's okay to join in or not. Then, if there are no legal problems, I'd like to join. I'm the one who's grateful, so I'll pay for everything. So, even the hunters who didn't have a chance to talk this time, if you can make it, please feel free to join. I'll leave it up to you all to decide where to have the party. Ooh, the reaction when they found out there was a sponsor was just like on Earth. I couldn't help but smile wryly as I watched the scene unfold. Chapter 85, Order. Hello. I called from the empty counter, and Paiza-san slowly appeared from behind as if he had been working there. Oh, Loki. Hey, your equipment looks pretty worn out, huh? Haha, I've been working hard in the Lulub, so I came today to ask for maintenance. Even someone who isn't a craftsman can easily see the condition of my equipment. The leather armor that was bitten by small wolves has more and more scratches, and my sword must have killed thousands of them, right? The last time I used it, I felt some discomfort while decapitating an orc, and the blade has become a bit more noticeable. In particular, the knife I used for the dismantling was swung around quite a bit in the Lulub, so it's probably reached its limit. Anyway, I was told to take off my armor, so I left my sword on the counter and took her off my leather armor, and while I was doing that, Paiza-san came over and started talking to me. I've heard rumors. You've been holed up in Lulub without even going back to the city, right? That's right. The exchange rate is so bad there. I thought I might as well not go back to the city. What a stupid thing to do. Is that why your equipment is in such a state? I was surprised by the number of monsters I encountered when I decided to hunt along the river that no one had entered for a long time. Well, it was more efficient than I expected, so it was a good thing. As I said this, I handed the leather armor I had taken off to Paiza-san, who had a tense expression on his face. He looked at the whole thing and muttered to himself, "I can fix it, but you could just buy a new one." "Please fix it." I couldn't help but interrupt Paiza-san. "I don't feel any lack of power with this equipment right now, and the bestowal that comes with each of them is something I'm grateful for. I'm sure I'll have to replace them eventually, but I still want his son to protect me." "If that's what you want, then that's fine." I asked Paiza-san, who looks somewhat pleased. "I'm going to take a break from hunting for a while, so I don't really care about the number of days." "But how long will it take?" "About 1 day for the sword and 2 days for the armor." "Understood. Then, when it's about that time, I'll come and get it." "But I have a question for you, Paiza-san. Is bestowal only 1 item per equipment? That was something that bothered me personally. If I can get multiple bestowals, my combat power will increase greatly, and even though I don't know how much I have left, with my current situation, where I don't seem to have to worry about money for the time being, I think I can invest a certain amount of money in bestowal. Or rather, that's the only way I can see to spend the money." The lady at the magic stone shop I just visited knew that attribute magic stones could be bestowed, but that was only because customers came to buy them for the purpose of bestowing them. She had no idea about the restrictions or rules of bestowal. "So, if it was possible to stack bestowal, I was thinking of buying some attribute magic stones of good quality from the magic stone shop. It depends on the quality of the equipment and the skill level of the bestower." I was confused by such an ambiguous answer. "Is it possible with the equipment inherited from his son that I am currently using?" When I looked at him with an expression that said I couldn't say anything, Paiza-san continued. "Well, to cut to the chase, I shouldn't be able to bestow this sword and armor anymore." No matter what you say, it's probably impossible to further bestow this sword and armor, regardless of the skill level. Shouldn't be? You're not sure? Yes. The mechanics of magic and skills are still a bit of a mystery. It seems that bestowal is a skill that is currently being researched, and the mechanism of bestowal that I was taught to the best of my ability was rather complicated, but it also had content that was worth considering. First of all, equipment is divided into 3 main categories: weapons, armor, and accessories made by professions other than blacksmiths, and each of these has a rank. This rank is mainly based on what materials are used and low-ranked hunters. In other words, the iron materials that my current class uses and the skins that can be obtained from low-level monsters are naturally low-ranked. And when it comes to materials that can be obtained from rare ores or high-level monsters, the rank of the material increases, and there are also many examples of multiple bestowal. It seems that this is related to the affinity between the material and the magic power used to bestow it, but it is not known for certain and is only a possibility. It has also been found that the skill level of the person doing the bestowal is also related, and of course, the higher the skill level, the more successful the examples of multiple bestowals. In addition, as I briefly explained earlier, there are 2 types of bestowal: skill bestowal and attribute bestowal. The success rate for different types of bestowals is higher than for bestowals of the same type. In short, it seems that it is easier to succeed with skill bestowal plus attribute bestowal than with skill bestowal plus skill bestowal. The current best case for bestowal is up to 1 piece of equipment, so if you make equipment with higher ranking materials that have a high affinity with magic power, and then you ask a high ranking bestower to bestow on that equipment, and then you mix in skill bestowal and attribute bestowal, it is possible to bestow 3 things on it. And unfortunately, the material rank of my favorite equipment in front of me is low, And although Paiza-san didn't say the level, it seems that his bestowal level is low, and in the past, he has never succeeded in being asked to do skill bestowal plus attribute bestowal with similar materials, so it seems that the conclusion is that stacking is impossible with my current equipment. I kind of understand, but there are some parts that don't quite fit. Surely you can determine that the material is at this level and that there is only one type of bestowal available, right? Paiza-san says that even iron materials and the skins of low-level monsters are impossible, but if someone who has maxed out their bestow skill tries it, it should be a piece of cake, right? I asked him about it, but, are you stupid? People who reach level 10 are rare. There are only a few rumors about combat skills that can be easily blessed, and you don't hear about skills that are supposed to be job-related. It might be possible for long-lived species that have lived for hundreds of years, but there's no way that people who don't usually come out in the open would be willing to cooperate with information disclosure, and the premise of trying it at level 10 is ridiculous. As you can see, I received a sharp retort as if to say, don't say things you don't understand. The fact that the blessing is easy to receive is probably due to the job bonus I heard about from Mirai-san at the church earlier. Even with that kind of job bonus, the bar of level 10 is pretty high, but when I think about it, I realize that it makes sense. If we use the number of monsters defeated as a measure, it's about 10 times more to raise the skill level from 4 to 5. Suddenly, you have to defeat 1,000 monsters instead of about 100. This assumes that the current skill level of the monster is level 1, but even raising it to level 5 requires you to defeat the same number of monsters. I can't even begin to imagine how many level 9 and 10 monsters would require, and when you consider that the natural increase in skill experience points is quite slow, no matter how many related actions you take. A level that even those who have spent their entire lives pouring their heart and soul into a single skill would never reach. I guess that would be a level 10 skill. But I've heard that otherworlders have high-level skills, right? I guess so. That's why they're called heretics and monsters. Well, I've never heard of otherworlders with a bestowal, the same as Guildmaster Yagov-san, I guess. From the way he talks, it seems like he doesn't have a very good impression of otherworlders. Then, it would be difficult to reveal my identity in an emergency. Let's change the subject. By the way, assuming that there is one bestowal per equipment, does that mean that if you have multiple equipment with bestowals, the effects will overlap? From what I've heard, that might be a loophole, right? If there is one bestowal per iron weapon, then I can just get several cheap, small weapons. If you think of it like a ninja's shuriken, carrying 10 of them wouldn't be a problem in terms of weight. Well, that's the way to think about it. Everyone who aims high thinks like that. That's why the answer has been verified. The answer is there are limitations. What are those limitations? 2 kinds of weapons. The number of pieces of armor varies depending on the item, but all of them are counted as 2 pieces, except for shields, which are treated as a separate type. 2 types of accessories. This is the maximum number of pieces of equipment that can be equipped with bestowal. I see. So, a shield wielder can have up to 7 pieces of equipment with bestowal, and everyone else can have up to 6. And depending on the materials and the skill level of the bestower, it's also possible to have multiple bestowals on one piece of equipment, right? That's right. So for you, it would be best to have a second weapon with a bestowal in addition to this short sword. I see. A second weapon, huh? Then, would it be better to have another knife for dismantling? I have a feeling that the dismantling knife will wear out and deteriorate quickly, and it also seems a bit strange to use it as a disposable item with bestowal on it. How much would it cost to request a secondary weapon bestowal from Paiza-san? I'd like it to be either maximum magic power increase or automatic magic recovery increase. For a skill bestowal, it would probably cost around 1 million beaks for a regular request. I see. That means you wouldn't normally put it on a knife that can also be used for dismantling, right? Of course, you'd only put bestowal on equipment that you're likely to use for a long time. In Blizzard, there are far fewer people with equipment that has bestowal attached to it. I pause to think. The main reason they don't usually attach it is probably the cost. I wonder if it would be worth it to spend 1 million beak on the 50,000 to 100,000 beak dismantling knife for beginners equipment and then put a bestowal on it. And as for me, I don't have a problem with the money side, but I don't think I'd want to put a bestowal on a consumable cutter that I don't have much of an attachment to. But what if it's a real secondary weapon that looks like it could be used for a long time? In the Lulub, due to the sheer number of monsters, I was almost always using 2 weapons. Well, I don't know if you can call them 2 weapons since they weren't swords, but I was slashing with weapons in both hands. However, it was also true that the knife was too short to be easy to use. On the other hand, if it's too big, it's hard to handle, and when it's not in use, it gets in the way of hunting. So what about a weapon like a small sword with a blade length of about 50 to 60 centimeters? If possible, I would like to improve my swordsmanship. If that's the case, I think a sword of that length would be acceptable, and if the shape is similar to a short sword but a little shorter, then I don't think it would take away from my experience with the existing katana technique and dagger technique. It wouldn't be too heavy when it's not in use, and when it's in use, it would have a certain amount of killing power. Yes, this is it. I take a quick look around the shop, but there aren't any swords of the size I imagined. Then I have decided. Make me a sword that's about 20 centimeters shorter than this short sword using the best materials possible within the limits of what you can do, Paiza-san, with bestowal. Of course. At that moment, Paiza-san grinned as if accepting the challenge. Chapter 86, Transportation System Outcomes. The estimated budget is about 16 million beak. Maybe okay? It'll be okay, right? I went to the building across the street. The Hunters Guild, feeling nervous inside. Paiza-san, who seemed to accept my request, told me what materials he planned to use, exuding a slightly cool atmosphere. It's been a while since I've been serious. I have a small amount of mithril here. So, I'll use it as the core material of the sword and then cover it with a relatively expensive material. This will improve the sharpness of the sword and also improve the magic power conduction. In other words, the affinity with magic power. I won't know if the multiple granting will be successful until it's completed. When he explained this to me, my heart skipped a beat. It was finally happening, I thought. I was familiar with silver, but mithril is a material unique to the fantasy world. When he told me he was going to mix it into my weapon, I couldn't help but get excited. As I recall, Amanda-san had explained to me earlier the relationship between hunter rank and ore, and mithril was rank B, which is quite high on the scale. Ha ha ha, it's not a material that an E-ranked person like me should possess. I couldn't help but think to myself, but let's use the power of money to solve this problem. So I asked, how much? And Paiza-san replied. He said, it depends on how much I can multiply the grant, but it will probably be more than 16 million beak. I couldn't help but exclaim, that's more expensive than the finest items on display in this store. But I couldn't say anything when he told me that mithril was such a material. On the other hand, Paiza-san would give me a challenging look and say, can you afford it? If I tried to negotiate with him, I would have felt defeated. So, I can afford it. Please proceed immediately. I couldn't help but say it. That's why I'm in such a state of intense anxiety now. Until now, I have never asked Amanda-san how much money I have saved. And I had no plans to spend any money at all. It took a total of 7 days to maintain the equipment I had left with him and to make a new sword. If that wasn't enough, I would have to go to the rocker plane after a long time with only a dismantling knife, carrying a special basket on my back. If I set my mind to it and worked hard for about 4 days, I could probably earn about 3 million. While I was thinking about it, I became a suspicious person, muttering in front of Amanda-san. She is as close as ever, too close. It was so close that I didn't have time to think about it. And it was good that Amanda-san's counter was the same as usual. Loki-kun, have you regained consciousness? Or have you gone completely insane from being holed up in the Lulub forest? I'm fine. I was just thinking, as usual, so don't worry. I see. So you're going to check on that thing today, right? Yes, I might have to go to work, so I'd like to know the total amount of money I have in my account right now if possible. What did you buy? A house? A mansion? No, no. It's a weapon, you know, a weapon. I think you'll be okay then. In the meantime, I'll give you the records of the time you worked with Alba and the others first, so wait for it. And then I'll give you the total amount after that. After a short wait, Amanda-san hands me a rather large wooden board. Today's invoice is not ready yet because they are checking the materials right now. So this is for the last 16 days. I took a quick look at the contents of the board and couldn't help but snort. It's amazing. Just to be clear, this is unheard of, not just in Bizet, but in Malta. Just to confirm, this is my 30% share, right? Of course. I don't know much about Malta, but it's certainly an unprecedented amount of payment when it comes to Bizet. The first day, written at the top of the list, is 410,000 beak. That was a total of 6 participants, Alba-san and Mizaru-san's party. Even if the materials were selected again, it would still be something like that. But here's the amazing part. On the second day, it suddenly reached 2.27 million beak. On the third day, 2.62 million beak. It stayed around 2.6 million for a few days after that, so you can tell that they had formed 4 units by the third day. And after the 6th day, the reward amount increased further to about 2.8 million beak. I wonder if this is because of the increased appearance of orcs after going to the western area. It is believed that it is because everyone carefully selected and brought back the special upper ranks. After that, it went back to around 2.6 million beak, and for some reason, I got an unknown amount of 40,000 beak on the 11th day alone, but the number never dropped below 2.5 million beak after that. Assuming 2.5 million beak per day, if that's 16 days, then wow, I've made about 40 million beak in the last 16 days. My hands trembled as I unintentionally held the wooden board at the numbers that exceeded my imagination. A piece of potato butter costs 100 beak, right? Even a meat skewer costs about 300 beak. A night's lodging in a nice place costs 3,000 beak per night without food. And in half a month, that's 40 million beak. Ha 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 ha. I could be a millionaire. Perhaps alarmed by such a crazy me, Amanda-san immediately intervened. Loki-kun, you're going to have to refrain from this erratic work style in the future, okay? I'm not saying you should never do it, but the rapid supply of materials can disrupt the market. You are right. I heard that from Alba-san as well. The guild would have had to make adjustments because Alba and the others told us in advance how many days were left, but if you had continued as you were, the value of orc meat would have plummeted beyond even the guild's ability to handle it. It's okay. I won't do it here anymore. Well, that's fine, but what are you going to do now? Well, after I finish my new weapons, I'm thinking of going to Malta next. I see. Well, that's to be expected, considering your abilities, Loki-kun. So where's your base? Base? Yes. Are you moving your base to Malta? I see. Was it during training? I think it was explained to me when I first started as a hunter. As I recall, there was some sort of special exception for receiving requests above your rank, but I didn't know what kind of place Malta was and what kind of hunting grounds there were. If there is no good hunting ground, I will move to another city immediately. It would be a huge hassle to change your base every time. And Amanda-san doesn't even hide it. She looks so disappointed. Then, I don't have to think about it too much right now. I don't even know what other hunting grounds there might be, so I'm fine with leaving the base as it is for now. I see. Are you coming back? Hey Amanda, Loki will be annoyed if you interfere too much. Amanda-san and I turned to face the voice, and there was Yaguf-san. I heard that Loki returned from the Lulub expedition. Yes, I have just returned. I'm sorry to have inconvenienced you with the oversupply. There is no need to worry about this level. The guild is basically profitable as long as the supply increases. Ha ha ha. If you think the supply is too high, you can lower the purchase price, right? That's right. This time, it looks like we just barely managed to maintain the supply, which is a good result for all of us. As expected from Yaguf-san, I'm sure there was a lot of work going on behind the scenes, like increasing transportation to Malta, but it's cool that they didn't show it. So, Loki, when you get settled in, come see me. That's what I wanted to tell you today. Is this the room where I visited you before? Yes. Just let Amanda know when you figure out your schedule. I'm sure you won't have too many days free anyway, will you? I guess Yaguf-san already knows what I'm going to do. Well, before I leave the city, I thought I'd visit the people who have been so kind to me. Then there's no problem. I understand. It will probably be the day after tomorrow. I'll let Amanda-san know when I have a final decision. Yes, thank you. As I watched Yaguf-san walk up the stairs, Amanda-san called me. Here's the total. 56,924,004 beak plus the amount for today. I see. Thank you. Wow, it's far more than I expected. Or rather, I had more than enough money to pay for the sword. I'll tell you in advance. Don't ask me to give you this amount of money all at once, okay? It's absolutely impossible. I know. By the way, how about 17 million beak? I think we can manage that much. But is that the price of the weapon you mentioned earlier? That's right. It will be ready in about 6 days, so I need to have the money ready by then. Speaking of weapons, that would be Paizo-san, right? I'm surprised that he would take on such a big job without a down payment. I understand. I'll make the necessary preparations. Please do. Oh, and yes, please deduct about 3 million beak from this, ? I wasn't sure how much I should pay, but I don't have any special use for it, so that amount should be fine. For now, I'll give 1 million beak to Amanda-san and 1 million beak to Yaguf-san. The remaining 1 million beak will also be divided among the guild staff, as it seems that I've caused them some trouble as well. Wait. Hey, that's too much. Why yes, but I have more left than I expected. You should keep the rest. This amount of money will make people think we're doing something wrong. See, certainly. But you haven't actually done anything wrong. Have you? Well, you're acting like it's a big party with Alba as the leader, and that's actually true, so there's nothing wrong with that. Then why not? It's a thank you for a good job. It would be difficult without the cooperation of the guild, wouldn't it? I said this deliberately to the young receptionist at the counter next to Amanda-san, and her head started buzzing up and down at a high rate of speed. I guess she must have heard what I just said. Well, I'll leave the rest to you, so please make it work. When things get annoying, the best thing to do is to run away. Amanda-san is making a fuss in the back, but I somehow know that she likes money. If the people around her can talk her out of it, she will be convinced. Well, then, let's get ready to pick her up. Chapter 87, Goddess of Fertility. It was about 6 p.m. by my watch. The church bells were ringing, and I was using divine communication in my room at the inn where I had returned after a long absence. Yes, it's all right now. I've returned to the inn, so you can drop off your split entity. I'm tired of waiting. Let's go then. A thud sounded as she said this. A thick blue-violet mist that I've seen several times before begins to drift next to me. It's still scary to look at it directly. I wonder if I will ever get used to it. As I stared at it with that thought, the mist converged just like it did with Ferrell, and at that moment, there stood Feelin-sama's split entity with dark red hair and wearing a white one-piece dress. Yahoo! Sorry to keep you waiting. No. It's me who's sorry for keeping you waiting. I finally completed my task, so I can move around a little more leisurely from today on. Wait a minute. Hey, ? For some reason, she was in a strange pose, pointing her finger at me. I don't know what it is, but I don't really understand what she's talking about. In fact, if she does it out of the blue, I'll go crazy, so please don't do it. You didn't use honorifics with Ferrell, did you? But you use honorifics with me? Isn't that strange? Oh, you were listening. I thought that was obvious, but I pointed it out anyway. I deliberately didn't mention it when we talked about Earth under divine communication, which has become almost a daily routine. Of course, Ferrell bragged about it. She even bragged that it was better than when you called Rhea, so I'll let you do the same for me. I thought so. Well, it's okay, Feelin-sama. No, I was wrong, but I feel most comfortable talking to Feelin. What did you say? Say it again? I wonder why she's a hard of hearing type. I said I feel most comfortable talking to you. Feeling gives off a friendly vibe, you know? You fu, right? Wow, Loki-kun. You know what I mean. I'm going to brag about this to everyone later. The tension was high from the beginning, but that's normal for feeling, so let's not worry too much about it. The only thing is, please don't start a fire. I'm the one who will suffer later. I'm the one who will definitely have a hard time. If we don't hurry up, the store will close. You want shoes, don't you? I looked at the two pairs of shoes lined up in front of me. The slightly smaller pair of sandals I bought for Ryu and a pair of adult green sandals next to them. When I returned to the inn, I was relieved to see that Fril had been able to shop by herself. Yes, let's go then. Come on, get ready. I'm already ready, you know. I already had the leather bag with the money that was on the desk. I checked it a little when I got back to the inn, but it didn't look like it had gone down at all. Maybe none of them had bought food or something. It's not the same. It's different than when you were with Ria. Eh? Don't tell me I have to carry feeling on my back too. ! You are cold to me. I see. Jake landmines in unexpected places. I was naive to think that she could just borrow a pair of shoes from Ferrell and be on her way to the shoe store. The real problem is that Feelin's case is a bit of a mess. Ria is no taller than 150 centimeters, a little taller than me, but Feelin looks to be about 160 centimeters. More importantly, it's big. That thing. I'm not wearing armor, so my back will be very dangerous. No. Ria is small, you know, but Feelin is a grown woman, right? You have a super cute face, but you have a very selfish body, you know? Is that a compliment? Yes, very much so. The point is, it's hard for me to carry you because I might not be able to keep my mind in order. I see. Then it's no problem. ? I wonder how many question marks I've had in my head since then. Maybe it's common among goddesses that they can't connect well with each other. When I tilt my head like that, Feelin's figure disappears from my sight in an instant, and in the next moment, I feel a weight on my back. If you can't keep a normal mind, that's no problem because this is going to be fun. Let's go. As she says this, she twists her slender arms and legs around me, and I feel a soft thing crushing my back. It's dangerous. I have to concentrate all my nerves on my back. That's not good. It's going to be hard to walk. I slowly lean forward for reasons other than the weight, but the smell of the softly scented Feelin is. Yes? Why? It's strangely soothing. Feelin is the sun? I don't know. You smell like the sun when you hang your futon out to dry. It's a very pleasant smell that helps you sleep well. I just said what I thought. Feelin's reaction to that was somehow different than usual. Which one do you think looks better? This one. In a situation where I feel déjà vu, I immediately choose the sandals. I feel like that is the case in the Goddess Network. I guess it is Feelin's way of following the flow of what she thinks is good in the Goddess Network. So it's okay for me to choose for her. The old man of the shoe shop grins behind Feelin's back. I'm having déjà vu all the way to your grinning face. You think I bring another woman here to do the same thing anyway, don't you? That's right. But it's not my fault. You could give me some advice as a shoemaker. Such wishes come to nothing as the old man sits at the counter and watches our exchange with a grin on his face. I was just a fool to expect the same kind of customer service in this world as in Japan. Sandals look good on you, but where do you want to explore, Feelin? Depending on that, boots might be a better choice. I haven't decided on anything in particular. I'm just thinking about following Loki-kun's lead. As you can imagine, it's not a good idea to stay here all the time. I probably have plans tomorrow. You said earlier that you could move around freely. Well, I think I'll be in the city. Or rather, haven't you forgotten the purpose of your visit here, Feelin? That's true, but I also have a purpose for walking around this city to see what the food is like in this city. As expected, this is the third time that the goddess's split entity has descended. I have a rough idea of how it works and what the goddesses want. Ria, maybe, but surveillance and investigation, including what kind of monster-specific skills I might have that could be dangerous for me to possess. Since Ferrell had another purpose besides searching for the transmigrators, to check on the monsters because they are living creatures, I wondered if there might be something in Felin's mind as well. So, I asked Felin beforehand if she had something in mind. The answer I got from Felin was this. Rather than the taste, she told me that she was more concerned about whether the food itself was lacking. This is indeed the realm of the goddess of fertility. Because of this situation, it would make no sense for her to descend while living as a hermit in the Lulub forest, right? And that's why she convinced me. Therefore, I should show her around the city as much as possible when I get back. Anyway, I didn't say all the time. It would be a bad idea to take Felin to a drinking party with a lot of male hunters. As you can imagine, it would definitely cause a stir, and I don't like the idea of seeing Miseru-san, and Miseru-san seducing her with a twinkle in his eye. I also don't want to see the dangerous Felin, who might be tempted to join in. So, I'll say what needs to be said. Fortunately, I've had a little extra time in the last week or so if it's okay, I'm going to have dinner with Felin. That will give you an idea of what it tastes like. Both Ria and Ferrell have been with me for about half a day, but Felin has been with me longer, so that's about it. But if I have plans, you know it's not a good idea to take Felin with me, as you might expect. Apart from that, I personally think it's better to investigate Palmyra. It's not a big enough area to finish the investigation with just Ferrell's special, you say? I understand. I'll do as you say. Well then, let's choose your footwear and go out for dinner. Then I'll take the ones Loki-kun picked out for me. All right. You're pretty good at that, aren't you, kid? You, damn you, shoemaker's old man. I'll remember that face for the next 10 years. Well, since Felin is happy, I'll let him off the hook for now. As expected, there won't be a third time. With that in mind, I pulled myself together and went to the familiar curry to give Felin a baptism in the lower world section. Ring, ring, ring. The restaurant is empty as usual. It is dinner time, but there are only 2 customers at the counter. That's one reason I can relax, but I'm also a little worried that my beloved restaurant might go out of business. Yo boy, is that your girlfriend? As I sit down at a table, I am approached by the owner of the restaurant, who looks like an Indian that I am already familiar with. I could understand that he would be worried if I brought such a cute girl with me, but I had to ask him not to because it might cause a disturbing situation. That's right. See, like I said. I mean, does Felin know what girlfriend means? Hey, Felin, do you know what girlfriend means? Oh, Tukari, please. Somehow? Then what does it mean? It means something special to Loki-kun, doesn't it? Well, it's not exactly a mistake, and it's a delicate point. If it's just special, then it's not surprising that Felin confirms it since I said so earlier. So let me tell you properly. I don't know if it is in accordance with the common sense of this world. Felin, it's certainly special, but it's special in the sense that you plan to get married in the future or something like that. You know? Do you know what marriage is? Marriage. Of course I know. I hear that word a lot in church. I'm getting married to Loki-kun. I have to brag about it right now. Wait a minute. I can't let such an oversized bomb be thrown into the divine realm. It's easy to imagine me on my knees on the bed, holding an explanatory press conference about divine communication. 2 old men sweating profusely stared at me when I made that strange noise, but I didn't have time to worry about it. If you say that, I'll be in big trouble. Besides, I can't marry God. Marry Felin. Why? Huh? Why? That's why you can't have children with a human, can you? Maybe. What on earth am I talking about in a curry restaurant called Curry? No matter how you look at it, it's not something I would talk about here, but the conversation led me to this. What is the reason? The owner? The Indian restaurant owner's fault. Gosh. 2 curry were placed on the table without a word. Thank you for being so quick. As usual. Let's eat anyway, shall we? Why yes, it's my first meal. Moo. The way she looked red-faced and teary-eyed, holding her mouth, was also incredibly cute. Chapter 88, Food Situation. In my room at the inn, I was sitting in a chair, and Phelan was sitting on the bed, discussing the food situation in this world. So it's delicious enough to compete with the food on Earth, which is more advanced, right? Yes, it is. Well, there are times when I think the food is a little coarse, but I think that's just a matter of the distribution of seasonings, their prices, and the way they're prepared. I think the food in this world is better than I thought it would be compared to civilization. The curry I had today was so spicy that I couldn't really taste it, but that doesn't mean the ingredients are inferior. I don't get that impression at all right now. On Earth, they usually select better seeds and improve the taste, but in this world, magic and skill can compensate for that. I guess that is the first reason why the food in this world tastes better than expected. Paiza-san used the term job-related, but there are production-related skills such as farming and animal husbandry that are equivalent to work. If that is the case, then we can expect these skills to have a positive effect on food as their level increases, and so far, I have never been disappointed by the cooking of an innkeeper or even the street food I have eaten in various places. Even if the cooking methods are inferior to modern ones, the seasonings are less varied, and some of them are so expensive that they can be extremely expensive when used in large quantities, as in the case of curry. The fact that it still tastes good must mean that the original ingredients are tasty. Does that mean that if we can improve the quality of the ingredients, it will be even better? I think it's possible, but it's a method that takes time, years or decades. It's worth doing, but I don't think it's something that will have an immediate effect. That's not a problem. We're looking at the long term. If we think it will get better eventually, then it's worth doing. Haha. Surely, from the goddess's point of view, it will only be a momentary event. By the way, how much, Loki-kun, during your time here, did you ever feel like there was a shortage of food? No, not at all. I've never seen anyone die of hunger, and even though there is a risk of monsters, if you go outside the city, nature is abundant and close by, so there are fruits and fish freely available. Also, some of the monsters can be used as food. There are huge fields north of the city, so food shortages should not be a problem unless there is some sort of natural disaster. So I guess there's nothing to worry about. We have no choice but to wait and see what happens in the event of a natural disaster. Her eyes sparkle, perhaps caught up in her thirst for knowledge. I guess she wants to avoid a situation where people are in trouble, but I guess the goddesses would normally realize that after a disaster has occurred. She probably thought it would be more appropriate to ask people who actually live in the lower world, and there is no problem at all in answering that level of question. I'll give her as much advice as I can find out in the time I have until the weapon is ready. So, just to give you an Earthling's perspective, though, right? Food in this world is about as cheap as it gets. Of course, there are expensive items, and since transportation technology is not yet developed and relies on horse-drawn carriages, there may be the problem of high transportation costs for food from distant places. Even so, there are many items that are surprisingly inexpensive. There may be other factors, such as labor costs, but surely it must include the fact that food itself is plentiful. So we should just sit back and watch? Yes, for now. If Phelan has to worry, I think it is when the population grows, perhaps when the number of monsters decreases significantly. Population growth leads to food shortages, so if I remember correctly, Frol is doing some kind of population control, right? Yes. Well, that's a very rough estimate. Population is something you can't get a detailed picture of unless you have a very advanced civilization. So I guess it's good that you two are working together, even roughly, and that there are fewer wars and crazier monster ecologies. But I think you should be a little concerned if there's a sudden increase in peace. Oh, and what if the civilization the goddesses are worried about develops greatly? Because when that happens, the number of people working in primary industries tends to decrease. Wow, Loki-kun, that's great. No, what I'm about to say is nothing technical, and it's within the realm of common sense. On Earth, so, if there are reincarnated people who have experience in agriculture or animal husbandry, there is a possibility that this field will grow by leaps and bounds. In fact, it seems that people with knowledge of glass are probably contributing to the world. Is that so? Yes, There are glasses and transparent glasses in this world that are shaped like those on Earth. I think it was spread by people with special knowledge because it makes civilization seem so much higher than the other things around it. Wow, it's already starting to pay off, but we can't give the reincarnated any more skills. Then why don't you just use it as a reference if you ever need to summon them in the future? Whether it's reincarnation or transmigration. Many people think that if they can go to another world, they can make a fresh start and have a dream life, but even so, they can still use their knowledge from Earth to help this world. How? I don't know what criteria the goddesses use to choose reincarnations, but for example, you don't choose souls at random. The souls are chosen based on their knowledge of what is needed in this world right now. That is, if you could see from the soul what kind of life that person has led. Oh, we can read the information from the souls, so we can choose people who have worked in agriculture or animal husbandry or something like Loki-kun said before. Well, if there is a food shortage and you want to expand the primary industry, right? If you want to develop civilization, I think it would be more effective to bring in people who work in technical and research jobs in fields that have been slow to grow. I see. Finally, perhaps a little satisfied, Phelan leans back deeply, looking up at the ceiling and moving her mouth absent-mindedly. I wonder if she's just sorting out what's going on in her head. As I watched the scene, I heard a voice murmuring softly, "That's why everyone wants to talk to Loki-kun, isn't it?" I didn't dare to say anything, but I sighed inwardly. My knowledge is just the bare minimum I need to survive. These are things that people who earn their living in their respective professions would simply dismiss. Still, the fact that I'm doing this with the goddesses is important, and the fact that I'm able to convey these things directly to them makes it all the more meaningful. I suddenly thought of Yaguf-san's words. I had recommended earlier that they bring in reincarnated people. I suggested that in order to develop the civilization of this world, specialized knowledge is needed. But is that really a good idea? It is the people of this world who are agitated by the knowledge that is brought in. Instead of expanding civilization, the people who were doing the work might lose their jobs. In fact, Yaguf-san was afraid that such people would actually appear. Besides, not all the people who come here are honest on the inside. If they select the souls carefully, they may be able to eliminate the truly evil ones. But if they are suddenly given more power than they can handle, there will definitely be people who get carried away. I can't speak for others. The result is probably something like the current struggle for supremacy among the reincarnated people. The goddesses are not happy with the declining world and are fighting against it by inviting people from Earth. As a result, some of the reincarnated people are rampaging around as they please, while others are dropping knowledge into this world as expected. Or are there a lot of people in this world who get into unnecessary trouble because of them? If the problem is that their power is too great for the people of this world, and their influence spreads to the whole continent, even if it is only a part of it, then the conclusion is that they should not be given that much ability. I guess that wouldn't make them want to come to this world so much. I've even tried to pester it a lot, and it still refuses. No good. It's not easy to say what the right answer is. And I'm not sure yet. I know that if I say something unnecessary, it will cause the goddesses worry and anxiety, so it would be better not to talk about the problems here yet. However, I agree with the goddesses' idea of taking a chance and struggling with the possibilities because they are aware of the decline. The worst thing for them would be to watch their world end without doing anything. So, for now, I guess I'll just have to do what I can to help. Then, as I went around the world myself, I wondered if what Yaguf-san said was true. Is it really the right thing to bring in reincarnated people? Hey, I'm neither a hero nor a savior. So what am I thinking? I'm just looking at the world. This is just a way for me to get stronger. What the hell am I thinking? Thinking like a hero. I almost became the protagonist of a role-playing game. When I looked back at Phelan with this thought, her expression had changed from the thoughtful one she had before, and her gaze was fixed on me at one point. At that moment, I knew this was a bad idea. I don't know what skill Phelan is bringing with her. If it was mind reading, is what you just thought true? Such murmurs in my mind were scratched away by the words Phelan threw at me. Chapter 89. the reality of reincarnated people. I couldn't help but scratch my head. As expected, she was reading my mind, and the "it's a lie" excuse wouldn't get through. I thought about the possibility of mind reading and tried not to think too deeply about it as much as possible. I got caught up in Felin's thoughts and did what I always do. Well, I don't know if it's a lie. It's just the information I heard. So I don't know if it's true or not. In the end, I had no choice but to say that I don't even know if it's true or not. I see. You don't have to think about it so deeply now. People are often jealous of those who have abilities they don't have. But wars happen very often these days. People die a lot. You mean in the last 5 years or so? Yes. Is this in line with Yuguf-san's information? If so, what should I do about it? Now that it has been revealed, there is little point in withholding information unnecessarily. On the other hand, it could be a positive thing to match Felin's knowledge. However, it would be premature to spread the information to all goddesses. Especially if Rhea and others find out. You never know what they might do. Then, Felin, can you keep what I'm about to say a secret from the other goddesses? If you're asking me if I can or can't, I can. But is that such a terrible thing to say? Hey, don't look like you're going to cry. I'm so tempted to be protective and hug you in spite of this situation. I don't know if it's terrible or not. I've only been in this world for a few months. Yes, but if you tell the other goddesses about it, there's a chance that Rhea will get ahead of herself, right? We don't even know if it's true yet. I can kind of see that. Anyway, I'm planning on going to a lot of different cities and countries, so I thought I'd tell you about it when I'm sure it's true on the way. Yeah. So, if you don't mind if it's true or not, I can only tell Felin about it. What do you say? Felin replied, looking a little thoughtful. Yes, I understand. Let me hear it. I guess it can't be helped if she answers like that while staring at me with eyes that look as if she's prepared. Phew. I took a deep breath and then told Felin what Yuguf-san had told me. In other words, by inviting the reincarnated people, there are also a lot of people who are suffering, right? That's what it looks like from what I've heard. The 4 people who openly declared that they were reincarnated. I'm sure this was a difficult conversation for Felin. Normally, this kind of thing should be discussed first with Alicia-sama, who is in the leading position, or with List-sama, who seems to be able to judge things calmly and dispassionately. This was probably not the kind of thing that would suit Felin, who was always cheerful and optimistic, for better or for worse. But she wanted to hear it. Then I'll give her as much information as I can. With that in mind, I take out my notebook. I've already written down in detail what I heard from Yuguf-san, so if I give her specific names, it might trigger something in Felin's knowledge. From what I heard, there were 3 of them, or maybe 2? One of them seemed to be protecting the beastmen, and the other just seemed to be dealing with people who were picking fights with them. So, just from the information I have, there are 2 reincarnated people. One is someone named Shiva in the Velfra Empire who's running around with his power. And the other one is a reincarnated person named Marie from the Albert Kingdom who's making a killing with teleportation and stuff like that. So they're the ones to watch out for. I don't think there were any reincarnated people with those names. Well, of course, they were born in this world, so it's possible that they use different names, or their parents gave them different names, or they use fake names. I see. Well, the first thing I want you to understand, Felin, is that people are bound by the laws created by other people. On Earth, where I come from, those laws differ slightly from country to country, but in this world, I don't know how they work. I see. And the problem is, from what I hear, even these 2 people who do whatever they want are not so clear when it comes to breaking the law. Why? Aren't they doing bad things? Whether something is good or bad is a matter of personal opinion. For example, the reincarnated person named Shiva in the Velfra Empire might be a merciless murderer in the eyes of the other countries they attack, but in the eyes of the people who belong to his country, he might be a hero who expands their territory. The Earth I came from was peaceful on the surface, so I don't know much about it, but war is basically based on killing each other, so I think it's common for the losing country to be made out to be the bad guy. If you've been watching this world for a long time, Felin, You've probably seen a lot of territorial disputes between countries, whether they involve reincarnated people or not, right? Yes, I think the names of the countries changed all the time, and the borders changed often as well. So in a civilization like this, I think war is pretty much the norm, whether it's good or bad. Humans are basically just a mass of greed. I see. What about the other reincarnated person? I think there's a good chance that Marie from the Kingdom of Albert hasn't even broken the law. She's using her own abilities to make the world more comfortable. She's creating things that are useful to people and spreading them around the world. That's not a bad thing, and you can see how that kind of repetition leads to the development of civilization, right? Yes, I can see that. However, when convenient things are created by someone else, it is natural that the income of those who have been working in jobs that have seen a decrease in demand will stop, and they will lose their jobs. That's why everyone competes with each other to try to outdo each other, and that's why the current society on Earth is one in which people work hard and strive to better themselves. So you're saying that neither is bad? Whether something is good or bad is a subjective thing, as I said before. So, in order to be able to judge it objectively, it must be judged according to the rules of the law that have been decided in advance, and the law may be different from country to country, and I don't really understand the laws of this world, so to be honest, I can't say anything at this stage. So if this story comes back to Rio and she starts talking about divine punishment, you should know that there is a possibility that she will judge people who say that as long as it's within human rules, it's okay. I see. Of course, if the goddesses who are above the rules made by humans are the absolute rules, then I won't say anything, but as someone who was almost killed because of it, I don't really recommend it. I understand. I'll make sure Ria doesn't find out. Yes, now that you understand. The next part is the main point. I'm already prepared. I nodded at the sight of her face. The person who gave me the information doesn't just complain about the fact that there's a war going on and that the wealth is concentrated in the hands of a few. What do you mean? Not only those two, but the abilities of the reincarnated people have become so outstanding that it is almost impossible for the inhabitants of this world to reach them. Isn't that right? Yes, because we gave them the skills they wanted at the highest level. This is where it all ends. It's a cruel story, but the goddess's desire to somehow improve this world has backfired. For example, if a self-proclaimed otherworlder, a reincarnated person born with abilities far beyond those of people living in this world, appeared, what would the people of this world think? Huh? Envious? No. It's more like jealousy, right? It depends on the person. That's right. It depends on the person. It's the subjective opinion of the residents that decides. So in the end, it all depends on how they use their abilities. If a lot of people benefit from them, they'll be praised. But if a lot of people resent them, they'll be shunned. So how about applying the content we just talked about to the two people we talked about earlier? Kill a lot of people in war. Make a lot of money in a way that everyone else can't. I think the people mentioned before are really hated, and there are a lot of people who resent them. I think that's probably true if there are a lot of victims. If what I've heard is true, it's quite something. They said he didn't spare women and children either! Exclamation mark. And as for the latter, Marie, if this wealth benefited a wide range of countries or territories, it would be different. But from what I hear, it seems that the wealth is monopolized by one individual. Well then, yes, if they do something like that, they're going to be hated. Also, it seems like the ultimate goal is to take over other countries' territories. So it's like an economic war, similar to the one on Earth I was in. The thing that the person who provided me with information was concerned about was that the world today has become centered around the people who openly claim to be from another world. In reality, there are only 3 of them. These 3 people are fighting for supremacy with their outstanding abilities, and the original inhabitants have no way to compete with them, so they are caught up in the conflict. After telling her the most important part of the story, Feline covered her face with her hands and hung her head. But I didn't know what to say to her. I wonder if we failed. Even if what I just said is true, it doesn't mean that everything has failed, does it? There are actually signs that the knowledge of Earth is being passed on. So, you looked into my heart a while ago, so you know, right? Yes, we gave them too much power. That's the reason. That is true. To be honest, I don't even know how the other two feel. If you suddenly give people powers that are too great for them, they'll want to test how far they can go with those powers. If you give people too much power, it's easy for them to become like that, so you should at least try to keep them at a high level among the inhabitants of this world, or at least not give them powers that lead to military force that doesn't lead to the development of civilization. If you're looking at the long term, you might have to be extra careful about things like that. I want to tell everyone about this, but I guess I can't. Unless you plan on inviting reincarnators soon, it might be better to hold off for now. Why would you even bring that up? I see. You're right. And to be honest, I'm afraid that if I talk about it, the goddesses will take notice of me. I have abilities that I don't really understand myself, even if there is a difference between reincarnators and transmigrators. If she could see my thoughts, she would know. I'm the same type as those who put their own strength first and do whatever they want. If that's the case, then it's possible to nip it in the bud first, and if I were in the opposite position, I would do the same. You're different, Loki-kun. You're the one who's always giving us advice. I know you're obsessed with getting stronger, but you still spend time with us like this. You're always listening to our stories every day with divine communication without even letting us ask questions. We really are hopeless goddesses. I'm sorry. Seeing her like that, I naturally got up from my chair. I can't do something as bold as hugging the goddess, but at least I'll rub her back. I am not a good person. I often act with ulterior motives, and the goddesses know that. I think that's why you brought the mind reading with you today. There's no need to worry. No. What? I didn't bring mind reading to doubt you, Loki-kun. It's not like that. Is that not the case? Ria might have improved a bit, but she had also openly stated that she would keep an eye on me, and I don't really understand it. However, Ferrell also brought some kind of skill at the beginning. I'm aware that I'm dangerous because I'm the one who wants to gain monster skills and especially strength. So I thought it was inevitable that they would be on the lookout for me and bring in mind reading. The same goes for divine communication. Even if there are things I want to check out later, I'm focusing on safety right now, so there's almost nothing that needs to be checked out urgently. On the contrary, I think that if I answer the goddess questions to the best of my ability, it will improve her impression of me a little. Friend. I remember my interactions with Ferrell. The reason I feel like I have an unnaturally high level of favorability is that I'm not a reincarnated person. Even if it's not quite freedom, I'm the only person who can talk to the goddesses naturally, and I've spent a long time with them, a time that could be called eternal. So for the goddesses, even if they wanted to, I'm someone they couldn't have. That's why I used the word friend. And Ferrell nodded. But would you be so careful with a friend that you would use mind reading? It depends on the person, but at least I wouldn't be suspicious of my friend. In the first place, if I were suspicious of them, I wouldn't call them my friend. The only one who said we were friends was Ferrell, but if Feline had a different opinion, she wanted to know, even if it meant using mind reading, the need for it to show off the marriage. No, that's impossible. That's a little too much confidence, and it's a little too much for someone of my status. Besides, I don't remember doing anything to deserve it. Phew. Calm down, me. Right now it's more about Feline than me. When I looked at Feline with that thought, for some reason, she seemed more coward than before, and her ears seemed red. Anyway, I'm not worried about it. So cheer up, okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. You know, one of the good things about you, Feline, is that you're cheerful and energetic, but it would be a waste if you stayed that way forever. Don't you think? What? You're saying that again? I'm going home for today. I'll come back tomorrow when I feel better. Huh? Oh, yeah. While I was giving such an indescribable answer, Feline's body turned into a bluish-purple mist. After disappearing a few seconds later, I couldn't help but lie down on the bed, and I could feel Feline's body heat on a part of the bed. Is that for real? Chapter 90, Mixed Feelings. On the square, a little further from the center of Bizut. I am sitting on the bench, eating something that looks like grilled corn, looking up at the sky, and thinking, yes, this is also very sweet and delicious. I should probably give this to Phelan. As usual, I woke up to the sound of the church's morning bell, and after breakfast to the inn, I wandered around town. Having nothing urgent to do, I stopped by the Hunters Guild, and Amanda-san told me that the drinking party was tonight, so I had nothing to do until then. So I found restaurant and thought I'd go in with Phelan. If I find some unusual food at a food stall, I'll try to get Phelan to eat it, too. If there's an unusual juice for sale, I wonder if Phelan would be interested in drinking it. All I've been thinking about since this morning is things like this. This is strange. Am I flying into a world of some crazy love game? The question just slipped out of my mouth. I'm not particularly insensitive. I think when you work in sales, you naturally become sensitive to the subtleties of the people around you. I don't think I'm good at it, but I had to be good at it to do my job. So I should have some ability. Speaking from experience, I can't help but feel that Phelan has feelings for me like a love interest. Since they have feelings no different from humans, it wouldn't be strange for the goddesses to have romantic feelings. But why did it come to this? I can't understand it at all. I've only met Phelan once, and that was in the divine realm, where only my soul was transported. We've talked many times before and after through divine communication, but is that enough to make you fall in love? Is there something behind it? A trap? No, it's not that. It wouldn't make sense for the goddesses to set a honey trap themselves. If there is, it would be the recruitment pattern that Yagaf-san pointed out, where a country might set one up in the future if they found out I was from another world. If that's the case, it will be normal people who will try to trap me, not goddesses. Oh no. What kind of face should I make when I meet Phelan? I want to continue being normal, but I can't help but hold my head in my hands in fear. The goddesses were beings I never thought I would be able to reach. They were the same kind of beings as idols, celebrities, or characters in anime. Therefore, I could honestly say that they were beautiful or cute, and I wasn't embarrassed to say those words. However, when they become familiar, and I become strangely aware of them, I can't say anything. I've experienced this with the beautiful office workers at my workplace, where my communication disorder suddenly came out. Well, I guess I'll just have to stop thinking about it too much. I don't want to play a romantic game. I don't want to get killed by someone while flirting. I don't want to give in to unreasonable power. So, I have to become strong, and if this world is the soil in which I can become strong, then so be it. I don't know how far I can go with such a big handicap as not being able to get a job. But even so, if I work hard, I can definitely become stronger. Then, Loki-kun. Sorry about yesterday. I'm going to start the split unit now, so please take care of me. I looked around and saw several kids playing. This is bad. If she appears in a place like this, there'll be a commotion. I quickly stood up and, still holding the grilled corn, hurriedly walked to the shadow of a building where I wouldn't be seen. Section. Wow, there are so many. Which one should I eat first? As soon as she arrived, Phelan showed interest in the grilled corn I was holding and asked if she could try some of the other food. So I bought it. I bought a lot of it. I bought all the food I could find at the stalls, and now I'm back in the square arranging it all. You can eat whatever you want. By the way, the grilled corn I ate earlier was sweeter and tastier than the kind on Earth. Wow, it's tastier than the kind on Earth? As a goddess, I'm kind of proud of that. Phelan, who said that and smiled at me, didn't have the shadow of the feeling of desperation that had surrounded her yesterday. On the contrary, she was so radiant that I couldn't look her in the eye. I'm glad you're feeling better. Haha. I'm really sorry for showing you such an embarrassing sight yesterday. Yeah, well, I guess it was a hard story for you goddesses to take in. I've been thinking about it on my own ever since. I think I'm going to see the world for myself this time. Thinking about it that way, I can't just sit around and worry about it. Huh? Is that okay? Isn't it too late now that I've sent the split entity down to the lower world? If you put it that way, I guess so. So far, we've just thought of ourselves as running this world. We've just been looking at it from above in a vague way, so we don't even know what the results of our own actions are. Then I'll check it out for myself. That way, I might be able to find other transmigrators besides Loki-kun, and I should also be able to find out more about the food situation in this country. What she's saying is certainly not wrong. If you take measures to break the current situation, it's useless if you don't check the progress and results. The result of the goddesses neglecting to do this, or rather being bound by the rules of the gods, has led to the current situation that Yaguf-san is concerned about. If they had realized this earlier, they might have been able to limit the damage, and there's a possibility that they would have taken measures to solve the problem themselves. Just like I felt. But, as I say, the goddesses, it might be natural for them to have spent their lives in such a small world with only 6 of them. But I wonder if they can travel? Don't tell me they're not going to follow me around forever, are they? Don't worry, I won't get in your way, Loki-kun. Even if I follow you around all the time, I'm sure you'll just find me annoying, since I'm just a split entity with only the divine eye. We don't need to eat or sleep. We're just a split entity, so even if something happens, we'll be fine. If we take the split entity out and put it back in at each destination, we can move around without relying on Loki-kun. And I'm strong even as a split entity. You see? We'll be fine, right? Yeah, it seems like you'll be fine. What is this complicated feeling? On the one hand, I feel relieved, but on the other hand, I'm starting to worry. No matter how much she says she's fine, I can't keep relying on Loki-kun. If I don't want this world to end, I have to try my best. You're already working hard enough. I stopped myself from saying those words. Feeling is trying even harder than before. I think it will be good for the world, and from what I've heard, it seems to be. Then I'll give her my full support. If she has any problems, I'll give her as much advice as I can. So, next time, List said she'll come down, but until then, I'll ask you to keep me company, Loki-kun. I see. I understand. I already have an idea of where to go, so you'd better be prepared. Oh, but I can't tonight because I have a drinking party. A drinking party? Could it be alcohol? I think to myself as I watch Feelin in the corner of the square, gobbling up this and that with a look of delight on her face, like a child who has come to play in the hot sunshine at a festival. I don't know how long it will take, but one day, when I feel that I have become strong enough to satisfy myself, and when I have such a cute girlfriend, it might be good to work hard with that goal in mind. Chapter 91. Letter and Subject. The next day. My head hurts. Looking at the clock on the desk, it was already past 11 o'clock. It was the first time I'd woken up this late since I was transmigrated, thinking that poison resistance wouldn't work against alcohol. I staggered downstairs to the first floor of the inn. I went into the courtyard to wash my face, and there I saw the innkeeper hanging out the laundry. Excuse me, proprietress-san, but I overslept and missed breakfast, even though you had everything ready for me. That's unusual. Hey, boy, you look pale. Are you okay? I drank alcohol for the first time yesterday. I was surprised that my body was so weak to alcohol. Rather than being weak to alcohol, it might be more accurate to say that my body is still too small. I think yesterday's drinking session was a good life experience. As I was told, if I went to the guild after the evening bell rang, the hunters who had agreed to participate in the plan would be waiting for me. The attendance rate was estimated to be over 120%. For some reason, there were people there who looked like the wives or girlfriends of some of the people I'd seen at the bathing event, but I said nothing and followed everyone else, probably because I shouldn't have to worry about such details. The group went to a bar on one street back from the main street. It seemed to have been reserved for the party because when we got there, there were no customers, and as soon as we entered, everyone sat down in their preferred seats. However, it seemed that the basic seating was by party, so of course, I ended up at the counter with Alba-san, who was alone. I also remember that a few women who weren't hunters were also sitting at the counter looking for an empty seat. At Alba-san's urging, I made a brief greeting, and for some reason, Mizuharu-san asked me to tell them about my personal income and expenses, so I thought it would be okay to do so. And when I announced it, most of them fell off their chairs. I don't really remember much after that. The onslaught of food and alcohol was brought in. I tilted my head to look at the contents of the jug in front of me, which looked like a small barrel when Albasan told me it was ale. Naturally, I was impressed. This is the ale I've heard so much about, I thought. However, I was disappointed to find that it was room temperature as soon as I put it to my lips. I drank it with patience, but it didn't have the smoothness of beer that goes down. The guys around me were gulping it down happily, but I knew the taste of beer, and I couldn't fit in with them. It was the wife or girlfriend of someone sitting next to me who spoke to me when I was feeling down. When I honestly told her that it didn't taste very good, she laughed and said that was to be expected from a child, but then suggested that I try some wine. When I drank the red wine that was offered to me, it was actually quite good. I didn't feel that there was much difference between it and modern wine, so I drank it. I drank it as I was encouraged to do. Halfway through, I saw a huge barrel being wheeled in from the back of the store. When I saw people sticking their mugs in it and drinking as much as they wanted, I thought, there's a way to drink like that. I watched with a light heart. Well, that's as far as I remember. I don't even remember how I got back to the inn after that. I quickly fiddled with my waist, and the leather bag with the money in it was hanging in its usual place. When I looked inside, it was a little lighter than usual, but there was still a good amount left. So even with a group of about 40 people, it would only have cost about 200,000 to 300,000 beak. Well, if it was enough, that's fine. The wine is good enough, but the ale isn't to my taste. And with this body, I get drunk easily, and my memory goes. It was a bit of an expensive lesson, but I'll be satisfied just knowing that. My goodness. I bet the other hunters made you drink it, didn't they? Go to the dining hall first. I'll give you some cold water when I'm done drying the clothes. Thank you. I'm sorry. It's not because of the hunters. I couldn't tell the proprietress that I felt good and got drunk after someone's girlfriend or wife poured me a drink. That afternoon, after exploring a new restaurant with Phelan, we parted ways, and I went to the Hunters Guild. Amanda-san, please help me connect with Yaguf-san. Gilmers should be waiting in his room, so you can just follow me there. Since the drinking party was as planned, I had arranged to visit Yaguf-san this afternoon. I think it's probably about leaving visit, but is there anything else? Master, Loki-kun is here. Come in. I was told to go in, and the room I was shown was. Yes, it's the same as usual. Or rather, I think there are more wooden boards. I don't think it's my fault. The workload is huge because of Loki. I can't complain though, because the profits have increased significantly. I think that's the same as complaining. While we were having this conversation, Amanda-san brought us tea as usual, at her usual speed. I wonder if there's a procedure for steeping it or letting it sit for a while. I'm a little doubtful, but it tastes perfectly fine, so I guess there's nothing wrong with it. I was enjoying my tea time when Yaguf-san suddenly asked me a direct question. So when are you leaving Bizet? Ha ha ha. As I thought. You can see through everything. You just came back from Lulub. There's no hunting ground that's more accessible from this city, and you're going to Malta next, right? That's exactly the plan. My weapons should be ready in about 4 days, so the day after that. About 5 days from now? I think the money for the weapon was about 17 million beak, right? That's right. I think there should be enough change left over. Just to confirm, are you sure you don't want to move your base? No, I have no plans to do that at the moment. I see. Then it shouldn't be a problem. With that, he handed me a piece of parchment. It's not wood, it's precious paper. I was so shaken that I couldn't speak, but Yaguf-san continued. The contents are a letter summarizing the details of Loki's hunter status. Of course, the fact that you're an otherworlder and a transmigrator is hidden, but it includes your current rank, the amount of money you've deposited with the guild, and a brief summary of your past achievements. When I looked at the parchment, the first thing I saw was the words D-rank hunter. For some reason, it said D-rank instead of E-rank. I thought, what? And when I rummaged through the leather pouch, the letters on my guild card were definitely E. You've hunted so many monsters in Lulub, you definitely meet the criteria for promotion to D-rank. So go get your card updated later. so the rank can go up before the person is informed. That doesn't usually happen, but I think something like that happened to you in the past, right, Loki? Certainly. That's right, that's right. When I was promoted to F rank, I didn't have to go to the reception desk, and I was told by a sulking Amanda-san that I had become F rank 6 days ago. I couldn't help it. I was busy hunting, and then, as I continued reading, I came across a rather large amount of money written on the document, deposit. 39,718,800 beak. This is the total amount of money remaining after deducting the 17 million beak for weapons and the 3 million beak bonus for guild members from the amount including the last day of Lulub. I think you should be able to make do with what you have for now, right? Yaguf-san looked at the leather bag hanging from my waist as he said this. Yes, he's right. With this money alone, I think I can get by for about 3 months without any problems, but this solves one of the problems I was worried about. So that means it's written that way, right? Of course, as I said before, the Hunters Guild is a multi-country organization. If you hand over this letter, the deposit can be taken by any guild. This was the part I was worried about. If I couldn't transfer it directly to another branch, I would have to cash in the deposit. If that happened, I wouldn't know when I could leave Bizut. I was even considering just leaving the money behind, so this system is a huge help. As expected, you work quickly. Even people from another world would be surprised. But what's the point of using something as valuable as parchment? Because I got a bonus. He grinned as he said this, and when I asked Yaguf-san about the usual procedure, it seemed that the guild loaded a wooden board with information about the people moving and ran a guild-only carriage at irregular intervals. However, if you follow this procedure, it will take a reasonable amount of time, depending on the distance to the destination, for the information about the hunter to reach the destination. So there are cases where you can receive requests with a guild card, but there are also cases where there are inconveniences such as the achievements not being added during that time. Therefore, the method of using parchment to have the hunter deliver the information to the next city is a method that is basically used by high-level hunters who have money. Of course, there seem to be very few people at the E or D ranks who do this. I see. It's a great bonus effect. This is a great help. Then I'll be happy to submit this to the Malta Guild. That's the thing. You have to be careful whether you want to submit it to the Malta Guild or not, you know, huh? If you're staying for a long time, that's fine, but if you're leaving soon, you'll have to prepare another letter like this. It'll cost you a lot of money, you know. If you don't mind using the normal method, you don't have to worry about it. I see. If you go to Malta, you'll find that there is one F rank hunting ground, 2 E rank hunting grounds, and 1 B rank hunting ground that you can go to from there. A B rank hunting ground. That's right. Loki should have no problem with the F rank hunting grounds in Malta, or the 2 E rank hunting grounds, but a B rank hunting ground. That's right. I'm only a D rank hunter, so even if I use the special exception I had before, I can't accept B rank requests. If you go further, there should be a D rank hunting ground in a city called Lipsum. So I'll leave it up to you to decide whether or not to use this letter in Malta. As expected from Yaguf-san. Thank you very much. I don't know what to say about going to Malta, but I have already raised my level to a level that I can realistically raise in the E rank hunting grounds of Lulub. There is a high possibility that I will only go to the F and D rank hunting grounds to acquire skills, and when it comes to achievements in my goal to reach C rank, I feel that there is not much point in killing E rank monsters no matter how many I defeat. So I wonder, can I defeat the monsters in the B rank hunting grounds? No way. Definitely not. No matter how you look at it, B rank is too much. This isn't a game. So if I overdo it and die by accident, it won't do any good. Then, like Yaguf-san said, I think it's okay to keep this letter until I get to a place with D rank hunting grounds. I'm not short of money, and if I run out of money, I can always get more there. While I was thinking about this, Yaguf-san changed the subject while putting down his cup of tea. Well, that's it for the letter for now. Huh? For now? Yes. The next thing I want to talk about is the main reason I called you here. But when you go to Malta, I want you to take Amanda with you. Huh? What does that mean? I'm really scared that I'll be attacked if I travel with Amanda-san. I looked at Amanda-san sideways, and she gave me a big smile. Don't be so cautious. This is a story that will be a plus for Loki as well, you know. With that, Yaguf-san took something out of a drawer in his desk. Could it be? It was something that had been shown to be from Earth at some point and was thought to be the most likely thing that could be reproduced. Something resembling a ballpoint pen was placed on the low table. Chapter 92, Product Development Advisor. Since then, I've also had the help of craftsmen with high skills in areas like manufacturing and craftsmanship. I tried to replicate it as much as I could. Oh, can I hold it and look at it? Of course. I'd love to hear your opinion. When he said that, I carefully picked it up, and the shape was exactly like a ballpoint pen. The main body has been successfully reproduced by carving wood. There's no grip, but it doesn't feel strange to hold. But this ballpoint pen, anyway, it's as thick as those extra thick magic markers you find on Earth, and it feels really heavy. So the biggest obstacle is here, right? I asked, pointing at the tip, and Yaguf-san, who looked reluctant, nodded deeply. Even if I understand the structure of the sphere at the top from Loki's explanation, it was completely impossible for even the craftsmen in this town to make it that small. As a result, they made the whole thing bigger to force it to fit. I see. I remember that night when everyone was discussing the structure of the pen while looking at the actual product. Chronologically, the fountain pen should have come first. But even though I had a vague idea of the product, I didn't have enough knowledge to explain it to someone who didn't know anything about it. Since I'm not a technician, I had no choice but to rely on the actual product in front of me. Looking at Yaguf-san's face, which clearly showed signs of fatigue, I wondered if I had told him something too harsh, but I was still determined to find out the purpose of the pen. While I was looking around for something to test the pen on to see if it would write normally with ink, I noticed that Amanda-san, who was very good at her job, had stood up and was holding a wooden board in her hand. Both Yaguf-san and Amanda-san are really amazing. I ran the pen over the piece of wood that had been handed to me and wow, this is amazing. It writes perfectly, even though it feels a little rough. By the way, the parchment I gave to Loki earlier was also written with this ballpoint pen. Looking at the parchment in a flash, I saw that the ink was uneven, with some parts being faint and others suddenly thick, but the writing was still legible. Yes, it might take a little longer for the ink to dry in some places, but that's the same with quill pens. I think this is convenient enough. I see. It's a relief to hear Loki say that. As I watched Yaguf-san lean back in his chair, I could tell that he had gone through a lot of trouble to get here. He seems to be a busy person already. I'm sure he's been concentrating on perfecting the pen, even at the expense of his own time. If that's the case, is there anything I can tell him to improve the quality even more? By the way, have you tested how usable it is? No, I haven't yet. It's only been a few days since this form was completed. As you can see, even after using it for the past 3 days, it's still usable. Did the ink not come out during that time? It's about the size of a hand. If you shake it hard, the ink will come out. But there was a time when the ink dripped out, so I think there's still a lot of room for improvement. I haven't experienced this with the latest pens, but in the old days when I was in elementary school I think there were times when cheap pens would stop working even though there was still ink in them. I thought that would be the first problem that would come up. And I was right. It only happened a couple of times in 3 days. If it's much easier to use than a quill pen, isn't that enough? When modern people use it, they'll probably complain that it's big, it's not smooth, and it scratches, but people who only know quill pens will probably think it's a revolutionary pen. From here, it depends on the skills and techniques of the manufacturer, but if they gradually improve the quality of the product, it should be fine. Is it possible to see the inside of this pen when you remove the tip? Yes, you can. It is extremely difficult to reproduce the structure of a ballpoint pen like the one Loki has, where you have to twist it several times to remove the tip. This pen is designed so that you can remove the tip by turning it about half a turn. I see. As he said, I turned it a little, and like a puzzle, The wood was carved so that it would come off at the bottom after about half a turn, and it looked easier to make than modern products that you turn like a screw. But if something like this doesn't come off very often, that's fine. As I pulled it out, confident that there would be no problem, I could see that most of it was connected to the tip by a blackened stem-like object. Is this the stem of something that was in the concept? Yes, that's right. I couldn't think of anything else that would work as a tube. The only problem is that you can't see how much ink is left, and then there's the question of how long this stem will last and how much ink it can hold. Exactly. The amount itself is not a problem, because it's grass that grows here, but we still don't know how long this stem will last before it rots and becomes unusable. Unlike Loki's pen, the remaining amount is not transparent, so it is impossible to tell how much ink is left at this point. I've never tried to see how long a stem would last in my life, so I don't know. Besides, the translucent tubes we have today are probably made from materials used in the chemical industry, which involves petroleum. It's not realistic to reproduce them in this world. But translucent, transparent, well, there is a way to make a transparent tube so you can see how much ink is left, and if you use this method, you won't have to worry about it rotting. Wow, really? Yes, but I don't know how it will work in terms of cost. But if you use glass, I think it will be solved, right? I said, pointing at the window behind Yugo-san. Although they're not large, both the in-room and this room have small windows. Perhaps this is also the achievement of the reincarnated person who brought the knowledge of glass to this world. It's certainly transparent and it won't rot, so the question is whether or not it's possible to mass-produce such tubes with that material. That's right. However, I have no idea how much glass is produced in this world, or how many craftsmen there are who can work with it. So I'm just talking about the possibilities. I think the glass probably comes from the kingdom of Odesson. Then why don't you try to gather information through the guild? The person making the glass might be from another world. What? I don't know if the person who is currently making it is the same person. However, the person who brought the glass-making technique to this world is probably a person from another world, a reincarnator, I think. After all, there are things in this world that are not at the level of civilization, such as transparent glass and glasses. It must be complicated for Yugo-san, who probably doesn't have a good impression of the otherworlders. There are times when he seems to dislike them, but he also wants to rely on their technology now. That's probably it. I can't say much because I only know this city, but I think it's a good idea to use it effectively if it spreads, because not all otherworlders are bad people. Well, that's true. The person in front of me who is giving me advice is also an otherworlder. Then I guess I'll go check out the guild in Odesson. Haha, I think that's a good idea. Even if it works, the cost of materials will definitely go up, so like I said, you can sell it as a luxury item for the wealthy after it becomes popular or as an upgraded version later on. Even as it is, I think it's far superior to a quill pen, so I think you should sell it as the first product before you start working on the tube. After all, it's good that we talked about it before we started, right? Don't you think, Amanda? Yes, it really is. Loki. Back to the beginning of the story. I want you to go to Malta with Amanda. The purpose is to go to the commercial guild in Malta because I want to register this ballpoint pen there. Commercial registration? I don't know if this will be understood, but, is it like a patent? Exactly. If you register it, you'll be able to sell it exclusively for the next 10 years. I see. Since Amanda-san is going to the commercial guild as a representative, you want me to go to Malta as a bodyguard on the way. That's just a bonus. Loki will also be registered at that time. It was Loki who provided us with the actual product to use as a model, and who provided us with information and helped us come up with ideas for improvements and strategies. In other words, we couldn't have done it without Loki. That's why I want to register Loki as an advisor so that you can get 10% of the sales as your share of the profits. We don't plan to make the prices so high that they're unaffordable for the common people. But even so, if we can sell a lot of them, there's a chance that we can make a decent amount of money, right? Wait, what? I didn't expect that. Don't be so reserved. In return, I want you to give me advice when I'm in trouble, and if you have any other ideas for civilization in this world that are feasible apart from ballpoint pens, I want you to tell me about them again. Is that why you mentioned the base? That's part of it. If you never come back to visit, there's no way we can talk about anything in the future. Yaguf-san lifted the corners of his mouth as he said this, and in a way, it was just as I expected, so I felt relieved. Unfortunately, if I move my base, that will be the end of it. In exchange for no further advice, he probably intended to register the business without me or with a reduced share. Even if Yaguf-san were to be transferred to Earth, I think he would be a good businessman. I see. Well, I plan to travel around the world from now on, so I can't promise when I'll be back, but I'll definitely acquire teleportation skills and come back. If it's okay with you, I'll accept your offer to be your advisor and take Commander-san to Malta. A teleportation skill that even the method of acquiring it hasn't been figured out yet? Kukaku. That really makes you feel like a person from another world. Well, that's okay. If Loki says you're going to do it, you're going to do it, right? In the meantime, we'll continue to improve the pen and revolutionize writing in this world. That sounds good. Oh, if you don't mind, please spread the clock as soon as possible. It's incredibly inconvenient in this world that I can't tell people the time. The conversation with Yaguf-san continued after that. Talking to him reminded me of my days as a salesman. It's something that only Yaguf-san can do at the moment, and even though I didn't like it, it was strangely comfortable. I will probably not be able to return soon, so I wrote down how to make paper on Earth, relying on a vague memory of something I had seen on TV a long time ago, something about finely grinding wood and mixing it with glue. So far I'd only seen wooden plates, but if they were made of iron, they could be used to serve hot meat. Even when it was hot, there was nothing in Bizet to fan yourself with, so there was the possibility of using paper fans, folding fans, or even iron stretched thin to replace paper, and there was a time when they were even used as weapons. I will convey as much as I can think of if there is anything I want in this world that I have felt in my life so far. Yaguf-san's eyes widened at the content, and it was impressive to see Amanda-san desperately writing on the wooden board. Chapter 93, Current Status. It's raining, isn't it? I think I'll go to church today. Or maybe I'll stop by Mei-chan's house to see if I can replenish the pills and see when Zinc-kun and the others plan to go hunting. I was thinking about such things, but unfortunately, it's raining today, and it's pouring down pretty hard. What are you going to do today? Loki, Phelan, who had been in my room since this morning, asked me. I'm in the city, so that doesn't bother me too much as long as I'm not busy hunting. Well, if it's hunting, I don't mind moving around, but when it's not hunting, I don't like to get wet. I don't have an umbrella, I say to myself, and then I realize what I've said. I think I should also tell Yaguf-san about the existence of umbrellas, so I quietly write it down in my notebook. If civilization continues to develop in this world, it will be easier for me to live. I'd rather go hunting than be involved in development, but I'd be happy to help out with ideas. If things go well, I'll probably get some incentive as well. Oh, I see. So we won't go out to eat then. I've been meaning to get my things in order somewhere, so I'll just relax in my room today. I'm going to have dinner at the inn, but do you want to have lunch with me on the first floor? I think they'll be able to prepare something for you if you ask them. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, I'll tell the innkeeper to prepare food for both of us. What will you do today, Phelan? I'm going to Palmyra. The place where Loki arrived was about 6 or 7 days from here, right? It's not like I knew the way out and went in a straight line. If it was a straight line, it would have been about 4 days or so. Well, that's just a guess. Then I'll drop off the split entity where I went yesterday, and today I'll try to go further in. I'm fast on my feet, so I think I can get that far today. I see. But if you start in the middle, you'll be without shoes. That's so sad. If she walks through the forest barefoot and it's raining, she'll definitely get muddy. There is nothing I can do about it. I went barefoot yesterday, too, because I thought I wouldn't be able to come back with shoes on, and anyway, when I withdraw the split entity, it will be clean, so don't worry. Don't worry. Haha, it really is a convenient skill, but be careful, okay? You can leave this room without the oracle today. Okay, I'll go then. After watching Phelan disappear into the mist, I finished my business on the first floor and opened my status screen with a pen in my hand. Name, Loki, Yuto Mamiya. Level, 17th. Skill points remaining, 128. Magic power, 140 plus 28, plus 50 additional points from the sword's magic power increase. Strength, 68, plus 55, intelligence, 64, plus 11, defense, 62, plus 115, magic defense, 62, plus 18, agility, 67, plus 66, technique, 61, plus 16, luck, 67, plus 20. Blessings, none. Titles, none. Acquired skills: combat/tactics skills, swordsmanship LV3, stick art LV5, dagger technique LV2, provocation LV2, frenzy LV2. Magic skills: fire magic LV2, earth magic LV3, wind magic LV4, magic control LV1. Job system skills: foraging LV1, crafting LV2, hunter LV3, cooking LV1, conversation LV1. Daily life system skills: different language comprehension LV3, presence detection LV3, exploration LV1, arithmetic LV1, memorization LV1, vision enlargement LV2, farsightedness LV2, swiftness LV2, night vision LV4. Pure passive system skills: poison resistance LV7, increased automatic magic recovery LV2, increased maximum magic power LV2, Herculean strength LV1, swift wind LV1, steel heart LV1, physical attack resistance LV1. Other/special oracle LV1, divine communication LV2, other/monster rush LV6, sticky thread LV4, bite LV5. Wow, I don't understand all these bonus stats and stuff. It was a clear mistake. I should have at least brought my notebook and a pen with me to the Lulub Forest. Thanks to the fact that I've been away for almost half a month, I've learned several new skills, and my status has improved, which is good, but I'm not sure what bonus abilities each skill corresponds to. I was starting to lose track. If I flip through my notebook, the last stat record is from when I was level 11, before I went to Lulub Forest. Since then, the additional skills I've acquired and the level increases are all mixed up, so I've lost track of what's what. What's more, some of the skills seem to mess with the numbers, so even the superficial level increase values are off. No matter how you look at it, the level increase for each skill is not 3. I understand that. But what's the reason? While thinking this, I tapped on the calculator to do the calculations. My hands naturally made a rustling sound on the desk. Without realizing it, I found myself looking for a cigarette, and then I thought, oops, and pulled my hand back. If I were on Earth, I would be in the habit of smoking at times like this, but now I can't because the battery is dead, and even if I did smoke, it would taste like crap in this body. Instead, I'll distract my mouth with some strong fruit juice, and for now, I'll check the details of the new skills I've acquired. Conversation LV.1, slightly improved dialogue ability. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. This might be useful for me, who has trouble communicating, but it's not essential. Next, cooking LV.1, slightly improved cooking ability. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. It would be nice to have this, but to be honest, it's not that important right now. Next, Herculean strength LV1, increases strength by 5. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Is this the culprit? It seems that this 5-point increase is not a bonus stat, but is applied to the main stat. It would be nice to have this. A very welcome skill. Next, physical attack resistance LV1, increases resistance to physical attacks. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. I'd love to have this, but like poison resistance, there's no specific increase listed. This could be a rule for resistance skills. Next, steel heart LV1, Slightly increases resistance to mental attacks. Also effective against intimidation. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. This is an interesting skill. It's the kind of thing you're quietly happy to have. Besides, it's always active and doesn't require any magic power. Next, Magic Control LV1, improves control of magic, making it easier to use magic. Also reduces the time needed to cast magic by 5%. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. It's an abstract description, but it seems like a skill that would have a subtle benefit if you had it. Does the magic activation time in the second half of the description refer to the delay until the spell is reactivated or the delay from chanting to activation? Either way, I don't think I'd notice a 5% difference, so I'll have to check it out when I level up a bit more. Next, Swiftwind LV1, increases agility by 5. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. This is the same type as the Herculean strength skill I checked earlier, and judging from the description, it seems to be the agility version of it. I'm also thrilled to have this skill. However, the increase in value is a bit subtle, and it doesn't seem like it's worth raising the skill level for. Then, I tapped on the calculator, wrote down the values, and compared them. If the increase of each skill value switches to 4 at level 11, then the values should match. It looks like magic power also increases by 8. What I discovered was that there was a change in the increased values. From level 1 to 10, each ability increased by 3 with each level increase, and magic power increased by 6. From level 11 to 17, each ability increased by 4 for each level up, and only magic power increased by 8. If this is the case, when I reach level 20 and 30, there is a possibility that the increase in value will increase even more. Still, I can't say anything without knowing the specific status values of strong people. I don't know how my stats compare to others. If I don't know that, I can't say whether I'm strong or weak or how much I need to increase my stats to be considered strong. But maybe I'll find out eventually. I think this kind of work is important for this time. I'm not the one who slacked off after being so absorbed in hunting. Anyway, here are the new skills that were unconfirmed in Lulub. As expected, the skills possessed by the monsters in Lulub have greatly increased in level, and there are also a few skills that have increased through natural growth. And there is no way to check the target bonuses. I'll just have to give up and check them next time I level up. I've also acquired some skills in the Rocker Plains, but I've never looked at the details before, so I think I'll check them all out now. Swordsmanship LV3, as long as you have a sword-shaped weapon, your attack and defense actions get a bonus. Magic power consumption, 0. You can optionally increase certain actions by 190% for 1 second. Magic power consumption, 9. Dagger technique LV. 2. As long as you have a dagger-shaped weapon, your attack and defense actions get a bonus. Magic power consumption, 0. You can optionally increase certain actions by 160% for 1 second. Magic power consumption, 7. When the level of stick art was 1, the specific action had an ability value of 130%, and the magic power consumption was 5, so the contents were the same regardless of the type of weapon. And the increased value is 30% per level, and the magic power consumption is 2. However, stick art LV5, as long as you have a stick-shaped weapon, your attack and defense actions get a bonus. Magic power consumption, 0. You can optionally increase certain actions by 250% for 2 seconds. Magic power consumption, 13. Looking at the stick art LV5, which I have no plans to use, the way the boosts and magic power consumption increase remains the same, but the optional number of seconds has changed to 2 seconds. So, it seems like the number of seconds increases when the level is either 4 or 5. Well, even though I have swordsmanship, I never used any of the skill attacks in the end. If I can use magic, I'll end up using it for that, so I don't plan on using it against swarming enemies. Maybe I'll use it for the first time when I'm in a one-on-one fight with a strong monster. And what about the ones related to magic power? Increased automatic magic recovery LV2. Increases automatic magic power recovery by 10%. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Increased maximum magic power LV2. Increases maximum magic power by 20. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. I really let my guard down. The price I paid for not paying attention to the details of the rocker planes has come back to haunt me. The increased automatic magic recovery is 10% at level 2. What was it at level 1? Well, never mind. It's fine because I'll know the increase at level 3, but the important thing is that it's not a fixed amount. The stronger you get, the more useless a fixed amount becomes. But if it's a percentage, it seems to be a considerable benefit whether the final amount is 20% or 30%. Plus, you can stack it with bestowal. On the other hand, increased maximum magic power is a fixed amount, so it's easy to see that it becomes a dead skill in the later stages. So, if I'm going to put bestowal on the new weapon I'm making, it looks like I should go with increased automatic magic recovery, assuming I'm going to be using it for a long time. As an additional surprise, looking at these values, I can also predict that Pacer-san's increased maximum magic power is at an estimated skill level of 5. Even though he's retired, he's still a former C-rank hunter. As expected, the rest are all skills with strong bonus elements. Swiftness LV2, movement is slightly faster due to a speed boost. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Well, it's better to have it than not to have it. Vision enlargement LV2, increases your field of vision slightly in all directions. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Looks like a bug. I thought it was a loot skill, but even at level 2, I can't really feel any difference. So it looks like it's impossible to see directly behind you, no matter how high your skill is. Or rather, if this kind of view was always active, it would drive you crazy. Farsightedness LV2, allows you to see slightly farther. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. This is quite nice skill if you think of it as an enhanced eyesight skill. No need for glasses. Provocation LV2, makes it easier to get someone's attention. Range, 20 meters. Activates creatures within a 2-meter radius of the target. Magic power consumption, 7. When I used this in the Lulub, I was surprised when the monsters came all at once. But if you look at the details, it's a skill that makes sense. If you accidentally use it in a higher level hunt, it's a skill that will trigger a death flag. On the other hand, if you're in a lower level hunting ground, it might be a useful skill if you're trying to save someone. The fact that the target is a living thing is also interesting. In other words, it also works on humans. I don't want to lure anyone in, though. Phew. For now, I've got a general idea of my current skills. I'll gather information about the parts I don't understand and compare and verify them in the future, but I think I've figured out the new now. The new will continue until I check the status screen to see if I've acquired the appropriate skill or increased my skill level. There doesn't seem to be a time or date limit here, so as long as I just open the status screen, I can assume that the new won't disappear. The last time I checked the skills screen was when there was a bathing event in Lulub. I hunted for about a week after that, and it's been a few days since I've been back in the city. However, the skills gained in Lulub still had the new attached to them until just now. And during that time, I kept opening the status screen to see how much I had left to level up. I didn't look at the skill screen, so I think that's probably the final specification for the new status. At the end of each day's hunting, I now have more fun looking for skills with a new status. I guess I should thank Acorn for that. It is useful in a subtle way. So it would be great if the amount of money I have and the skills I have could be divided into categories like active, semi-active, and passive. It would also be good if the skills I've already acquired could be divided into categories like combat, magic, and job, so they're easier to see. Please take care of it. Please take care of it. As I prayed to the dark rain clouds, I felt a strong magical presence, as if Phelan had just returned. It feels a little early, but after lunch, I'll start thinking about what to spend my 128 skill points on. I have time today, Let's take it easy and think about it while looking at the skill screen. Of course, my face starts to smile. This is the kind of time I enjoy. With that in mind, I called out to Feline as she appeared. Welcome back. Are you hungry already? Chapter 94, Progress. Welcome back. Are you hungry yet? I'm back. Something is wrong. Feline, usually full of energy, seems depressed. The fact that she's not even interested in the topic of food suggests that something must have happened. Did she see something she didn't want to see in Palmyra? Are you okay? It's probably not a good idea to go to the dining hall right now, so, how about I get you something to eat and we eat it here? No, I'm fine. Even as she said that, Feline, who had sat down on the bed as soon as she arrived, was still acting strange. Then, there was no point in being too reserved. Did you see something you didn't want to see? I asked her, looking at her, and she nodded. I found someone I think might be a transmigrator like Loki. Well, it was more of a corpse, but it was just bones. I see. I was expecting this. So, I'm not surprised that there were corpses. It's just that Feline found traces on the second day of her search, so it seems that there may have been more people transported than we expected. In that case, there are some things we need to check. Feline, what was the basis for your suspicion that this person was a transmigrator? Did you see anything? If she only went a short distance into the forest, it is possible that the person was a resident of this world, a hunter. If he's already a skeleton, it's not unnatural that there's no urgent search request posted on the guild since it's not known how long he's been missing. It's unfamiliar, but it was nearby. It didn't look like anything the people in this city would normally use. It was more of an advanced-looking thing. I see. You didn't check the contents, did you? Yeah. I'd already heard the circumstances of the transfer from Loki, so I felt bad for forcing you to come along. Besides, I can't bring it back with me as a split entity. I sat down on a chair and thought about it. Is there any point in me going into Palmyra to check it out? There's a chance I could get information about what kind of person was transferred from their possessions. Also, could these possessions be useful for the development of civilization in this world? But even if it's a split entity, it's only a day and a half away from the goddess' physical location. If I were to go there now, it would take at least 2 days each way. 4 days round trip. I'm not sure I'll make it in time for the scheduled departure from Bizet. Thinking about the things I want to do in the meantime, I should probably just decide that I won't make it. Still, if they're still alive, we should go there without hesitation. But if they're dead, there's no need to hurry. What's important is the place where they were found, right? There's no way to know the exact place where I was transported, but if Acorn has some control over where he transports people, that will be the most important point when it comes to finding the next transmigrator. And if the goddesses who can send the split entities to the exact location can be called the key points, it seems like it would be possible to mark them. I think that if they search the area around the place where the body was found and keep working on the places where they find traces of someone other than the person who died, the chances of finding the transmigrator before they die will increase. Loki-kun. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about something. Did you bring mind reading? No, I didn't bring it after that. I don't want to do anything you don't want, so I decided not to use mind reading on you anymore. I see. She decided something without telling me. Well, it's good that she doesn't suspect anything. Well, let's have dinner first. While we eat, I'll tell you what I've been thinking about. It might be useful for the goddesses to find the transmigrator. Section. I see. We can certainly see things from above. If we gather this information, there is a possibility that we can narrow down the places where the transmigrators are sent to a great extent. That is, if there is a specific place where they are sent. The more clues and bodies we find, the more likely it is that the place where they are sent will be determined to some extent. Right now, we are in my room. I thought about eating in the dining area on the first floor, but the innkeeper's gaze was strangely sharp, so it was difficult to talk. I think she was more concerned about the content of our conversation than anything else, but I felt like she was giving me a painful look, like, "You little pervert. You're inviting another woman into your room in the middle of the day." So I gave up and left. Well, What was served was a sandwich made from leftovers from the previous morning's lunchbox. It shouldn't be a problem to bring the whole plate into the room. And anyway, after we started eating, Phelan seemed to have regained her energy, so we could talk in peace for the time being. So what do you think? Should we give up on going to the place I found today, Loki-kun? If possible, I'd like to confirm whether or not they are transmigrators from their belongings. If I look at the things they have, it'll be safe, but 4 days there and back is really painful. I know, right? Phelan, can you draw the shape of the bag you saw earlier? Maybe I can identify it by its shape. The first thing I thought of was to have her draw a picture. If it's a business bag or a Duralumin case like mine, there's no way anyone in Bizet would be carrying it around. It's possible to tell if someone is a transmigrator just by looking at the shape of the bag, and if it's a leather bag that Bizet people often carry around, the odds increase that it's a hunter from this world. When I put a pen and some extra paper on the table, Phelan, who was holding the pen, started to grunt for some reason. Has she never drawn before? Yes, since she's a goddess. I guess not. Her hand holding the pen was clumsy. You don't have to force yourself. It's just for reference. Even though I said, it's okay. Probably, she says with such a lack of confidence, so I let her draw in silence for now. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Is that a bag? Sort of. All that was drawn was a large circle. There was a half circle on top of it, and that was all. Besides, there were some shaky lines, and it was doubtful if it was a picture at all. I see. That was helpful. Thank you. No way. You're definitely lying, Loki-kun. Even if I didn't have mind reading, I could tell that it wasn't a drawing. It's written all over your face that it's not a drawing, but it's just 2 circles. I thought it was a mochi rice cake from my world or a melting snowman. Muki, I don't know what this is, but it's frustrating me. I'll do my best, so just wait a minute. With that, Phelan disappeared into the mist, but then she reappeared. I'm a painter now, huh? As soon as she said that, Phelan immediately grabbed a pen. As she ran the pen across the paper, she gave me a piercing look that made me imagine her wearing a beret, as one might imagine a painter to wear. Then she showed me the finished drawing with a smug look on her face, and I took off my hat in admiration at the difference from the earlier version. Amazing. I know, right? No, you brought your painting skills, Jolt. I just looked at your status screen, and you have that skill. So the amazing thing is that your painting skills sublimates the image to this level. That's terrible, Loki-kun. Don't get the wrong idea. I was really happy when Phelan said you wouldn't use mind reading anymore, so I thought I'd tell you how I really feel. As I said this, I patted Phelan on the head just because I wanted to. Thank you for going out of your way to get the skill. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. I think Phelan would be happier if I told her my true feelings instead of pretending. I think I can act in a way that is not disrespectful, and it should be a win-win situation for both of us. But this is. I ask Phelan, who smiles. By the way, what color was that bag? What would you call it? Like the color at the bread I just ate? I see, it's cream. That's what it looks like, and the person Phelan found this time is probably an earthling. I'm sure of it. You can tell that much? Well, it's probably just a guess, but I can't imagine a man carrying a bag this color, and the design is definitely for women. I see. Then I'm really curious to see what's inside. Not in a weird way, of course, but I naturally think that the item left behind 6 years ago and kept in the guild was also a man's item, judging by the size of the shoes. As a single man, I don't know much about items used by women, and this could be an opportunity to spread Earth-made women's items in this world. Besides, I still remember Acorn's words, I found you. If the same is true for this woman, there is a possibility that we can determine what we have in common by looking at her things. If I postpone my trip to Malta, there is a possibility that I will inconvenience Yagov-san and the others who want to go to the Malta Trade Guild. What should I do? Phelan, is it difficult to recover the bag you saw today with the split entity? It's not impossible. I just have to drop the split entity at the place I mentioned when I go there, and then bring it back when I come back. Oh, I see. It would be too much trouble to bring it back barefoot on foot, so that's out of the question. Do you want to get the bag back, Loki-kun? Well, I think it might be a chance to spread women's products from Earth to this world, and there's also a possibility that I can find out the reason why I was sent here from the woman's belongings. Wait, are you saying that you weren't chosen at random like we chose the Reincarnator? I don't think so. I was told that I found you, so I must have fulfilled some kind of condition. I'm sure of it. I see. Well, there's always the possibility of monsters coming and messing with it, but it's not urgent, so I'll go back and collect it when I have more time. If I leave it for later, there's a chance that one of the goddesses will find another item nearby in the meantime. If that happens, there's the benefit of being able to collect multiple items at once, so leaving it for later isn't necessarily a complete disadvantage. Also, if I can get them to leave the bag on a branch, I can reduce the risk of it being destroyed by monsters. While I was thinking about these things, I noticed that Feline was acting a little strange. She looked down and muttered to herself, "Feline, are you okay?" "Yes, I'm just thinking about something, or rather I'm worried about something." "I see. If you need, I can go to the dining hall and get you something to drink to pass the time." "Sometimes you just need to think things through on your own." "No, it's not like that. I just couldn't make up my mind, but you're really nice, Loki-kun." "So, yes, I've made up my mind." I'll get the bag for you." Chapter 95. Please, did Feline hear what I said before? There was no way I was going to ask her to fetch the things barefoot for a day and a half. Hey, like I said, I'm not in a hurry to make Feline walk all that way. So there's no need for you to go and get it, but the contents of that bag might be useful to this world, right? Well, that might be the case, but, besides, it might even be useful for Loki-kun. That's just a possibility, right? I think the possibility of not knowing anything is greater. It's just that there are possibilities on both sides. There is also the possibility that it will end in vain, so it's not worth the effort for Feline to move. Besides, I'm thinking of getting it without going. What do you mean? Teleportation. If I use it, it'll be fast, right? Ah, I see. Then it would certainly be very fast. All she has to do is jump to the point she knows, collect it, and come back. Then I'd be tempted to say please, but why was she so worried just now? Even if she's using teleportation, it seems like she has some other problem. Feline, what are the disadvantages of using teleportation? Huh? There are disadvantages, right? That's why you were worried earlier. And if it was so easy to use, you wouldn't have made the decision you did, right? Ugh, you don't have to notice such things. No way, no way. I'm not that insensitive. Geez. Even though I complained, the disadvantages she confessed to me were things I couldn't put into words. First of all, Feline's main body cannot descend to the lower world. This seems to be a clear taboo in the divine realm, and if it were to happen, it would definitely cause a huge problem. So the flow is to bring the split entity and spatial magic to the lower world. Then, the split entity that has descended to the lower world uses teleportation to move between the lower worlds. This will allow the split entity to transport objects in the lower world. So far, so good. It makes sense, and it's what I expected. In my heart, I thought, both the infinite storage system and the teleportation system use the same spatial magic, and spatial magic is powerful. I wanted so badly that I could die. It's a secret that I screamed in my heart. I want someone to teach me how to get it, even if I have to pay 50 million beeg. The problem and drawback in this stream seems to be in the use of the teleport itself. Even if I hear the explanation, I don't understand the content, but teleporting is jumping to another subspace once and moving through that subspace to the destination. Since time does not pass in that subspace, you can warp instantly at a speed that could be called no time, and the person using it is not even aware that they are in that subspace. However, the fact that you have to enter that subspace once when you use teleportation is unavoidable, and that subspace is a world outside the jurisdiction of the high goddess Felsa, who is the superior of the goddesses. In other words, it seems that they are leaving the world controlled by Felsa. From the perspective of an ordinary person like me, who is listening to this while tilting my head, I think it's just for a moment, so it's not a problem. Leaving the management world of the creator, Felsa is apparently a considerable decision, even though it does not conflict with the taboo in the divine realm, and there is a possibility that Felsa may be temporarily unable to be captured, so the possibility of being suspected is said to be high. In short, if my boss uses GPS to track my movements while I'm out and about, and for some reason, he suddenly can't track me anymore, and when I get back to the office, he'll give me a hard time, saying where the hell have you been fooling around, while giving me a body blow. This is a true story, but it's probably something like this. If the main body is properly in the divine realm, there shouldn't be a problem, but when I'm told that the power of the higher gods is incredible and terrifying, I have no choice but to agree. In fact, the power of Acorn, who gave me abilities that even the goddesses didn't understand and sent me to another world, is terrifying. Then, I can't really ask her to jump to another world and get the bag for me, can I? I don't want to see Felin get a body blow from Felsa, but if I volunteer to take her place, I'm sure I'll be blown to bits. I think you've heard this from Rhea, but we're only acting in the name of Loki to bring down the split entity. Yes, I've heard that, but if you go back to the source, it's because Loki is a transmigrator who shouldn't exist in this world, right? That's right. Because I'm a foreign element, I'm being watched with suspicion. I didn't want that, but let's leave that aside for now. Then we decided that there was an urgent need to retrieve the belongings of a people suspected of being the same transmigrators using teleportation. The remains could potentially be of use in the development of civilization, so we decided that we absolutely needed them. Don't you think that makes sense? Yes. It doesn't sound like a strange story, don't you think so? And it's not like it's forbidden or anything. So if I get caught by Felsa, I wonder if I'll be able to come up with a good excuse. That's what I was just thinking about. I see. I hadn't expected Felin to explain things in such a logical way, so I was surprised inwardly as I nodded. What she said made perfect sense, and I could completely understand what she was saying. Even if she gets caught, I think she'll be able to explain the reason properly, and in the first place, I personally think that in this world where she's been abandoned, Felsa won't care about anything. So it seems extremely unlikely that Felin will get into trouble. I see. She's thought about it a lot. Then I think I should ask her. I think Felin will be happy if I do. Then can I ask you to do it? Felin replied with a broad smile. Of course. I'll get it right away, so wait for me. I expect a reward. Having said that, Felin's split entity disappeared. Chapter 96, Invisible Purpose. I'm back. That's fast. So fast. Only about a minute had passed since she had disappeared. Felin reappeared with a bag at a speed that showed how good she was at teleportation. I looked around to see if there was anything else, but all I found was the bag. The bag on the table was a cream-colored woman's bag, just as Felin had said. It didn't seem that dirty. Are the remains nearby? Yes, but it was only the head and some other parts. I see. I can imagine that somehow the woman died there for some reason, but most of her body was taken by goblins or something. Maybe that's why there were no clothes left. But it would be useless to think about that now. As long as the head was there, she was definitely dead. If that is the case, we will use the relics with gratitude. Some people might say, oh, come on, but this is a different world. It is not possible to return the items to the bereaved families, so it is better to use them than to leave them as they are. Let's start by taking out the contents of the bag. As I say this, I place the contents of the bag on the table: wallet, smartphone, pouch, candy, antiperspirant spray, pouch, notebook, some kind of book, sunglasses, pouch, pea pouch. That's a lot of pouch. The table is filled with things that are laid out one by one. As expected from a woman, I think it is a private bag, but I have the feeling that she has much more luggage than men. Wow, I didn't know Earth's race carried so much stuff. Maybe it's because she's a woman. Oh, and I've been wondering for a while. There are only humans on Earth, you know? I don't think I've ever heard the word race mentioned before. Is that so? Yes, the goddesses are all saying race, right? Well, I think that's because there are many different races in this world. Well, I'll tell everyone. It's easier to say human or beastman, isn't it? Yes, that's right. As expected from Feelin. You know what I'm talking about. He. Now that Feelin was smiling, the examination began. First, the wallet, I suppose. I picked up a flashy, long, emerald-colored wallet and checked its contents. Then, I immediately found what I was looking for. There it is. Driver's license. What's that? It's a card to drive a vehicle called a car. In this world, it's used for identification, similar to a guild card. She doesn't seem to understand very well, but it won't help if she doesn't know what a car is. It would be hard to explain each one from here, so I tell Feelin that it's from Earth, and she can look at it however she wants. Kojo Narumi-san, 27 years old, huh? She has a beautiful face, although her eyes are a bit sharp, and she is Japanese and lives in Tokyo. Judging by the date of issue, she must have been sent here within the last 2 years. The items left at the Hunters Guild are from 6 years ago. And Kojo-san was within the past 2 years. I don't know how fast the pace is, but there must have been people who were sent away at that time, between Kojo-san and me. The only thing we have in common is that we are both Japanese. There are no other obvious sources of information in the wallet. I took a close look at her credit cards, but nothing in particular jumped out at me. I try the phone, but it doesn't start like it should, and I look at the book. Some kind of self-help book? I flipped through it, but all I could get was the vibe that you can do anything if you're energetic. At this point, I felt that it was probably not my reading, but I still reached for the notebook, which could be a source of information. On the cover was the year 2020. Without thinking, I checked the contents and found that there was something written every day until May 2020, but after May 27th, there was a blank space. In other words, the timing is exceptionally high. The day before, there was no indication that she did anything special except for a dentist appointment. Well, I also flew without warning while I was at work. I'm sure Kojo-san had no warning signs, and it was all out of the blue. I went back and checked the time before that, but there were a lot of heart marks before March, so the only thing I could figure out was that she must have had a boyfriend by then. The blank pages she often used as a notepad were filled with what I thought was correspondence with her boyfriend, and it just made me feel like I had sugar in my mouth. What's with your funny face? Oh, I just caught a glimpse of someone else's sweet memories. Maybe it's called romance. That's right. It was as good a bite as food. Now, oh, I want to see it. Feelin-san, weren't you depressed when you first found this bag? Still, she couldn't seem to stop her interest, so I decided it was okay and handed her the notebook, checking the other items as well. 4 pouches? Does the average woman carry this many pouches? It's too much work, isn't it? With that in mind, I opened them in order from the closest one and found that the largest pouch contained cosmetics, as I had expected. The smallest bag was for contact lenses, and the middle one was for personal hygiene items. And then the words came out of my mouth. This is a mobile battery, right? And the charging cable. Seriously? Seriously? I quickly thought about what to do, but first, I wondered if this mobile battery was usable, and if it is usable, there is something I want to check if possible. Thinking so, I connected the cable to the mobile battery and let it connect to her phone as it was. Yes. What's going on? The phone has started charging. A battery icon appears on the smartphone screen. I don't know, I've never used a cell phone battery before, but for now, as long as it works for a while, that's all that matters. Cell phone? The most advanced machine on Earth, a modern convenience, you know? Oh, I'm sorry, but I can't afford to deal with Feelin right now. The problem starts here. Yes, I knew it. That's the password that comes up. But there is still a chance for a 4-digit password. I thought so and tried to read the birthday and number backwards from the driver's license, but it didn't work. So what's left? I borrowed Feelin's notebook to search for possibilities and found the numbers that looked like the ones I was looking for. I don't think she would leave her cell phone pass in her notebook, do you? If it were possible, it would be her boyfriend's birthday, since she seemed to like him a lot. Or an anniversary. I think about it, but realize that it's hard to find the date when they started dating, since there's already a heart mark from January 1st. Then there was Her boyfriend's birthday on February 12th. Yuki's birthday is written with lots of heart marks. Then it would be 2012 or 2102. And tapped quickly, but no good. The hurdle to breaking the password is so high that I involuntarily look up at the ceiling. No good. I can't get through. If I can't get through here, I won't be able to find out what applications are inside. Then I won't be able to confirm whether one of my guesses is right or not. What kind of password does a woman use? Isn't it usually related to her boyfriend? But maybe they broke up. Then what's the rest? Parents' birthdays, favorite Japanese boy band's birthdays, etc. If it's set up like that, there's no way I'd know. Maybe if I make too many mistakes, it will be locked somehow. I quickly look at Feelin. Feelin's confused look is also very charming. I have known that for a long time, but not now. She is a goddess, right? She is a god. And then, Feelin, can you open this password with magic? Feelin is a god, a wonderful being. So I was wondering if you could decipher the 4 numbers that the owner specifies, at will. Feelin stares at the phone as I say this. Her eyes are more serious than ever. I'm counting on you. Yeah. I can't do it. That's fast. You give up really fast. Because it's a machine, you know? If it's a living thing, maybe I can do something about it. But if it's not, there's nothing I can do. God. Even though we're both gods, Felsa-sama might be able to handle it. After all, we are lesser gods, you know? Oh, don't be so self-deprecating. Being cute is enough for me. I don't understand what you mean. Well, even with the power of the goddess, it's no use. The most advanced equipment of the modern age is something to be feared. Then there is no other way. Well, even if I can't confirm it, it doesn't mean I'm going to die. So I flipped through the notebook to see if there was a phone number for her parents' house. The address section was blank, but on the last page, there was a phone and fax number for her work. Then I remembered that my phone password was also the last 4 digits of the branch number. So I tried to enter it somehow. The screen changed, didn't it? Yes, she was someone who had the same thought as me. Seriously, what if it was a woman? It's a shame that I thought of something so crazy. Oh well, I was able to unlock it anyway, so all is well. Then, I started to investigate what I wanted to check. The common thread between me and Kojo-san and the reason why we were sent to this world. I think we're both core gamers obsessed with strength, or maybe we're both fans of otherworldly fantasy novels. If my hypothesis is correct, Acorn should want to defeat a lot of monsters. No matter how many status screens are given that are too similar to the game, magic, skills, weapon types, the premise of the world, and monsters should be perceived very differently depending on whether you have played role-playing games or not, and whether you know about them or not. If my mother, who I can safely say had no knowledge of such things, had landed in this world, she would have been easily beaten to death in the forest without even knowing what goblins were. But the book was a self-help book. At this point, the possibility that she liked novels gets a little thin. And the line that she was a hardcore gamer would have been thin, too, since she was reading a book on the go. I know when I was into gaming, it was on the computer, but now it's mostly on mobile apps. If core gamers can play games on the go, they should be more likely to play games instead of reading books. I knew it. There are some game apps in there, but only a few puzzle-type apps that look like something a girl would play and have a casual atmosphere. There are no MMORPGs with famous titles that I know of, and there seem to be no novel-type apps either. I guess I was wrong. I thought it would be easier to read Acorn's purpose if I knew what we had in common, but in the end, it was just the same Japanese. If I could use this cell phone battery to see the contents of the phone of the owner of the belongings from 6 years ago, I might be able to find out what country they were from. But then I'd end up asking, what's the point of knowing what country they're from? Damn. If only she liked RPGs or something, I could connect Acorn's "I found you" condition with the fact that he wants us to defeat a lot of hypothetical monsters. To be honest, I'm not sure what Acorn's goal is anymore. Did you find out anything? Yes. I found out that I don't know what the purpose of summoning me is anymore. There are a lot of fantasy stories about people like me being transported to another world, There are a lot of people who like that kind of thing. I thought that people like that would have some kind of prior knowledge. So I thought that they would send people here who are used to other worlds, or people who like and are used to a fantasy world of weapons and magic and skills. There are many such games on Earth. So Loki-kun fits into both categories, but this person does not fit into either category. That's what I mean. Well, I only judge her by what she has. If you like that kind of story, she might have read that kind of book, and there were no games on this phone that would fit that description. I see. The reason Loki-kun was summoned to this world, huh? If we can find out why I was summoned, we can find out the purpose. That's right. I think the purpose and the reason are related. The current hypothesis is that they want me to defeat a large number of monsters. That's what I thought, but I'm not so sure about that either. But you see, Loki-kun, you like our world and you're used to it, right? I've never been sent away like this before, so it's not like I'm used to it, but I like it, and I can easily adjust to it, or at least swallow the situation. Normally, someone would be so upset that they would die immediately without knowing what it all means. I see. That's great. If this is the world you like, Loki-kun, then you should enjoy it to the fullest. While you're having fun, we might find more things from Earth in the future, and then we might learn something else, right? Feline is indeed an optimist, as I've come to expect from her. But I'm glad to hear it now since we didn't get anything out of it. I think so. Thank you, Feline. No, I'm fine. It's no problem at all. So, what are you going to do with these things? What am I supposed to do with them, huh? All of Kojo-san's belongings are spread out on the table as is. Normally, the best thing to do would be to show them to Yaguf-san and Amanda-san and check the things that can be reproduced in this world. But if I did that, I'd definitely talk about where I found it. If I honestly told them that it was in Palmyra, a place close to where I was sent, they might take it seriously and form a search party to find the artifacts. And how did I get there in such a short time after meeting Yaguf-san and the others yesterday? Then I would have to talk about Feline. So this is indeed a bad choice. There is no way I can say that I am working with a goddess. However, I don't want to say that I found her in the shallow end of Palmyra. Or rather, I'm afraid that Yaguf-san will see through me if I lie to him. In that case, would it be better not to tell him about this case? If I tell him halfway, it will be difficult for the goddesses to find the transmigrators in the future. So I should try to avoid that. Even if I tell him, it would be better to wait a little longer. Yes, I just thought about it for a moment, but I don't think I should tell it yet, not even to the people I always consult. It wouldn't make sense if I didn't reveal Feline's existence. I see. But then, Loki-kun, you'll carry it with you the whole time? I think the next one will be List-sama, right? Yeah, that's what she said. Then I will show it to List-sama. I think she's the one who's most interested in things from Earth. That's a good idea. List is the goddess of commerce, so she should know a lot about things. Then let's do it. Oh, just to confirm, Feline is bringing spatial magic with her now, right? You can use this magic to store these things, right? Yes, that should be possible. What about bringing them back to the divine realm? I wonder about that. I've never tried it, so I don't know. Could it be that the subspace between the split entity and the main body is different? Yes, that's right. I should be able to store it in subspace here. But what if that stored item disappears when I turn the split entity off? I see. Let's try it for the future. I don't intend to use the goddess to get an infinite box or anything like that. The only thing is that it's embarrassing to carry around a modern bag of women's things. Even I have my own bag and various other things. So I'd like to get at least temporary custody of this bag. With this in mind, I decided to conduct a storage experiment using the goddess skill. Chapter 97. Dogeza for 3 times. How was it? Not good. The pebble I put in was gone. I see. Well, that can't be helped. Our storage experiment ended in failure. The pebble was picked up from the entrance of the inn and stored by Feline's split entity using spatial magic. Although there was no problem retrieving the pebble, I heard an unfortunate report that the pebble disappeared when the split entity disappeared with the pebble still in storage. I guess once the split entity is erased, the connection to subspace is broken. I suppose that's true if you just look at the phenomenon. It's impossible to find that subspace later, isn't it? It is impossible. It's an infinite world. If anyone could do it, it would be Felser-sama. I don't really understand. I think Felser-sama is too powerful. I really wonder if anything is possible. But when I think about it, since this Felser-sama can create lesser gods, I really feel like anything is possible. Well, I guess it can't be helped. Fortunately, I have an oversized basket, so I'll wrap it in my suit and carry it with the rest of my luggage. I'm sorry. No. It's nothing for Feline to worry about. And besides, as I said this, I turned my gaze to see Ria's and Frill's sandals lying close together. Oh, that, and you're carrying the shoes you bought for me, too. I wonder what will happen now. Can I ask you to make sure that the other goddesses focus on Palmyra in the future? If necessary, I can pay for this room for several years and use it as a base for the goddesses. Several years? Loki-kun, are you that rich? Isn't that great? I don't want to brag about this to Feline, who has no sense of money, but for 3,000 beak per night, it's no problem to pay several years in advance. If I had to pay that far in advance, I might as well rent or buy a vacant house. The goddesses are all extremely beautiful, so I'm a little worried about letting them stay in a place where old men also stay. Well, the old men, that is. I see. I was thinking of searching around the world, but it seems like it would be easier to find transmigrators if I search around the place I found this time. Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah, I was just thinking about it, but an inn would be too public, and if you're going to operate here, I'd consider renting or buying a house exclusively for the goddesses. Yikes. Then I'd better hurry. I'll go check it out now. After saying that, Flynn split being set up in bed and suddenly stopped moving, becoming like a puppet. Is she completely transferring her consciousness to the main body? I feel like I can mess with her as much as I want. I'm getting a little nervous. This is not good. I'm the only one who can move, and if you're a man, you'd be a freak if you didn't get excited. I waved my hand in front of her face, which seemed to have no fixed point of view, but she didn't react. So if you touch them, they'll notice you, right? But still, if I could at least smell her from behind, the smell of Feline is soothing, and I feel like I should do something to calm myself down. Naturally, I sneak up behind Feline. I'm a pervert by any standards, but I can't stop. I'm sucked in by the shiny, thin neck I can see because of the short haircut. I'm very sorry. I take a deep breath as I mutter this to myself. What are you doing? Fuabarua? All the air I had inhaled went out with great force due to my surprise as her face suddenly turned back. Wait a minute. I haven't even had a chance to taste it yet. That's not what I meant. How am I supposed to explain this? The cold stare naturally made me stand up, and without any hesitation, I went to my knees. For some reason, I feel like I'm kneeling before all the goddesses, but this time, it's my fault. No, it's not that. I like the smell of the Feline, so I thought I'd recharge a bit. That's not an explanation. I'm just trying to appeal to the perverts at all costs, but I can't help it if that's what I really feel. I won't do it again. Please forgive me. It's not that, ? I looked up involuntarily because I couldn't hear it, and I couldn't see an angry expression on Feline's face. Or rather, her face was bright red, and her eyes were swimming like a migrating fish. It's nothing. I didn't say you couldn't. Does that mean I'm allowed to do it? Don't get so worked up. You're using polite language again. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so glad I exceeded my limit. Sometime in the future. But thank you. I'll take it as encouragement and do my best. Sooner or later, it doesn't matter. Either way, it means a lot to get her permission. Fufafu. The permission, or better said, the right to breathe the air of a cute little Feline, cannot be bought with money. Right? Hey, Loki-kun. Come back to your reality. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Well, Loki-kun said it's okay to use the base, but we don't want to waste your money. If we find more traces, we can build our own base in Palmyra. Wow, that's a very goddess-like idea. Even if we call it a base, it's just a place to store our shoes. However, it is true. The only personal belongings of the goddesses are their shoes, so whether they rent an inn or a house, the only thing they have to put on the floor is their shoes. It is true that it is a waste to pay millions of beak for this. So, Loki-kun, is there anything you need to worry about? I've been bombarded with questions about why you're traveling. Oh, that's why you're taking so long. Yes, but that's okay. I told them it was a food survey. To be honest, was it really okay? I'm a little worried. After all, it was feeling. I don't think she can explain it very well. Well, as long as Rhea doesn't find out, there's no problem for now. In the worst case, if she finds out, I'll have to do everything in my power to stop her. After all, she once tried to bring divine punishment on my body, even involving people who had nothing to do with it. That's how she got out of control. So I should be able to convince her a little. And if that doesn't stop her, then I can only say that the reincarnated person has been carried away. But then I can't go on with it. So I'm forced to live a very healthy life, just outside of the laws of this world. Well, I don't have to worry too much about that as long as I don't spread sin myself, because Rhea allows the appropriate punishment for sin. So I guess that's all I have to do now, right? I looked at my watch and saw that it was after 4 o'clock. It's the middle of the day. If that's the case, it's time for me to show some courage to Feelin, who has worked so hard. I took a deep breath and decided, hey, Feelin, it's already after 1600 hours and it's a bit late to go to Palmyra, don't you think? That's right. I can't do anything with my split entity when it's dark. Well, then, the rain had already stopped and there was talk of a reward. How about we go on a date now? Maybe we can go out for dinner? It's a suggestion that can be made only to Feelin, for whom I clearly feel affection, something I can't say to the other goddesses. My heart races, thinking, what if she rejects me? Or what if I'm wrong? Ah, really? Yay, let's go. A sigh of relief escapes my mouth as I see Feelin's joy before my eyes. Chapter 98, Date. Although I use the word date, we're in a small rural town, Bazut. There are no movie theaters, karaoke rooms, or video arcades in this world. Even the royal capital probably doesn't have all that. But there's nothing like a place where a man and a woman would go together. So in the end, we just walked around the usual main street. But still, the atmosphere of the city looks different when you call it a date. I guess it is the same for Feelin. We've walked around the city together for dinner many times before, but today we're both so nervous, so it's a big deal for both of us. If only Feelin's looks were a little more ordinary. I know it's extravagant to think like that. At 32 years old, I have at least some dating experience, but the girl next to me is so out of the ordinary in her appearance that my communication problems explode, and I can't get a good conversation going. Shall we have a drink first? Do you want something to drink? Alcohol? At this hour? Oh, no, 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 no. I'm just kidding. I thought to myself, why are you drinking in the middle of the day? But when I think about it, it's not that rare on Earth, or rather for me. In this world, there are hunters who drink in the morning for some reason, and even on Earth, there are people who drink during the day. And when I said drinking, Feelin had a strong reaction to alcohol for some reason. Is that possible? I guess drinking would help ease the strange nervousness. I scurried around. I saw an old man at a stall buying some drinks, so I asked him for some information about alcohol. Uncle, do you know of any stalls around here that serve alcohol? Oh, boy. What's the matter? Have you started drinking? I had my first experience with alcohol the other day. Most places that serve food have alcohol, but as he said this, he looked at Feelin, who was behind me. Go a little north from here and turn right at the clothing store. You'll see a square in front of you, and the place across the square is quite nice. Oh, thank you. From what I heard, I don't know what kind of store it is, but I felt a strange sense of trust from the uncle, who seemed to have guessed what was going on. It's like I hear a phantom voice saying, good luck, boy. Then I guess I'll have to go. I bought 2 yakitori as a thank you, and as I walked around eating with Feelin, I headed toward the place I was told to go, and sure enough, a plaza came into view. and across from it was an open terrace. A building with a cozy atmosphere stands on the street with only a roof, and several tables and chairs are set up so that people can eat outside the restaurant. I am used to seeing such a place in modern times, but in Bezut, I had to choose between going inside the building or eating at a food stall, so I was very impressed by the nice atmosphere of the restaurant I saw for the first time. Here, I could relax and have a drink at my own pace while looking at the square, and if I got hungry, I could eat there as well. Thank you, Uncle. This place has an atmosphere I've never seen before. I guess so. I think we can relax here. It's still deserted at this time. 2 well-dressed, wealthy ladies were enjoying their tea on the open patio, so it was unlikely that the place was still closed. I immediately entered the restaurant and asked for the open terrace. As we took our seats, we were handed a menu on a wooden board with lots of writing all the way to the back. Have you ever had a drink, Felin? No, I have not. I knew the race humans drank it often, so I wanted to try it. I see. Then you might want to try a variety of drinks, so why don't you start with something with a low alcohol content? I'm not a big fan of ale here, so I'll leave that out. As we talked, we chose a fruit wine to start with. This was a beginner's level of alcohol, so even a beginner would have no problem with it. Unlike the food, the alcohol was served immediately, so I told Felin about the Japanese custom and said, "Cheers," as I tapped my glass against hers. Then I watched as Felin, looking at me curiously, put her glass back in her mouth. This is delicious. I was relieved to hear Felin make such a comment, and when I tried a glass myself, I found it to be just as I had expected. It is quite easy to drink, and I feel it is a good drink for me, as I was crushed by wine the last time I drank it. However, it is still unfortunate that it is not chilled. I'm not against drinking wine at room temperature, but I'd like this kind of drink to be chilled if at all possible, especially on a sunny summer day like today. Loki-kun, did it not suit your palate? I wonder if Felin saw me pondering after taking a sip of the drink. I quickly cleared up the misunderstanding when she looked worried. No, it's probably even easier to drink than wine, but on Earth, all these drinks are chilled. Even the glasses. Huh? Even the glasses are chilled? That makes it taste even colder, doesn't it? Especially on a hot day like today. I see. It sounds like it would taste better if it were chilled. In this world, cold food would have to be made with magic tools or magic, so it would not be easy to make it cold. Then wait a minute. I stared blankly at Felin as she ran off somewhere, and after disappearing for a moment, she quickly returned. See, could it be? He. I brought ice magic. Oh, as expected from a goddess. She's so competent that I want to say I love her with all my might. Felin immediately covered the glass with both hands, tilted her head a little, and muttered the cute phrase into the glass. Glass, get cold. The drink too, be cold. Creak, creak. Then, the glass turns a little white while making a slightly suspicious sound. Even from a distance, you can tell that the glass is cold. Don't freeze it completely, okay? It's just to cool it down, you know? Then this is about right. She stopped what she was doing and brought the glass to me. How about this, Loki-kun? Please tell me what you think. If you say so, I have no choice but to be the subject of the experiment. Isn't this Felin's glass? I couldn't say things like a middle schooler. I nervously grabbed the glass and felt the pleasant coldness in my hand. And when I sipped the fruit wine, delicious. This is it. It's the best in the summer because it's so cold and you gulp it down. Ah, it reminds me of the beer garden I used to go to in the summer with the guys from the company. I remember the cold alcohol we drank in the open air with no air conditioning. It seeps into the core of my body. Felin, this is amazing. It's so effective because the weather is so hot. Yay, then I'll do this too. With that, Felin begins to work on my glass as well. Once she got the hang of it, it seemed like a magic trick that only took about 5 seconds, and she slurped the glass down in one gulp. Phew, it's cold and delicious. I know, right? That's what makes adults on Earth addicted to it, perhaps because of the alcohol. The strange atmosphere that existed at the beginning was lost. As we talked about Earth's alcoholic beverages and my past drinking mistakes, I began to drink some chilled wine while eating some cheese and some fruit wine while eating some rich meat. We try not to get too drunk, but the time passes slowly and pleasantly. Phelan seems to be a strong drinker. Her face is red, but she talks clearly, or rather I have the feeling she talks a lot. Drinking with a girl like that is fun. I bet she's the type who gets brighter the more she drinks. Before I know it, it's getting dark outside. Phew. I'm sleepy. I hate my body for not being able to handle alcohol. Chapter 99, Dreamlike. My eyes opened even though I had no idea what was going on. I wonder if they changed the sheets. The blurred vision is very dark, but maybe there is some light coming in through the window because it also looks slightly white. I know it's the sheets, but I'm curious about how much softer they are than usual. It also smelled nice, like it had just been hung out to dry. It feels so good. When I move my face a little, whether to the right or left, my cheeks feel smooth and squishy. Right, left? It feels so good that I don't care. Now that I think about it, how did I get back? I can't remember half of it. I was drinking with Phelan. That's right. I was drinking with Phelan. So maybe Phelan brought me back? If that's the case, it's pathetic of me as a man. I can only use my age as an excuse. But still, I wish I could have kept my consciousness until the end. It was so much fun that I couldn't control my drinking pace from the middle on. Is this a better inn than the one I usually stay at? I'm surprised that Phelan knew about such a place, but well, it doesn't matter now because it's comfortable. If it's still dark, I'll just take another nap. I'll be sure to thank Phelan properly when I see her. MMM? Why can't I turn over? MMM. Huh. What is this? My brain starts working fast in this mysterious situation. It sounds an alarm and says, emergency situation. What on earth is happening? Why are someone's hands holding my back? My body? No good. I can move my arms and legs, but the hands that have been placed behind my back are firmly in place. If I move my legs, as I thought, there is someone's foot. I notice that my breathing has become labored. At the same time, the smell of the sun tickles my nostrils. The culprit of this favorite smell is Phelan. There is no answer, but I know she's awake. I can tell because I can hear her heartbeat clearly in my ears, and because this heartbeat is much faster than before. If I move my face just a little, I can somehow tell that my head is being held in her arms, with a very soft feeling. I see. This is the situation now. As soon as I realized this, all my strength left me. There's no need to resist. There's no way I could hate this situation. So if the other person doesn't reject me, I'll just accept it. When was the last time I let someone else take care of me? I was always spoiled by my former girlfriends, and the fact that I was spoiled by my mother is so far back in my memory that I can't even remember it. I've never tried to spoil anyone since I was old enough to know better, but it's okay, right? After all, she's a god. When I thought that, I naturally put a hand around the back of the person I was talking to. Phelan, I'm sorry I got drunk. Thank you. When I said that and hugged her, the hand that had been around my back without saying a word stroked my head. I'm so happy. I want to do this forever. In a mixture of excitement and peace of mind, I fell asleep again. I've done something terrible, I muttered to myself as I sat on the bed in the room where Phelan was gone, scratching my head. I have a vague memory of last night. I was in a state of great excitement at one point. I couldn't forget it. I wonder if it was because of that smell that I was able to sleep again, even in that situation. I absent-mindedly rub my cheek and look around. My face is probably not something I can show to other people right now. I was caught. No, I was buried. That position, that posture, that's the only way I can think about it. It really was the ultimate moment. Frill's lap pillow was also a moment of bliss, but yesterday's was something else, a different level. Phew. This is not something I should imagine. It will interfere with my schedule for today, I said to myself and went downstairs to have breakfast. Hello. Ara, Loki-kun. Welcome. Were you looking for me? No, that was also part of it. But I was wondering if you had any tonic pills. I had already greeted the church, which had been crowded since early morning, and then visited Mei-chan's family's pharmacy. If there are any pills left, I want to refill them, and if I can find out when Mei-chan's hunting day is, I want to do that as well. Ah, it's Loki-kun. Welcome, Mei. Don't eat standing up, I thought, and then I saw Mei-chan. She was biting into a piece of bread with her hair still in a mess. Good morning, Mei-chan. It's good that you're here too, because I wanted to ask you something. Are you taking a break from hunting today? The ground is all wet from yesterday's rain, so I'm taking a break today. That's right. Listen up. I learned the exploration skill that Loki-kun taught me, and it's amazing. Oh, I don't really know what's so amazing about it, but I'm glad you got it. I tried the goddess prayer, and it worked. Then I was able to find the location of Hermantis and the location of the herbs I wanted, so this skill is amazing. Ah, I see. So, it can be used not only for hunting but also for gathering herbs. That explains why Mei-chan wanted it. At the bathing event, there was a discussion about whether Zinc-kun or Mei-chan should get it, but I see. In the end, it was decided that Mei-chan would get it. When hunting, there is a process of communicating with the attacker, Zinc-kun, but still, this is a skill that will not be wasted for Mei-chan, who is thinking about becoming a pharmacist in the future. If you can find the location of the air mantis, it's convenient, right? I think your income has increased even more, right? He. It's amazing right now. Every time we go there, we can earn about 60,000 beaks per person. Oh, that's really amazing. It's thanks to Loki-kun, isn't it? It seems like you gave her a lot of advice. We're also very grateful for Mei's hard work. I didn't do anything special. It's a matter of motivation for the three of them, including Mei-chan. I don't think it's modesty. It's a matter of real motivation. Even the adults hunting in the Rocker Plains must have had a lot of party income of around 100,000 to 150,000 beak, probably because of their focus on safety. And yet the party of three, including 10-year-old Mei-chan, exceeded the average. I'm sure the benefits of exploration are significant, but I think the fact that they're always looking for monsters and moving on to the next one as soon as they find one is what really leads to the increase in their income. When I think about it, I wonder if the temporary party I joined on the Rocker Plains, where I kept getting my butt kicked, metaphorically speaking, made sense after all. With this, I think I can go on my travels with peace of mind. By the way, Mei-chan, are you going hunting tomorrow? No, it looks like Potter has to help with some work at home, so I think we'll probably take a day off. I see, that's a bit of a problem. If there's anything else I can do, it'll probably be tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, I'll be busy with the weapon bestowal. Is something wrong? Ah, I have something important to discuss. It would be better if Potter-kun was also present. Well then, why don't we take Zinc with us and go to Potter's house or to the fields together? Oh, I see. Potter's work is always done before dark, so I think we'll be able to see him if we go to the field tomorrow night. Well, I'm sorry to ask you, but can you do it? I don't know where the field is, so I guess I'll just wait at the north gate. That's fine. I'm sure Zinc is free anyway, but I'll tell him today anyway. That would be great. If your mother would allow it as a thank you, I'll take you to dinner tomorrow. Anything you want. Kaya, it's okay, right, Mum? It's okay to eat outside tomorrow, right? As usual. It's lively. But I think I've managed to squeeze in some time with the three of them. I thought about using the whole day to go somewhere, but it would be a bit sad without Potter-kun. Besides, the most important thing I have to tell them can be done in a few minutes. I don't know what the three of them will think, but I'll make sure to tell them what I need to, including my thanks for everything so far. I've solved one problem, but I almost forgot another. This is also important, so I'll have to check it out properly. So, Mei-chan's mother, if you still have the pills from before, I'd like to buy as many as possible. Chapter 100, Confession. I sat near the north gate and absent-mindedly watched the people coming and going. But I wasn't really watching them. It was like a dream or an illusion. And I wasn't really sure what had happened to me, but I've been thinking about it since yesterday. Yesterday, Phelan appeared at noon, using the oracle as usual. I greeted her with a pounding heart, but for some reason, Feline seemed completely normal. She was as energetic as usual, and I didn't see any signs of embarrassment or strange behavior. The same was true at dinner time, and when I thought it might be the same today, she simply withdrew her split body and left. Was it just a dream? Or was I wrong? I was drunk. So if she says it was a dream, I have no choice but to accept it. But it's hard to confirm the truth of a story like that, which is steeped in my own desires, with the person herself. Well, thanks to the fact that Feline is so normal, I can stay normal, too, so I guess I'll just have to keep this incident as a memory that I don't really understand and cherish. Hey, Loki-kun. Oh, sorry about today. You too. While I was thinking about such things, the two people I was waiting for appeared. Huh? Why are you holding a fishing rod, Loki-kun? Are you on your way back from fishing today? Haha. Well, I'll talk about it when we meet Potter-kun. By the way, is Potter-kun's field far away? When I go on a trip, I don't need a fishing rod. If I wanted to live as a hermit somewhere, I might take it with me, but basically, I'm planning on going to the hunting grounds from the city, so as it is, it would just be a bulky piece of luggage. After all, it's cheap, so it's better to give it to Zinc-kun and the others as a spare rod. However, if I say that I'm giving them a fishing rod at this point, they'll definitely ask, why? So, in a case like this, I have no choice but to change the subject for the time being. Potter is about an hour away from the city, right? Yeah. If you go along this road, maybe he'll come from the opposite direction. I'm getting used to the sense of time in this world. People here walk for 2 hours without worrying about going to the river to play. Even if it takes an hour to walk to work, that's probably normal. In Japan, at such a time, you'd probably take the train, or a car, or a motorcycle, but that's impossible. No matter how you look at it, I can't do it with the knowledge I have, and there's no gasoline or electricity to use as fuel. But, what if it were a bicycle? Then, it doesn't need fuel. If there's iron, the frame and chain should be manageable with some effort. I used to ride them a lot when I was a kid, so I can kind of picture it in my head. The problem is the tires, but if there are carriages, I think it might be possible to use their wheels. Maybe I could promote a vehicle that could be used by the common people. It would be hard for someone like me who travels with a lot of luggage or for a peddler, but I can't help but think that it would be a big hit with farmers and children. If I make a saddle out of a piece of wood and wrap it in thick cloth, it should at least protect the bottom. Ideally, if I could find rubber or a substitute for rubber. I wonder how long I've been thinking about this. While I'm chatting with Zinc-kun and the others about monsters and expanding my bike ideas in my head, Mei-chan suddenly raises her voice. Oh, there's Potter. Hey, he's with his mother. Hearing this, I looked down the street and saw Potter-kun and his mother, who looked very similar to Potter, walking towards us. Huh? What's going on with the three of you? It seems that Loki-kun has something to say to Potter. Not just Potter, but all three of us. Right? Yes, that's right. That's why I thought I'd go to the field. As I said this, I looked up at Potter's mother, whom I was meeting for the first time. She's quite tall for a woman. She's more than a head taller than me, and if we were to compare heights, she'd be about the same as Riegel-sama, but she's also very broad, and her face is exactly like Potter-kun's. Nice to meet you. My name is Loki. Can I borrow Potter-kun for a while? Oh, you're a polite boy. You must be the rumored Loki-kun? Potter told me a lot about you. I'm really grateful. Thank you. What's going on? Potter's mother suddenly starts bowing to me, leaving me confused. No, I didn't do anything. It's me who's being helped. So this is what it means to be blessed with good friends. This boy can find his way home by himself, so you can do whatever you want. Potassio. I'll go prepare dinner first. That's right, Potter. It seems that Loki will treat us to whatever we want to eat today. That's right. He says he'll even buy us curry. Really? Mom, you don't have to make dinner for me today. The conversation goes on by itself, but I'm too shocked by the new fact that Potter-kun's name is actually Potassio to say anything. They should have told me earlier. Everyone calls him Potter, so I thought his real name was Potter-kun all the time. But is it okay to call him Potter-kun? which is easier to say. While I was thinking about such things, Potter-kun's mother had gone into the city by herself without me noticing, so there were only 4 of us left. Well, let's sit somewhere for now, I said and sat down at the edge of the road, which was a bit like a bank, and waited for the others to follow. The only thing visible in the distance was the vast expanse of fields that had been harvested and were now bathed in the light of the setting sun. The sight of the entire landscape glowing orange was reminiscent of the time the 4 of us had barely escaped the forest of Palmyra. Now that I have to tell them, I'm filled with a deep emotion that is unbecoming of my age. I'm really indebted to these 3 people, both in terms of information and emotion. Really, perhaps sensing my mood, even the usually boisterous Mei-chan is quietly watching the scene. Sorry for coming so suddenly today. You have something important to tell us, right? Yes. Is it okay? Me too. Me too. Well, I'm not good at talking about sad things, but I'll definitely be back sometime. I'm leaving Bazet the day after tomorrow to go on a journey. I see. Just as I expected. Did you know? Hey, is that so? I was a little surprised that even Potter-kun had predicted this. Well, strong hunters leave Bazet eventually. It happened sooner than I expected. It's true. It can't be helped, since Loki is so strong. I'm just desperate to try my best. Besides, everyone's income seems to have gone up a lot, so I can go on my journey with peace of mind. That's all thanks to you, Loki-kun. Yes, Dad and Mom were really happy too. Hey, Loki, how long will you be gone? Zink-kun's question makes me lose my words. It's hard to say. I don't even know how big this continent is. I don't know if it will be a few years or a few decades. And since I only know this city, I still can't decide where to settle down. But I'll make sure to drop by from time to time. I made a promise to Yaguf-san, and I'll definitely keep it. I don't know yet, but I'm definitely going to learn teleportation magic one day. Then I think I'll be able to come back easily. Teleportation? What's that? ? My father always said that some people from other worlds can teleport. Yaguf-san had the same reaction. No wonder people think it's a super difficult spell that only people from another world can use. Well, that's okay. If I continue to increase the levels of my various skills, the hidden spatial magic should eventually appear. And even though Yaguf-san said that it hasn't been solved yet, there's still a chance that I'll get a clue from the research institute that Phelan mentioned or from some kind of book. If that happens, there is a possibility that I will be able to get it at an earlier stage, and such things will be revealed in the future journey. So it is not something to think about now. That's right. This is what I should do now. I'm sorry for everything up until now. I bowed my head to the 3 of them. All 3 of them tilted their heads at my sudden apology, but I had been pretending all along. So, the first thing I have to do is apologize. My real name isn't Loki. I'm sorry for deceiving you like this until now. So, before I go, I think I'll introduce myself to the 3 of you. As I said this, I took out a case I had prepared in advance from my leather bag. My real name is Yuto Mamiya. I am from another world. As I introduced myself, I handed each of them my business card, the only thing I hadn't shown to Yaguf-san and the others. Yuto Mamiya. These are difficult characters. If you read them like this. What is this? A tree? It's so thin. I can't read it. Potter. It's okay. Me too. I can barely do it either, you know? Even if I could read it, I wouldn't really understand it. Pukaku. Ahahahahahaha. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. The 3 of them were surprised and froze when I suddenly started laughing. That was funny. Sorry. I told you I was from another world, but you were more interested in the business card I gave you. I announced that I was an otherworlder, but the 3 of them were more interested in the business card and the writing on it. They didn't seem alarmed or surprised. The 3 of them were still as loud as ever. Yes, because. Hey, yeah, we knew that, right? What does that mean? Could it be that Yaguf-san and the others leaked the information? Because Loki is not normal. You call yourself the Great Demon King, and you suddenly started to understand our language, and the way you cast magic is a little different, isn't it? What? So you didn't hear it from anyone? I didn't hear it from anyone. Nobody said that Loki is from another world, did they? There are too many unusual things, so I think it's probably true. However, I told Maiza, who seems to be talking about it, to keep quiet. I didn't tell anyone. Seriously? I made a big decision here, you know? And yet they found out. I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. I wanted to cover my face with my hands, but when I thought about it, even though the three of them knew that I was from another world, they still treated me normally. I understand. I see. Hey, if you knew, there's nothing I could do about it. Besides, I'm actually 32 years old. That's right. I wanted to see a surprise like that. The purpose has changed a bit, but never mind. It's better to laugh with these kids. So that's why I've often seen Loki as a father figure. Oh, shall I call you Yuto now? No. You can keep calling me Loki. That's what you said. Why don't you ask him to be your father? Loki is rich. Hey, you there, Pistachio. Zinc-kun doesn't look too happy either. Even though I'm 32, I don't look that different on the outside. Besides, I've never met Zinc-kun's mother. If she was beautiful, I'd be aware of her. After a while, the group became very relaxed, and we all went back to town for dinner. On the way, I explained that the name on my business card was written in kanji, a character from another world where I used to live. I also explained that business cards are used by working adults to introduce themselves and that they contain information about the organization they work for and their job title as a salesperson. There were times when the conversation about the world caused exclamations of amazement. And even though the currency of the continent should have been unified due to the influence of the hunters and merchants guilds, I had no money and couldn't even eat. The fact that I knew about the mysterious skill called Rush and that no one else knew about it almost completely confirmed the suspicion that I was from another world. They got excited when they heard about my mistakes, which came out when I asked them about them. It seems like you weren't watching, but you were, right? Zinc-kun and the others. Well, it's too late now. I didn't want to tell the kids such a complicated story about whether I was a transmigrator or a reincarnator, but at least I was able to tell Zinc-kun and the others my secret. And since they accepted that secret, there's nothing more I can say. I wonder how much they'll have grown by the time I see them next. I'm sure Zinc-kun will have grown taller, Mei-chan will have become even cuter than her mother, and Potter-kun, well, looking at his mother, I don't think he'll have changed much. Foo. It's nice to have something to look forward to. All the more reason to go back to Bizut. While I was thinking to myself, the four of us walked down the road, bathed in the setting sun, and returned to Bizut. Chapter 101, New Weapon. Good morning. You came. Did you bring the money? Here. And with that, I placed a rather large leather bag on the counter. Of course, the contents were all money. There seemed to be some coins worth 1 million or 10 million, but there's no way they would be in the rural town of Bizut. Although there were a few large gold coins worth 100,000 each, the leather bag was filled with gold coins worth 10,000 beak each, making it an impressive sight in itself. From now on, I feel sorry for Paisa-san. I wasn't worried because I had heard rumors about the hunters. You've earned a lot. I told you I made a lot, didn't I? Actually, I was pretty scared until I checked the balance, but this is the place where I have to put on a cool front, hiding my fear behind a mask of composure. The first stage of the bestowal will definitely be successful. That's why I included it in the price, but the second stage is shrouded in uncertainty. We'll have to wait until after that to work out the details. The anticipation hung heavy in the air. Understood. So have you decided what to do with the bestowal? I have decided on the general direction, but there are some things I want to check first. In the case of skill bestowal, what kind of skills can be bestowed? I understand increase automatic magic power recovery and increase maximum magic power, but I don't understand the other options. Well, that's true. However, among the skills I have, there aren't many that can be used for weapon-type bestowal. The 4 skills he explained were Herculean Strength, Vajra, Magic Seal, and Special Move. It seems that if it's armor, there are more options, but it seems that there are a total of 6 types for weapons, including these 4. As for the detailed levels, well, if it's you, I guess it's okay. Increase automatic magic power recovery is level 1. Increase maximum magic power is level 5. Herculean strength is level 4. Vajra is level 3. Magic seal is level 2. And special move is level 5. Thanks for the detailed information. By the way, is there a reason for the difference in level between automatic magic recovery and maximum magic? That difference feels strange. If they're both related to magic, it seems like they should both increase in level together, and in fact, mine does. I wonder if the maximum level of bestowal differs depending on the skill. I don't know. When I was active, I was a melee fighter, swinging an axe around. So I used magic, but I didn't use it that much. That's why, you know? In fact, I rarely had problems with a lack of magic. I see. I think I've heard some valuable opinions. When you consume magic, the experience points will increase the maximum magic power increase. On the other hand, automatic magic recovery is not just about consumption, and there is a high probability that there are other conditions attached to it, such as when the total amount of magic power falls below 50%. If that's the case, I can understand why Pacer-san has a level difference between these two skills, and I can also understand why I, who is in the habit of hunting while constantly consuming magic power and then emptying my magic power when I go to sleep, is steadily growing. It's because it's not a fixed increase that there are differences in conditions. I have a rough idea about the other skills as well, but I'll check them out. As for the other skills, I also have Herculean strength, so that's fine. But are Vajra, Magic Seal, and Special Move also in the same category? That's right. It's said that Vajra provides resistance to physical attacks, and Magic Seal provides resistance to magic attacks. Special Move is like dexterity, I guess. I gently close my eyes and open the status screen, pretending to think. So this is what I thought. Looking at the status screen, I see that Vajra, Magic Seal, and Special Move are in the same row as the Herculean Strength and Swift Wind that I've already acquired. In other words, these are skills that increase the corresponding stat by 5 at skill level 1. Unfortunately, these are fixed values. If you're going to use them for a long time, you'll want to choose a variable type that works in percentages rather than a fixed value. In this case, if you are considering long-term use, the only option is increase automatic magic power recovery. Ideally, it would have been nice to have a high level of increase automatic magic power recovery, but it seems that the skills of the giver are reflected as they are, so it probably won't help to be picky here. If I want to be selfish, I guess I'll just have to learn how to bestow myself, and I finally understood that the requests for granting cost 1 million beak each. At first, I thought it was expensive, but since it's a direct reflection of your own efforts and experience, it's no surprise that the higher the skill level, the more expensive it is. So, I guess I have to check this pattern. Pacer-san, do you think increase automatic magic power recovery and increase automatic magic power recovery would work? If it works, it should be the best I can come up with right now. I've never heard of this pattern being successful. I don't even know if it's been tried before, but it seems like the bar would be even higher than if you just stacked the same type of pattern, right? There's a certain atmosphere to it, isn't there? By the way, are there any disadvantages if it fails? No, there aren't. If it fails, it just means that my magic won't be consumed. Then would you mind trying this pattern once? If it doesn't work, I'll buy an attribute magic stone now. If the attribute granting also fails, you'll just be wasting the magic stone. Is that okay? If that happens, I'll just go and sell it again. You made an unusual choice. You're a melee fighter, right? Normally, you'd want to add Herculean strength and Vajra. Fufafu. I want to use this weapon as long as possible. I think I've made a choice that it will benefit me in the long run. Well, that's fine. Let's get started. I watch as Pacer-san walks over the counter into the back of the shop. In the back, there is a workshop-like atmosphere and a long, brown wooden table that looks like it has seen a lot of use. The weapon I ordered was placed on this table. When Pacer-san held his hand over the weapon, a light blue-purple mist enveloped his hand after a moment. I could tell by that alone. The first shot was a hit. This is where it starts. I'm going to give it my all, so watch closely. This is a weapon I have made with all my soul. I'll make the second shot a success too. What an incredible spirit. This was already a difficult request, and now I'm placing an order that seems to be even more difficult. If it fails, I won't complain. But if it's possible, I want to use it for a long time with the ideal specifications that I can think of now. Please, for my sake and for Pesa-san's sake, make it a success. I can't help but clasp my hands in front of my eyes and pray, but I keep my eyes open and watch what Pesa-san is about to do. Go for it, Pesa-san. The mist. It's not coming out. No, it's coming out. It's coming out. The magic power is coming out. Pesa-san. Shut up. Unlike the first shot, the bestowal doesn't come right away. Exclamation mark. What kind of situation is this? Only the person who activates the skill can understand this. I can only watch as Pesa-san holds up his hand with the mist still coming out, grits his teeth, and stares at the sword. If you don't understand the principles, you can't analyze them. But even so, it's clear that he's struggling, and I know that this situation is bad. The fact that there is mist means that he is still releasing magical energy. If he continues like this, he'll run out of magic power. What should I do? What should I do? A magic recovery potion? No, I don't have anything like that, and I don't have the skills to transfer magic power. But he'll probably run out of magic power while I'm trying to find something like that. Is there anything else? Something that works immediately? When I thought that, at the back of the long table, on another table were the short sword and the leather armor I had sent for repair. The moment I saw them, I ran to the back of the shop, a place I wasn't supposed to be. I grabbed the short sword and the leather armor that had been so nicely repaired. Pesa-san didn't yell at me. I know that's not the point. With a determined resolve, I decided to do everything in my power to improve the situation. The short sword has been equipped with a maximum magic power increase. I know that this is a skill that will immediately increase your magic power by 50. I've also verified that the bestowal effect will activate even if you don't hold it in your hand. Then, I let the short sword gently touch the tip of Pesa-san's foot so as not to hurt him. I know it's almost pointless, as it would take almost 3 minutes to recover just 1 point of magic, but I let the leather armor touch the other tip of his foot anyway. The 2 skills he'd put on for his son should now be active on Pesa-san himself, and there is nothing more to be done. All that remains is to pray. More than 30 seconds have passed since the magic mist began to appear. While I was just staring at the mist, a few more seconds passed, and then the mist disappeared instantly. So I quickly looked at Pesa-san. When his magic runs out, he's just lost consciousness. If he collapsed in a place where weapons were lying around, it could end in disaster. But Pesa-san remained standing, with large beads of sweat on his forehead, his eyes fixed on the sword in front of him. He smiled. He was smiling. It worked. Whoa. HMPH. This doesn't belong to my son anymore. I sold the sword to Loki and gave you the armor. Then it's Loki's, isn't it? Even so. Anyway, thank you very much, and congratulations. But is it really? It seems to be a rare success story. I accepted the job, so there's no need to thank me. I'm getting paid for it. But, well, if you report the success of bestowing the same skill to the Merchant's Guild, you might get reward. Really? Is that even possible? If you report it in detail, it will be useful for other bestowers, and there is even a pattern of requests for appointments based on successful cases. In that case, the guild will make money from the referral fee. Oh, then Pesa-san could do well. Don't be stupid. Who would use such an abnormal gift that there is a possibility of failure even if you use magic? Without your weapon, I would have collapsed. But if we just refuse the request, isn't that all? If we can get paid just for reporting, why not take the money? Starting tomorrow, Amanda-san from the Hunters Guild will be going to the Merchants Guild in Malta with me. So why don't we ask her to report on the matter while she's there? Is that true? After that, we put together a report on the contents of the Merchants Guild on a wooden board, including my own opinions from the outside. I couldn't help but chuckle when I saw that Pesa-san had already turned things around and written down the level of the bestowal skill he was hiding as 2. Of course, when we report to the guild, they will check it out, and it looks like we will have to show them the successful equipment. Since I'm going to the Merchants Guild, it seems like it would be enough to have the sword appraised there. If I get a reward, Amanda-san can bring the money back to Bazut, and the Hunters Guild and Pacer-san's shop are just around the corner. They seem to know each other, so the money exchange should go smoothly. Thank you very much. Please accept this. It's 17 million yen. After taking care of the equipment, I pushed the money that had been carelessly left on the counter under the pusher. When he saw this, he said, "Okay, you're going on an errand, so I'll give you 500,000 beak including the maintenance fee. Take it." No, it's just a little extra work, and it's mostly Amanda-san who does the moving. Besides, I know I asked you to do something more difficult than usual, so 17 million beak is fine. Don't get me wrong. I never said 17 million beak. I said something like over 16 million beak. That's why I said I pay 17 million beak, which is more than 16 million beak, after successfully getting multiple awards. Over means a little more than. You idiot. If it was going to cost 17 million beak, I would have said so from the beginning. I think I'm going to miss that kind of exchange for a while, but Pacer-san is a former adventurer. I've killed a lot of monsters in Lulub and even bought new weapons. I think he already knows what I'm going to do next. So I won't nag Pacer-san about the details. I'll be back. That's enough for this person. Chapter 102, Seeing Off. I threw all the luggage from the inn into the special basket I picked up while greeting Roddy-san. My bag, Koju-san's bag, and then the goddess's sandals. There really are a lot of women's things. If someone were to see them, they might think, "You have that kind of hobby, huh?" But there's no point in worrying about it, so I put them in the back of the basket and cover them with my torn suit. Oops. Today is also Felin's last day. I'd better pick up her sandals as well. Felin, I'll take your sandals too. Well, I can't help it. I can't carry them around with me when I used the Divine Eye. I'll carry them around properly until you need them again. Or, I wish I could keep the split body down all the time. Haha, that would cause a huge battle among the goddesses. You're right. Or rather, there's already a bit of a fight going on. Huh? This is the first I've heard of it. Is everything okay? Is that so? It's because I said I was going to travel. Who's going to investigate and guard the Palmyra forest? Where will you go when you travel? And so on. I see. I guess everyone really wants to see the world, too. Probably. To put it simply, the goddesses are a group of idle people who crave stimulation. It must be more fun to see the world for yourself, with all sorts of things jumping out at you. In comparison, Palmyra, well, it's probably boring. Even Ferrell, who is interested in monsters, said, "I'm bored already." With her divine power, but I can't say anything about that. I'm not in a position to say anything at all. If they ask for advice, I'll give it to them. But if they don't ask, it's probably best not to interfere with the goddesses' plans. If their plans end up interfering with my hunt, I'll complain about it, of course. Well, I hope I didn't forget anything. It's time to say goodbye to the room that has been my home for the past 3 months. Well, I'm off then. Yeah, see you later. Aren't you going to turn off your split body? I wanted to see you off. No, I'm saying goodbye to you today. It's your last departure from this city, right? Well, I'll probably show up again sometime. I understand. Well, I'll be going then. I'll see you soon. Yeah, I usually just watched the goddesses' split bodies disappear, so I thought it was a bit strange, but I carried the basket and opened the door to the room next to Felin's. However, before I could open it all the way, for some reason, I was held by a hand, and my head was held in a way that wrapped around my head. Good luck, Loki-kun. Did you think the basket was in the way? Just a little. I see, so it wasn't a dream after all. I see. I'm glad that I wasn't wrong and turned to Felin. If you turn around, won't it be okay? Ferrell said she tried to hold you and you refused, right? Well, I was covered in blood. Well, never mind. As she said that, she hugged me tightly. So, just like that time, I put my arms around her back. I was really nervous, but she still smelled so good that I felt sleepy. Have a good day. See you later. Yeah, see you. She patted me on the head one last time, and I took that as my cue to leave the room. I was too embarrassed to look at Phelan's face one last time. So you're finally leaving, huh? Yes. Your face is red. Maybe you have a fever? Oh no, no, I'm fine. You're wrong. I'm sure. Is that so? Well, if you say so, here's the extra money I was holding onto. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, do you? I had told the landlady in advance about the day I was leaving. However, I had completely forgotten about the money I had been paying her in larger amounts since Ria had come to the lower world. The money the landlady offered me seemed to be around 50,000 to 60,000 beak. I already knew that I could earn that amount in a few hours, so I didn't feel like accepting it from someone who had taken care of me. I wasn't there when it was with Ferrell, but I brought a different goddess every week and caused trouble. I had her make me bento and eat in my room, and I got all kinds of favors. That's not how it works. I can't accept anything other than the agreed upon money. Well then, let me teach you the common sense of my country. It's good manners to give a tip to people who have provided you with various services. A tip? What's that? It's like a way of thanking the person for their service, you know? Of course, you don't give it to someone who gave you bad service. But the landlady did a lot for me. So please consider this my way of thanking you for going above and beyond the call of duty. There's hardly a custom like that in Japan, but in this world, they won't find out. Besides, if I say it, I feel like she'll work even harder, even though she's not someone who would cut corners in the first place. You really are a strange kid. There aren't many merchants who would have the time for something like this. Well, I'll gratefully accept your thanks, young man. Yes, thank you for taking care of me for so long. I plan to return to visit sometime, so please let me stay again. Leave it to me. I'll make sure you have a room, even if I have to kick someone out. Haha, see you then. Now that I've done everything I need to do outside of the guild, all that's left is to meet Yaguf-san and give him this before I leave. If I can't meet him, I can give it to Amanda-san, and I'm sure she'll understand. Maybe I should eat some meat skewers at the guild restaurant as a final thank you. Or maybe I should drink some fruit juice before I leave to make sure I'm well hydrated. Or maybe I should do both. While I was thinking about these things, I stopped by the general store just in case and then headed to the Hunters Guild section. Huh? What's going on here? I was surprised when I entered the guild from the reception side. It was around 11 a.m. Normally, this would be the time when the hunters would be out hunting, so this time of day would be quiet. But for some reason, it was as busy as the morning, with everyone fighting over the quests. What's more, they all seemed to be people I know. I think most of them were at the drinking party. Hey, Loki, you're here earlier than expected. Isn't it time to go? Why don't we drink together until you leave? Alba-san, Mizuharu-san, what are you doing at this hour? And you're drinking alcohol too. Looking around, I see that most of the people I know are lounging around in the restaurant, and most of them have beer mugs or glasses in their hands. You idiot, how could I let my benefactor, who made me half a year's income, leave without saying anything? I heard you were going to Malta, so I asked Amanda-san about your plans and we all met here. When I looked at Amanda-san, who was still sitting at the reception desk, she made a silly face as if she didn't really mean anything. She's not cute at all, and I really wish she would think about her age. That's very kind of you, but are you sure you're okay with this? Don't worry. As the leader said earlier, each participant has enough money saved to last for about 6 months. That's right. Hunters will slack off if they have to. It's a privilege that comes with freedom. That's right. Is it really okay? Was it a mistake to invite these people? But well, I guess that's what hunters do in this world. They risk their lives to earn a few days' income in a single day. In return, they work fewer days. They become hunters because they think it's a good thing, but if they thought it was unstable, even if they were strong, they'd probably become guards or knights in this civilization, right? They'd probably choose a more stable job and get a steady job. Besides, there's no way I'd hate something like that. No matter how much they've been drinking, they've gathered here under the pretext of seeing me off. Well, I guess there's nothing I can do about that. I made up the difference by buying a dismantling knife from Pacer-san, but I still got some change back in the end. I think the leather bag is a little too small for traveling. I'm so simple. If I were a heroine, I'd be an easy heroine. I go to the restaurant and give the contents of the leather bag I picked up at random to the aunt. This is enough to pay for everyone here. If there's anything left over, please take it as a thank you for the skewered meat you gave me on the first day. Hey, boy, that's too much. Whoa. I can hear Auntie's voice, but let's pretend I can't hear her because of the loud cheering. At a quick glance, it looks like there are about 300,000 beaks here, so even if you consider the cost of the previous drinking party, there's definitely a surplus. That meat skewer was the best ever, a small price to pay for coming back to life. Loki is so awesome. Can I get a souvenir for my mom? He's so rich. It's kind of scary. Hey, Zinc-kun and the others, you were here too? I was surprised. I thought they were all out hunting, but they were hiding behind the adults eating and drinking. Of course. Aren't all the people who took a bath here? Huh? What? Are their wives or girlfriends here too? Yes. It's hard to get into the Hunters Guild, so they said they'd be at the North Gate. Seriously? This is getting too serious. Ha ha ha. I see. That's amazing. Not good. The situation is too big for me. I feel like there's a subtitle somewhere that says, "The journey begins." But this is. What are you talking about? Like it's someone else's problem. Can't we leave early, Amanda-san? That's impossible. We can't leave until the guild's carriage arrives before us. However, I think we'll be able to get there a bit early. Is that so? It's okay. Everyone's gathered here because they admire Loki-kun, so you should at least go and say goodbye to them. It won't be the last time. I'll be back. But you're right. This is a very difficult situation for someone with social anxiety. If I were one of the people seeing them off, I wouldn't have a problem. But when I'm the one being seen off, I don't know what to do. After all, they've gathered here for me, and yet, it wouldn't be right for me to disappear somewhere until they leave. I thought about killing time in Yaguf-san's room, but, yeah, I'll give this to Amanda-san later. Alright, now that we've decided, let's cheer ourselves up. In an environment like this, we have to drink. Hey, Auntie, give me some skewered meat and fruit wine, please. Hey, Loki-kun, you're supposed to be my bodyguard. No alcohol. Chapter 103, Departure. At the main entrance of the guild, next to it was a carriage. It looked like the other carriages at the North Gate, with a cylindrical hood that allowed you to see through the front and back and a single window-like spot on the side where you could roll up the cloth. I watched as about 4 wooden boxes were loaded into the cargo compartment of such a carriage, presumably to be transported to another branch of the guild. Why is it so loud? Hey, kid, I'm the coachman, Horio. Nice to meet you. Ah, I'm Loki. I'm also supposed to be an escort, so please take care of me. Ha ha. Nothing will happen on the way to Malta, so just play around as you like. I'll take care of the monsters here. Is that really okay? He's probably about 40 years old, the same age as Amanda-san. I can't believe my ears when I hear what this slightly gray-haired middle-aged man named Horio is saying. I looked at Amanda-san with eyes that said, "Is he serious? This wouldn't happen for a normal escort request, would it? Loki-kun is basically a client." Eh? Is that so? I thought I was forbidden to drink alcohol and that I was the escort. Because the guild doesn't pay for the escort, right? Now that I think about it, he's the exclusive coachman for the guild's carriage, so there's no need for you to move unless there's an emergency. He's also a D-rank hunter. I see. But if anything happens, please let me know. I love killing monsters. This is a world without the internet. There's no doubt that I'll have a lot of free time on the road. And when I see the carriage, I'm reminded of the modern express buses I rode a few times when I was young. Sitting in a confined space for a long time must be quite painful, both mentally and physically. If that's the case, maybe a monster will appear and provide a good distraction, or maybe even a monster I've never seen before. I'm not going to give up such a great opportunity as a toilet break so easily. What a strange kid. Is that why you're becoming a D-rank hunter at that age? Foo-foo. I can ride in peace. Well, never mind. Shall we go? Horio-san says and grabs the reins. Seeing this, Amanda-san also steps from the back of the carriage into the interior, so I take a step forward and turn around. Take care. Make sure you come back. Don't do anything reckless. To be honest, They're all talking at once, so I can't really tell who's saying what, but I can tell from their expressions what they're feeling. In the background there's Piro-san, who's overly afraid of people from other worlds, the guild staff, the lady from the cafeteria, Roddy-san from the dismantling site, and even Yagov-san, who should be busy, is watching with his arms folded. Everyone be well. I'll be back for sure. Until then, please don't die. Of course, you're the one who says that. Who will die first? As expected from hunters. I don't know who it was, but I smiled dryly and waved as I stepped into the carriage. In front of me was Amanda-san. I couldn't see the others because of the hood. Then I heard voices from behind the carriage. Loki, you have to come back. I'm trying my best to read the letters. Idiot. That's a secret. Mei-chan's going to get in trouble for this later. The three of them are still the same until the end. When I looked at Amanda-san, she seemed to have realized something. Her expression was full of meaning, but she still remained silent. All three of you need to study hard. Next time I see you, I'm not only going to check your writing, I'm also going to check your arithmetic. I watched the three of them run off in different directions like scattered spiders, and then I took a deep breath. The carriage began to move slowly. I looked out the small window behind me and saw the other side of the guild. I wonder if they came out because they were curious about the commotion or if they heard about it from one of the hunters. Pacer-san, the owner of the weapon shop, was also standing and staring at us. I'll do my best with the sword you made for me. I couldn't help but raise my new sword slightly and make a fist with my other hand, only holding my thumb up. I didn't need to say anything to that person. As long as I could achieve results and survive with the weapon he made for me, that would be fine. He probably didn't understand the meaning of my hand gesture. Nevertheless, Pacer-san silently made the same hand gesture as I did. The carriage swayed as it moved forward. The hunters I knew waved at us from behind. Watching the scene, I waved back, and after a short while, the carriage turned north. Everyone was out of sight. If we keep going like this, we'll reach the north gate and then just have to go through Bazut. It's great that you held back in front of everyone, but don't cry. You're a boy, right? But how many times have I shed tears in this world? I went from a colorless everyday life where I killed my emotions like a machine and went through the motions to this world where every day is vividly colored. Is it because of this everyday life that I'm forced to understand life and death, or is there some other factor? For some reason, I understand that the waves of emotions have become more intense since I came to this world, but I can't control them well, and I cover my face with my hands. I've never been sent off like that in my whole life, not even in elementary school, junior high school, or high school. Graduation ceremonies were just a kind of farewell, and I never saw most of the people again. However, I never regretted it or wanted to see them again. The relationships were so weak, I never even had anyone ask me to see them again. And yet, why are the Indian shopkeeper, the old man who used to sell me things at the food stall, and even the old man at the shoe store, whose face I swore I'd never forget for 30 years, all there? I'm sure they're all open at this time. What was the common sense of the earth in my mind? What was everyday life? People in this city are warm. I can only think of that. I've never had such a warm response before. When the church rang the noon bell, I looked at the north gate after passing through Bazut, and my eyes filled with tears. I'll never forget that sight. It's because of my first visit to Bazut that I am who I am today. Finally, Loki-kun. I'll never forget you seeing us naked. I will never forget Amanda-san's face contorted in anger when she shouted it out loud. Loki's notebook. 2, name, Loki, Yuto Mamiya, salesman, level, 17. Skill points remaining, 128. Magic power, 140 plus 28, plus 50 additional points gained from the sword's magic power increase. Strength, 68, plus 55, intelligence, 64, plus 11, defense, 62, plus 115, magic defense, 62, plus 18, agility, 67, plus 66, technique, 61, plus 16, luck, 67, plus 20. Blessings, none. Title, none. Acquired skills. Combat/tactics skills. Swordsmanship LV3, as long as the user possesses a sword-shaped weapon, offensive and defensive actions are enhanced. 0 magic power consumption. Optional limited enhancement of 190% of ability value to a specific action for 1 second. Magic power consumption. 9. Strength correction. Stick art LV5, as long as the user possesses a stick-shaped weapon, the attack and defense are enhanced. Magic consumption 0. Optional limited enhancement of 250% of ability value to a specific action for 2 seconds. Magic power consumption 13. Strength correction. Dagger technique LV2, as long as the user possesses a dagger-shaped weapon, the attack and defense actions are enhanced. 0 magic power consumption. Optional limited enhancement of 160% of the ability value to a specific action for 1 second. Magic power consumption. 7. Strength correction. Provocation LV2 generates a feeling of anger, making it easier for the target to focus its attention on the user. Activation range, within 20 meters, applies to all living creatures within a radius of 2 meters around the target. Magic power consumption. 7. Defense correction. Frenzy LV2, after use, all normal attack actions will be subjected to a 140% limited ability value correction. However, until the time limit elapses, the user cannot make any attack except normal attacks against surrounding creatures. Usage time limit, 1 minute. Magic power consumption 0, strength correction. Magic system skills. Fire magic LV2, can invoke fire magic that consumes less than 20 magic powers. Intelligence correction. Earth magic LV3, can invoke earth magic that consumes less than 30 magic powers. Magic defense correction. Wind magic LV4, can invoke wind magic that consumes less than 40 magic power. Agility correction. Magic control LV1, improves magic control, making it easier to apply magic. Also reduces the time it takes to cast magic by 5%. Always active. Magic consumption 0. Magic power correction. Job system skills. Hunting LV3, improves hunting skills and makes it slightly easier to find prey. Constant activation. Magic power consumption 0. Technique correction. Dismantling LV2, improves dismantling skills, allowing the user to dismantle objects more quickly and accurately. Constant activation. Magic power consumption 0. Technique correction. Gathering LV1, improves gathering skills, making it slightly easier to find things to gather. Constant activation. Magic power consumption 0. Luck correction. Conversation LV1, slightly improves conversation skills. Always active. Magic power consumption 0. Luck correction. Cooking LV1, slightly improves cooking skills. Always active. Magic power consumption 0. Technique correction. Daily life system skills. Different language comprehension LV3, can speak languages spoken by humans with a comprehension level of an 11-year-old child without knowledge of the language. Constant activation. Magic power consumption 0. Intelligence correction. Enlarged vision LV2, the vision of the upper, lower, left, and right sides of the eye widens slightly. Constant activation. Magic power consumption 0. Luck correction. Farsightedness LV1, allows the user to see slightly further. Constant activation. Magic power consumption 0. Luck correction. Presence detection LV3, makes the user more sensitive to movement in their surroundings. Range radius 15 meters. Magic power consumption 0. Technique correction. Swiftness LV1, corrections are applied to the user's running motion, causing the user to move slightly faster. Constant activation. Magic power consumption 0. Agility correction. Exploration LV1, determines the presence of a specific object within a radius of 30 meters. Magic power consumption 0. Luck correction. Arithmetic LV1, slightly improves arithmetic ability. Constant activation. Magic power consumption 0. Intelligence correction. Memorization LV1, slightly improves memorization ability. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence correction. Night vision LV4. Allows you to see a little in the dark. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck correction. Pure passive system skills. Poison resistance LV7. Increases resistance to poison. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Defense correction. Increased maximum magic power LV2. Increases the maximum amount of magic power by 20. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic power correction. Increased automatic magic recovery LV2. Increases magic power automatic recovery by 10%. Constant activation. Magic consumption, 0. Magic power correction. Herculean strength LV1. Increases strength by 5. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Strength correction. Swift wind LV1. Increases agility by 5. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Agility correction. Physical attack resistance LV1. Increases resistance to physical attacks. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Defense correction. Steel heart LV1. Slightly increases resistance to mental attacks. Also effective against intimidation. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic defense correction. Other/special. Oracle LV1. Occupation. Exclusive blessing skill that grants the user the ability to receive words from the goddesses. Condition of use, once per day. Cannot be activated voluntarily. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic power correction, +2 at level 1. Divine communication LV2. Occupation. Exclusive blessing skill that allows the user to communicate with the goddesses. Condition of use, once per day. Usage time limit, 2 minutes. Magic power consumption, 60. Magic power correction 2, +4 at level 1. Other/monster. Rush LV6, rushes forward at a speed of 280% of ability value. Movement range can be specified at will. Maximum distance is 5 meters. Magic power consumption, 15. Agility correction. Bite LV5. For 1 second at will. The ability value is increased by 240% for biting actions. Magic power consumption, 11. Strength correction. Sticky thread, not available. Magic defense correction. Bonus status value. There is a bonus status value as a hidden element of each skill. Naturally, residents whose status values cannot be confirmed, nor are they indicated on the status screen, cannot know the bonus status value for each skill without verification. Skill level 1 correspondence ability, +1. Skill level 2 correspondence ability, +2. Skill level 3 correspondence ability, +3. Skill level 4 correspondence ability, +5. Skill level 5 correspondence ability, +10. Skill level 6 correspondence ability, +30. Skill level 7 correspondence ability, +60. Only magic power is 2x. And divine communication is 4x, so verification will be required in the future. Skill points required to increase skill level. Prayer to the goddess 012 points, 124 points, 2312 points. Each ability value increased by a level increase. Level 1 to 10, each ability value increases by 3 with each level increase, except for magic power, which increases by 6. Level 11 to 17, each ability value increases by 4 with each level increase, except for magic power, which increases by 8. The relationship between skill level, required experience, and skill experience obtained from monsters when the required experience value for acquiring skill level 1 from unacquired skill level is set to 100, estimated value. The experience points required to obtain skill level 1 is 100. The experience points required to obtain skill level 1 is 20 per monster. The experience points required to obtain skill level 1 to 2 are 200. The experience points required to obtain skill level 2 is 40 per monster. The experience points required to obtain skill level 2 to 3 are 600. The experience points required to obtain skill level 3 to 4 are 2000. The experience points required to obtain skill level 4 is 400 per monster. The experience points required to obtain skill level 4 to 5 are 20,000. The experience points required to obtain skill level 5 to 6 are 60,000. The experience points required to obtain skill level 6 to 7 are 200,000. End of Volume 3.